The Night in the Great World of American TV Series. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 951 Parallel Time and Space. When Harrison saw Kai again, he was holding a little girl and comforting her in a soft voice. The little girl lowered her head, sobbing and crying. Harrison Wells was a little overwhelmed when he saw this scene. In this situation, why would Kai bring a child? However, what he could not have imagined was that there were two little girls and a sweet-looking woman following Kai. This, a family outing? Mr. Wayne, this, Harrison wanted to remind Kai that Barry's identity was top secret. It could not be known to others. Don't worry, they're all, well, my family. Raven and the children's identities were indeed difficult to explain. How to explain? Raven was a girl she adopted many years ago? These were her adopted daughters, their ages didn't match. Could it be that their true identities should be forgotten, which would be more troublesome, so he simply left it vague? Family, Kai Wayne was the behind-the-scenes financier of Star Labs, so Harrison Wells naturally wanted to know some information about his boss. Anyway, that information was not top secret and had been exposed in the media a long time ago. Kai Wayne is just a lucky guy who got a huge inheritance from his relatives in the UK by chance. He has no relatives and is not married. Where does his family come from? But since Kai said so, Harrison did not intend to continue to investigate. Can't it be allowed that these are his three illegitimate daughters? Is it hard to understand that a rich man has illegitimate daughters? Anyway, Harrison thinks this is normal. But Barry's identity, this is Harrison's last worry. It's okay, they won't tell anyone, Kai said indifferently. Barry's identity is very confidential? Not necessarily. In addition to Harrison Wells' own research team, people who know Barry's identity include Barry's adoptive father, Joe, and Barry's crush Iris. Oh, by the way, Iris is also a reporter. It has to be said that Harrison and Barry did a terrible job in keeping secrets. Not to mention the people of S.H.I.E.L.D., and if S.H.I.E.L.D. knows, Hydra will know, and then there will be a lot of people who know. The reason why it was not exposed is purely because this kid is lucky. Bernard, this little rascal, is still sobbing, but this is just an appearance. The little guy's eyes have been rolling around. He will see his idol soon. Kai knows all about Bernard's little actions, but he doesn't mind. Instead, he thinks such children are cute. Of course, the premise is that she is a girl. Kai's male chauvinism is still quite serious. He can be tolerant to girls, but he is not so easy to talk to boys. Okay, don't cry. Didn't I stop you? It's at most an attempted crime. Even if you are caught, you won't be sentenced to many years. You are not a very bad villain. Bernard was scared. Going to jail, yes. Prisoner robbing, what do you think? Kai continued to scare her. Wow, the little elf started crying immediately. She hugged Kai's neck and burst into tears. I don't want to go to jail. I don't want to go to jail. Bernard doesn't want to go to jail. Normally, Bernard would have cried while hugging her mother, Raven, at this time. But at this time, she cried while hugging Kai, who she didn't know well. From this, we can see that this little girl is not as stupid and cute as she looks on the surface. She at least knows who to act like a spoiled child with to escape punishment. Will you do bad things in the future? Kai felt very happy to be hugged by a sweet-smelling little baby. To be honest, he has never had much luck with children in his two lives. In his previous life, he was a soldier and a criminal policeman, and his life was too serious, so no children were close to him. But from the bottom of his heart, it feels good to be with children. At least children are not as complicated as adults, and they don't have the intrigues of the adult world. The more you are used to the filth of the adult world, the more you will feel that the world of children is so precious. No. Bernard will be a good boy in the future, Bernard promised quickly. As for crying, although there were 2 tears hanging on her eyelashes, unfortunately, most of her crying was fake. Really? Kai asked. Really? Will you go to school and study obediently in the future? Yes. Will you listen to your mother in the future? Yes. Will you listen to the police uncle in the future? Yes. Will you finish the green peppers on the plate in the future? Woo. Little Bernard's expression froze for a moment, and then he made up his mind. Yes. What do you mean by this subtle pause? Kai was shocked. How much does this little brat resist eating green peppers? I will. I will be good, Bernard promised quickly, and it seemed that he didn't intend to dwell on the topic of green peppers. Raven and her two sisters were laughing behind her. Although Bernard was an obedient child most of the time, and it was the nature of children to be naughty occasionally, there was one thing that gave Raven a headache, and that was picky eating. She likes sweets, cakes, cream, candies are all her favorites, and meat is also very acceptable, but she doesn't like vegetables, especially green peppers. Green peppers are actually very delicious, I like them very much. Bernardo would not admit that green peppers can be eaten. That is the most anti-human food. I'm not lying to you. Really, I have a housekeeper who can cook Chinese food, and the green peppers he cooks are the most delicious thing in the world. Chinese food. Bernardo touched a blind spot in knowledge. She really hasn't eaten Chinese food much? Chinese food in the United States is roughly divided into two types. One is high-end Chinese food, most of which are improved versions and cannot be considered Chinese food at all. This kind is very expensive. Raven naturally has no chance to take the children to eat, and the other kind is equivalent to fast food, such as fried noodles. Raven thinks it is unhealthy, and naturally it is even more impossible for her children to eat it. So strictly speaking, the three poor girls have not eaten Chinese food in the broad sense. Yes. That is the most delicious thing in the world, Kai said affirmatively. Then, can I eat it? Little Bernardo had already gone off topic and was now thinking about how to get something delicious from this uncle. Of course. You will live with me soon, and you can eat a lot of delicious food in the future. Of course, the premise is that you can't be picky about food. Little Bernard was a little confused when he heard this. Why? Why do you want to give me delicious food? Then he immediately thought of something, his face changed drastically, and he struggled madly in Kai's arms. No. I don't want to go with you. Bad guy. I want to be with Raven's mother. I don't want to go with you. Wow. This time he really cried, not just pretending to be pitiful. This scared Kai, and he quickly hugged the child tightly, fearing that he would fall. No. Raven will go too. You ask Raven. Raven also quickly said, Mom will always be with me, and no one can separate us. Hearing this, little Bernard timidly glanced at Kai, fearing that Kai was lying to her, and she was more willing to believe her own Raven's mother. Really? We will move to New York together, Raven quickly comforted. This answer made little Bernard feel relieved, but he immediately thought of another question. But why should we live with Uncle? Without waiting for Raven to answer, little Bernard shouted as if he had figured it out. Could it be, Uncle, you want to be your father? This guess made the two little girls who didn't talk much on the side suddenly stare at Kai. They knew more than little Bernard, and immediately stared at Kai with the eyes of an old mother examining her son-in-law. No, this is not accurate. It's more like a farmer looking at a fat pig that wants to dig up his vegetable garden. Raven and Kai were both confused. There is indeed no love between them. Strictly speaking, Kai should be Raven's guardian. Although Raven is already past the age of needing guardianship. Now that they were suddenly said like this, both of them felt a little embarrassed. But soon, Kai adjusted. No, I'm your Raven's mother's brother, otherwise? Say he is her father? Or simply a higher generation? Raven breathed a sigh of relief, but also a little disappointed. As they talked, several people entered the secret laboratory of Star Laboratory. Barry is now lying on a bed with many instrument interfaces attached to his body. Seeing a large group of people coming in, she was shocked. Flash, Bernardo screamed when she saw Barry. She didn't recognize Barry as the Flash, but Kai had said before that they were here to see the Flash, so she guessed that Barry was the Flash. At least he looked the most like the Flash among the people here, right? Caitlin Snow was a girl, obviously not. Cisco Ramon was a short Hispanic, who looked like a geek, not in Bernardo's aesthetic range. Joe and Iris were also there, but Joe was a big black man, which was even more impossible. Iris was a woman, which was also impossible. Barry's first reaction was to put on a hood, but strangely, he was interrupted just as he was about to use his ability, and fell directly to the ground. Little Bernardo immediately struggled to jump off Kai and ran to Barry. What's wrong with you? The Flash. Barry obviously forgot who this little girl was. After all, he helped too many people. Are you sick? Little Bernard said a little sadly. It's not good to be sick, but you have to get an injection. The injection is so painful. You are so pitiful. Kai didn't pay attention to the interaction between little Bernard and Barry, but frowned and looked at Harrison. What's the matter? Barry's ability has a problem temporarily. We are trying to find a solution, Harrison said quickly. It turned out that Barry and Cisco's small experiment had a small problem. It can't be said to be a failure, but it can be said that they didn't expect another result. According to their previous theory, as long as Barry is accelerated to exceed the light beam during particle acceleration, then time and space can be reversed and returned to the past. But after all, it is a theory, and no one can be sure that this theory is correct. So any accident is possible. Barry did break the time and space limit, but he didn't go back to the past, but went to another time and space. Parallel world. After Harrison's explanation, Kai understood what Barry did. They verified that the theory of time reversal was wrong. After surpassing the light beam, they did not reverse time and space, but broke the time and space barrier and went to another world that was very similar to the Earth. That world has many similarities with this world. There are also many differences. For example, in that world, Barry doesn't exist at all, and his parents don't even know each other. He wasn't born in that world. At the same time, there is no Tony Stark or Captain America in the world. But there is no shortage of superheroes in that world. The Flash exists, but he is not Barry Allen, but Joe's son, Wally West. But in this world, Joe doesn't have a son at all, only a daughter, Iris West. But there's Iris over there. Batman also exists, but he is a woman named Kate Kane. And Superwoman. Batwoman. Kai knows about the two superheroes Batman and Superman. After all, he watched cartoons when he was a child, otherwise he wouldn't use Batman's vest. But Superwoman and Batwoman? What are they? This is really beyond Kai's knowledge. Well, they also formed a Justice League, where many superheroes come together to fight crime together. Barry was a little excited when he said this, just like the Avengers. Kai pouted. Barry, well, it's still a little different. I've seen their Aquaman, a middle-aged white man, fighting Wonder Woman. It's said that it's because Wonder Woman killed Aquaman's queen. It's quite chaotic over there. It turns out that the world Barry traveled to was not peaceful at all, much worse than this world. The cities there are also different from this world. For example, Chicago is not called Chicago, but Gotham. New York is not called New York, but Metropolis, and Los Angeles is renamed Central City. In short, the United States is still the United States, but many big cities have changed their names inexplicably. Supergirl is active in Metropolis, Batwoman is in Gotham, and Flash is in Central City. Anyway, there are all kinds of chaos, especially Gotham. Barry couldn't believe it. Chicago in this world is bad enough, but compared with Gotham, it is simply a model city. Various aliens, cosmic gods, and hell-evil gods take turns to fight, and superheroes are busy and happy. When Barry stayed there, he felt that the Earth could be destroyed at any moment. That place is simply terrible. When Barry traveled back in time, he was actually near Metropolis. He saw Supergirl jumping from the top of a building. He thought she was going to jump off the building, so he quickly saved her. But he almost messed up. His ability became a little unstable. It was Supergirl who saved him instead. And Supergirl was just preparing to transform, not jumping off the building. After that, Barry established contact with the superheroes there. He stayed there for almost a few months. With the help of Batwoman there, he regained his speed force. After that, he temporarily joined the Justice League and helped a little. Then, with the help of everyone, he returned to this time and space again. Hearing Barry's story, the others were also stunned. Before Kai came, they didn't know much? You mean, in another parallel time and space? Did you see me in that time and space? Cisco was very interested in this. The parallel time and space theory was also very popular, but like time travel, it was just a theory. Yes, I found you, Barry said a little subtly. How is it? How am I in that world? Cisco asked excitedly. After all, this kind of thing is too rare. If there is a slight deviation, he will be like Barry. His parents are not together at all due to some small changes, so naturally he can't exist. Well, you became a supervillain named Shockwave, and you have been against a Flash in that world, huh? Chapter 952 Disaster Warning. In the following conversation, Cisco, who had been very active, disappeared. He sat in the corner, constantly muttering to himself, how did I become a villain? It's impossible. What happened? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Others were also curious about that world, so they asked some strange questions. For example, Joe was very interested in his son. Well, Things are a bit complicated. Barry obviously didn't want to talk about this topic in public. Unfortunately, Joe didn't understand what Barry meant, but just kept asking questions. Iris also helped, saying that she had wanted a younger brother or sister since she was a child, but unfortunately Joe's wife died a long time ago, and he didn't look for another one, so this idea has never been realized. She was also very curious. Barry was forced to do nothing. Of course, maybe he couldn't hold back his desire to confide in others. Barry was usually very talkative, a famous trumpeter, and he liked to share all kinds of gossip with people. Well, you asked me to say it, so Barry happily shared the life of Wally West. It turns out that in that world, Wally West was an illegitimate child. He was black, so it was understandable. Most black people didn't know who their father was, and Wally West didn't know either. He didn't even have the last name West before. He was born because of Joe's accidental cheating. There were all kinds of dog blood and grudges during that time. In short, when Joe was young, he was more unruly. When Wally's mother learned that Joe had cheated on her, she left Joe in anger. Joe almost got divorced because of this. Fortunately, Iris was already 8 years old at the time. In order to let her daughter grow up normally, Joe's wife reluctantly let Joe go temporarily. After that, Joe also cultivated his character and became what he is now. When she said this, Iris looked at Joe with a strange face. Because in her memory, there was indeed such a memory. During that time, the relationship between her parents was very tense. Could it be what? I have always had a good relationship with your mother. Don't talk nonsense. Otherwise, I will sue you for defamation, Joe argued excitedly. Suing his own daughter for defamation. Joe was panicked. He was panicked. Iris obviously thought so too. She knew there must be something fishy going on. Anyway, Joe immediately interrupted and asked Barry to continue. Then, Wally's mother was terminally ill, so she found Joe and told him the truth, hoping that they would take Wally in after she died. Growing up in a single-parent family, Wally was not happy and had a rather withdrawn personality. He did not accept the new family at all, even his biological father and sister. Wally liked to participate in illegal modified car drag racing. On the one hand, he could make money to pay his mother's hospital bills. On the other hand, he liked the feeling of acceleration and was always pursuing real speed. This was also one of the reasons why he resisted the new family. After all, Joe was a policeman, and it was naturally impossible for him to let his son go racing and illegally modify the car. In the United States, it is actually legal to modify a car, unless it is too much. And Wally obviously does not belong to the legal one. His wild modification can often give the vehicle a speed far beyond the design. One of them is that he likes to modify the power system of the car, including adding various strange energy sources. After a big fight with Joe, he ran away from home and was asked by a friend to modify the power and participate in underground competitions. As a result, something went wrong. In a thunderstorm, lightning struck his car in the speed competition and reacted with a speed increaser in the engine. Thus, the Flash was born. There is nothing much to say about what happened afterwards. It is nothing more than that Wally accepted Joe and realized that the greater the power, the greater the responsibility, and began to use the speed force to do justice. And left behind the classic line, "My name is Wally West, I'm the fastest man alive, I'm the Flash." When Barry said this, he felt ashamed, because this was the line he often said to himself. Fortunately, no one knew. Little Bernard stayed aside and listened to everything. Although he didn't understand, he thought it was amazing. Why was it amazing? I don't know. It was just amazing. Being stared at by such a little fan the whole time was also a new experience for Barry. He was a little uncomfortable. What's the matter with this child? Harrison looked at Kai, who was talking to Caitlin Snow, and whispered, "This is the boss's daughter, maybe a niece. Anyway, she's a relative." The Flash immediately understood. Relatives of the sponsor. Barry immediately greeted him with a smile. "Little darling, what do you want to play? Uncle Barry can take you to play." What's wrong with the Flash? Doesn't the Flash need a sponsor? Without a sponsor, where would his support come from? Where would his equipment come from? He can stay away from work all day, be absent from work all day, and still not be afraid of being fired, and still have enough food and drink. Isn't it because of his sponsor? So, even a superhero can't take a single step in the United States without money. This world is so realistic. After a while, Kai came over. How long will it take for Barry's abilities to recover? Kai asked directly. Harrison immediately organized his thoughts. It will take more than a month. No. Too slow. Kai said. A group of people looked at each other. To be honest, Kai, the boss, is a perfect template for the money-burning researchers. He will not force them to study projects they don't like, nor will he exploit them like other bosses. He will not even urge the research progress. When it comes to opening research and development funds, he is also very generous. It's just too perfect. This is the first time that he directly asked them to speed up their research. Barry found something wrong before others. Boss. Is there something I need to do? Barry used to call Kai Chief or Mr. Wayne, but he was led astray by Harrison and others and began to call him boss all the time. That's right, a big disaster will soon appear in Los Angeles. I need your strength. Kai did not mean to hide it. After all, he had already begun to plan to expose the upcoming earthquake, and it was necessary to remind them in advance. What kind of disaster? Barry immediately became nervous. It could not be a trivial matter to be brought up by Kai in such a serious manner. Earthquake. Big earthquake. Kai said very seriously, there is also a tsunami. What? Then our star laboratory also needs to make some preparations, Harrison said thoughtfully after listening to Kai's story. Cisco immediately suggested. We can transform the star laboratory and add a balanced shock absorption system. In this way, the earthquake should not be able to damage the main body of our laboratory. As the top private laboratory in the United States, the Star Laboratory has considered various disaster plans during its construction. The overall shape of the Star Laboratory is a bit like an American football field. It is a huge oval building. The floors are not high, and for some reason, most of the facilities are underground. So of course we have to consider the problem of earthquakes. After all, there is an expensive and earth-shattering particle accelerator in the laboratory. This thing is not only huge, but also very expensive. Well, this is a way. Then we have to start working now, and there are also supplies. Supplies are key after the earthquake. Not only ourselves, but others will also need help. Harrison thought. I can place orders with some familiar suppliers in the name of the laboratory, and they should be delivered soon. The only problem is that we need a place to store them, Caitlin Snow immediately said. Caitlin Snow, a genius. In every aspect. Not only in the academic field, but also in management and administration. She is even very talented in finance. She is currently in charge of the daily affairs of the entire laboratory and is considered the administrative director. Kai has always felt that hiring her is definitely the wisest decision made by the entire laboratory. She can do the work of many people, and one person has a high salary, but can do the work of many people. She is definitely the favorite employee of capitalists. I can ask them to clean out several large warehouses in the laboratory, and the basement and underground parking lot can also be used, Harrison said. There is also the issue of security. Barry was not to be outdone. After the earthquake, there will definitely be chaos, and we must consider this. Don't worry about that. Since the last attack by those superpowered criminals, we have renovated the entire laboratory. Once we encounter danger, we can immediately block the entire laboratory. All exits will be closed by 30-centimeter metal doors. We have a full set of self-sufficient power systems, air and water purification systems. This is an impenetrable fortress, Cisco said very proudly. This guy is a homebody, fascinated by things like doomsday crises. Following the last attack on the laboratory, he completely renovated the entire laboratory according to the standards of doomsday survival, so there is no problem with safety. A group of people were discussing heatedly, but they had completely considered whether what Kai said was true. They believed it unconditionally. Will there really be an earthquake in Los Angeles? Raven asked nervously. She didn't care about it herself, but the 3 children. Don't worry, you and the children go to New York first. Alfu is there. He is the grandson of old Alfu. He will arrange everything. Kai didn't plan to leave Raven and the children in Los Angeles. Earthquakes don't recognize people. What about you? Raven asked worriedly. She could hear what Kai meant. He wanted to say, you don't think I'm afraid of this, do you? Kai asked with a smile. At this time, Barry came over. We need to make this news public. He quickly thought that the people were the most affected by this disaster, and he had to warn them. Of course. I have contacted Batman. And he will expose this matter, Kai directly told his plan. Batman. Barry naturally knew the risks of this matter. Once it was announced, It would immediately cause social unrest, and Batman would immediately become the target of public criticism. The risk was too great. No. This is my city, so I will do it. Barry was not because of any stupid territorial consciousness, he just simply felt that it was unfair to Batman. He thought that it was most appropriate for him to do this. Don't be silly, Kai said with a joking face, your territory is Los Angeles, and Batman's territory is the whole United States. Compared with him, you are far behind. Batman is just a vest. No matter how others slander and abuse him, it has no meaning to Kai. Isn't this what vests do? Is this really okay? Barry still felt a little uncomfortable, feeling that others had sacrificed for him. No problem, I've already talked to him. At night, Professor Lawrence returned home exhausted. Today, he looked for everyone he could find, and even used some connections, but no one dared to help him. He has tried his best. Even though he knew the disaster was in front of him, he couldn't notify others. Sometimes, he felt that he was really stupid. Anyway, time will prove that he is right. He just needs to wait for things to happen. Why should he care so much? At that time, countless people will naturally know that only he is right. But every time he comforted himself like this, he would think of the tragic scenes after the disaster, and he felt chilled. He knew it would happen and could stop it. Imagining that scene, he felt that if he did nothing, he would be tortured by this incident for the rest of his life. Thinking of this, he had to cheer up again. Even if he was powerless, he had to try his best. When he walked into the house, he didn't turn on the light, threw away the bag in his hand, walked into the kitchen blankly, took a cup, and opened the refrigerator. Then, he stood there, thinking about whether there was any way to warn that danger was coming. How long do you plan to stand there? A mechanical and cold voice sounded, scaring Lawrence so much that his hands trembled and the glass fell. A black shadow flashed, kicked out, and the falling glass lightly drew an arc and landed on the table next to him. Lawrence looked at the person in front of him with surprise. Are you Batman? I know you, Professor Lawrence Hayes. You said something you shouldn't have said on TV that day, and now you are on the TV station's blacklist. The other party did not answer such a stupid question, but went straight to the point. Yes, they don't dare to let me go on the live broadcast anymore. Lawrence smiled bitterly, not caring about the black giant in front of him, and grabbed the bottle of wine on the table next to him. Anyway, he has a clear conscience, and he doesn't believe that Batman will make trouble for him for this. I have been following you. I heard that your research has new results, right? Batman said. Lawrence twisted the bottle cap and said frustratedly, there is not much time left. The big earthquake I mentioned last time is really coming, but no one is willing to help me. Have you thought about the consequences of really making this matter public? Consequences. Academics always have a kind of naive simplicity. It's not that they are stupid, but they are slow. At least Lawrence didn't think so much at all. It's just academics. If you are wrong, you are wrong. Once the prediction is wrong, you have to go to jail, and those who have suffered losses for nothing will curse and abuse you crazily, Batman said in a sinister tone. Lawrence was stunned. It turned out that this was the consequence. But as I said just now, those who really study academics are very simple. In fact, in a sense, he hopes to be wrong more than others. That means that the disaster has not come. Isn't this a good thing? Since I dare to say it, I am not afraid, Lawrence said firmly. Chapter 953 Live Broadcast. Batman was silent for a moment, his blue lenses flashing, and finally spoke. So, are you ready to wear what you want to wear for the live broadcast? I think you should at least change into clean clothes, so that people will be more likely to believe you. Lawrence looked down at his wrinkled shirt that was still emitting a burst of sweat odor, and was suddenly embarrassed. Wait for me for 10 minutes. Lawrence tried not to look at the streets and buildings that were passing by quickly below him, and shouted, I think we can get on the road in a more, less intense way. You know, the earthquake won't come so soon. We still have time. Batman grabbed the rope buckle on Lawrence's body with both hands, and slid towards the ABC TV station building not far away in the night sky. Do you think I can get to the TV station by taxi dressed like this? Moreover, if I get there earlier, more people can be saved. Lawrence tried to tighten his abdomen, restrain his urge to urinate, and tried to shout upwards, if you are willing to call in advance, I think the TV station will quickly send a special car to take us to the studio. It's fast and safe. Phone. Batman tilted his head. Do you know my phone number? What? Lawrence was confused. What kind of question was this? Look, the TV station doesn't know either. Do you want me to prove that I am me on the phone? It was a bit confusing, but the general meaning was still very clear. Lawrence then understood why Batman had to go on the road himself. To be honest, if someone suddenly called him and told him that he was Batman, Lawrence would immediately think that the other person was a psychopath. This question and answer also made Lawrence relax a lot. He asked the question he had always wanted to ask. Can I ask why you brought me along? With your reputation, as long as you show up on TV, people will believe what you say. Speaking of this, Lawrence felt a little sad. He had studied earthquakes for a lifetime, but no one believed what he said. But Batman, an outsider, said it, and there were definitely people who believed it. This was very unfair, but very realistic. Batman was silent for a moment before he said, "Batman is not omnipotent. Next time someone dresses up like this and goes to release false news, do you think people should believe it?" Lawrence is not stupid, and a fool can't be a professor at the world's top university, California Institute of Technology. Indeed, Batman is unique and easy to believe. But the question is, how to prove that Batman is Batman? Although the armor on his body is very powerful, it is not impossible to copy it with some time and effort. It does not need to have any functions, as long as it looks the same. Who is Batman? No one knows. Batman has no intention of telling others who he is. So the topic is back, how to distinguish Batman from Batman? Kai's choice is not to distinguish. He directly brought a professional over, and Batman did not speak the whole time, just endorsed. This can prevent anyone from using Batman's identity to spread false information to the greatest extent. Lawrence only did a simple logical analysis and knew why this person who should be Batman was unwilling to use Batman's identity to issue earthquake warnings. Although that is simpler than Lawrence coming forward, it is also easier to convince people. Soon, the two landed on the top floor of the ABC TV station. "Lawrence, what should we do now?" "Go down. Find the studio, and start a live broadcast for you." "Lawrence, huh? Live broadcast is so simple?" "You are not kidding." A professor complained in his heart, but followed the lead. The door on the top floor of the TV station building was locked, but this was not a problem for Batman, who could just kick it open. Then Batman walked around like he was at home. The TV station was also very busy at night. In fact, in this line of work, people are busy all day long. Many people saw Batman wandering around the TV station with an old man, and they didn't react at first. When they reacted, Batman had already walked away. For a while, there were a lot of idle people behind Batman. Even the people at the TV station found a camera and took pictures of this rare scene. Finally, Batman found a studio that was in use. Without any hesitation, Batman walked in directly. There was a talk show being broadcast live at 9 o'clock in the evening. The host was a middle-aged white man with a serious face, but he was rarely serious when he spoke. This host, named Colin, was a famous talk show host in the United States. The talk show named after him was also a talk show with the highest ratings in Los Angeles and even in the United States. Even though it only lasts 10 minutes each time. Kai doesn't watch TV much, so he doesn't know this guy. At this moment, the live broadcast room was busy. Colin was whispering with the live broadcast guest, making final preparations for the live broadcast. Suddenly, the door of the live broadcast room was pushed open. At first, no one noticed the door. As a result, it became more and more noisy outside, and the staff inside stopped their work, cast their eyes over, and couldn't help but exclaimed, "Batman, is this live broadcast?" Batman asked. Everyone else was dumbfounded and had no idea how to answer. The host was the first to react. He knew that this was big news. No matter whether this Batman is real or fake. This is big news. Yes. It's a live broadcast. I want to use this live broadcast to insert a piece of news. Who is in favor and who is against it? No one said anything. It's not that no one objects, but those who want to object don't know how to say it, or they don't have the courage to say it. Of course, smart people also know that whoever objects at this time will be fired by the boss later. What a big news this is. Only idiots will refuse. The producer, director and host of this program, Corin, had his eyes shining. He felt like he was going to be famous. Of course. I've wanted to interview you for a long time, Batman. I'm a die-hard fan of yours. Seeing the host's eager expression, Batman tilted his head. Although he couldn't read minds, Ken was sure that this guy was definitely not a die-hard fan. But it didn't matter, as long as the goal was achieved. "Thank you all for your cooperation," he said. "Thank you," but his hand pushed back, and a gentle force pushed all the idle people behind him out of the studio. Then he swung his hand, and a bat dart nailed it right on the door, blocking the door. This move didn't scare people, but made many people excited. What is Batman's specialty? First, he can fly. Although it's not a unique ability. But no one has seen it. Second, he uses a magical ability. Many people speculate that it is some unknown technology. For this, people are very accepting. After all, there are really too many black technologies that have appeared in recent years. Now everyone has seen it. Third, it is the amazing dart technology. Batman's moves proved that he was not a knockoff cosplay by a fanatical fan. But a moment later, Corin yelled, "What? Not interviewing you, what's the point?" If he could interview Batman, Corin could become the most powerful talk show host in the United States, no doubt about it. Interviewing the president is not as powerful as this. Anyway, there is a new president every 4 years, but there is only one Batman. The busy people also paused. Being the first to interview Batman is definitely explosive news, and it is worth breaking some rules for this, even breaking the law. But if it is not an interview with Batman, this problem will be a big problem. Rules and regulations must be followed everywhere, unless the benefits are so great that they can be overwhelmed. Batman as a guest, this way can suppress the rules and regulations, but it will be difficult to change someone else. The protagonist this time is him, Professor Lawrence. Batman doesn't care about them. Push Lawrence out directly. Of course, you can refuse. 5 minutes. At this time, Corin showed the decisiveness of a successful person. Although Batman's words contained threats, Corin was fearless. He knew that Batman was the coldest superhero, but also the most principled. He had never killed anyone and had never hurt innocent people. "Just give me 5 minutes for the interview. Just 5 minutes, this gentleman can say anything he wants. Our TV station will try its best to spread everything he wants to say, even if he preaches Satanism." Corin is a believer, which is not surprising. After all, 80% of people in the United States believe in God. But obviously this Corin is not a devout believer. 2 minutes, Batman said very concisely. Okay, of course Corin wanted to fight for it, but when he saw Batman's cold mask, he gave up. Obviously the superhero is not so easy to deal with. He doesn't care about that professor, he only cares about Batman. This professor has no selling point at all. And Batman's 2 minutes is also unique in the world. Even if it's only 2 minutes, the TV station can rely on this to sell sky-high advertising. He himself can get more fame because of this. 5 minutes later, the live broadcast began. Only 30 seconds into the interview with Professor Lawrence, Colin wanted to bang his head against the wall in frustration. He was wrong. This fat professor was not a guy without selling points. He brought a shocking selling point: the California earthquake is about to happen. This selling point may make him lose his job, but he actually broadcast it like this. No wonder he asked what he wanted to talk to this fat man about, and Batman just said that he would just improvise when the time comes. Many people say that the United States has freedom of speech, and the media can say whatever they want. People who really say this actually don't understand what American freedom of speech is. Many people say that the American media has the power of supervision and is known as the fourth power. This statement is wrong. Whether it is the Constitution or any current law, there is no such clause. That is the media putting gold on their own face. The United States has been established for more than 200 years, and no government or Congress has ever legislated on this. The media and public opinion are controlled by capital, and there is no such thing as independence. When it does not touch some bottom lines, the media can indeed speak nonsense, even if it is groundless nonsense. But once it comes to the bottom line, the media is stricter than everyone else and will never cross the line. For example, causing great panic in the whole society is definitely not what the TV station should do. This will cause the TV station to suffer huge losses. The American TV media also has a supervisory agency: the Los Angeles earthquake. Once this unconfirmed news spreads to the society, the turmoil it causes will definitely be earth-shattering. There is no doubt that capital will suffer huge losses in this turmoil. Public opinion is controlled by capital. People in the media may not be afraid of politicians or celebrities, but they are afraid of capital. Thinking of what he might encounter after tonight, Colin didn't go crazy on the spot, but his nerves were already strong. Because he still has a trump card, Batman is his trump card. As long as Batman agrees to an interview, he is confident that he can withstand all the storms. Soon, Lawrence Hayes' live broadcast was completed, and everyone in the live broadcast room broke out in cold sweat. Not only for their own jobs, but also for the upcoming earthquake. Here we have to talk about the issue of credibility. If it was just Lawrence, who would believe the words of this old man? They would only laugh at him for saying anything to become famous. But it was different with Batman's endorsement. At least no one believed that Batman would fool everyone with an old man. Batman didn't need such a clumsy method to create topics. Others bring their own traffic. Batman's personality is there, and everyone unconsciously believes what he says. This is also why Batman has to appear on camera. He doesn't need to say anything, just endorse it. Okay, Corin, you only have 2 minutes. Corin was startled, turned on the headset, and yelled to the staff in the live broadcast room, "Concentrate, we must finish it in one go." Corin knew that in a few minutes, all kinds of people would break in. Whether it was the TV station itself or other regulatory departments, they could not tolerate the live broadcast just now. If he didn't get the interview with Batman done before that, he would lose his biggest bargaining chip, and these men in the live broadcast room would also be unlucky. At that time, losing his job was considered a light matter, and if things went wrong, they would all be sued in court. Everyone in the live broadcast room also understood this and did their best to complete the preparations. 2 minutes is too short. Corin has made up his mind to check all the surveillance cameras and save all the footage of Batman. He has to cut out a half-hour special report. It's not shameful to make money. These are all precious first-hand information, priceless. In less than 30 seconds, Corin signaled that he could start. "Batman, can I ask you about your true identity?" Corin knew that time was running out, so he threw away all the other unnecessary things and started asking questions directly. Other footage can be cut and reshot later. No comment. Batman's iconic cold mechanical synthesizer sounded. Corin was not disappointed, although he did fantasize that if Batman had a big explosion, he could really go to heaven. "Can you tell me why you want to be a superhero? This era needs heroes." "Why you?" Corin gradually got into the groove. He needed to ask the most critical questions in the shortest time possible, and the rest could be played out later. He believed that as long as it was not excessive, Batman would not care. Of course, even if he cared, at most he would be beaten. He didn't think that his later performance would cost him his life, and Batman didn't kill people. Under this mask is not a specific person, but a belief, Mr. Corin. It doesn't matter who I am, and it doesn't even matter whether the person behind Batman exists. What's important is that when people need a hero to stand up, there will always be someone who stands up. It doesn't matter who this person is. Everyone can be a hero. Very standard and beautiful words. If someone else said it, Corin might laugh at him. But the words spoken by the man in front of him made everyone present stand in awe. "Why do you never kill people?" "Principle. Why is there such a principle?" "Restrain yourself." There are many interpretations of this sentence, leaving it to Corin to interpret. Corin doesn't need an accurate answer, although he also wants to hear it, but this is enough. Otherwise, how can he perform himself? "Time is running out, Mr. Corin," Batman suddenly reminded. "One last question, why did you bring Mr. Lawrence here? You should know how much panic that news will cause. It will cause huge losses to Los Angeles. If this prophecy does not come true, then you save people. Other than this, everything else is irrelevant," Batman said firmly. At this moment, Corin was speechless. He could understand what Batman meant. Property laws, chaos, are not as important as human life, including his own reputation. As a person in the world of fame and fortune, Corin understands the weight of this sentence. Batman can give up everything to save others. Chapter 954 New Year's Day. After saying this, Batman ignored everyone at the scene and strode to Lawrence's side. "Wait," Corin wanted to ask again, but Batman didn't intend to give him any chance. He grabbed Lawrence and came to the window. Batman raised his hand and pushed, and the glass outside the building burst open. It seemed that he was afraid that the broken glass would hurt the pedestrians below. When the glass was shattered, it was all broken into slag. Then Batman grabbed Lawrence and jumped out of the window. Corin and the others hurried to the window, but there was no one there. There was nothing in the night sky except the whistling night wind. No one knew how Batman disappeared. "Did you take a picture?" Corin quickly reacted. This was also news. Who has seen Batman disappear at such a close distance? Yes. Very clear. The photographer was also very excited. This big brother is different from Corin, who is devoted to his career. He is a real Batman fan, a die-hard fan, and he will spray with other superhero fans on the forum every day. He is also the head of a fan club. When he saw Batman just now, his eyes were filled with tears the whole time. It is really difficult for ordinary people to meet Batman, because Batman will not care about ordinary petty thefts, and when encountering real big events, Batman will go wherever there is danger, and it is still difficult for ordinary people to meet him. It is definitely the most dreamy thing to be lucky enough to get along with Batman at such a close distance without encountering danger in life. That's good, Colin nodded. Fortunately, it's not a loss. Bang! At this time, the door was knocked open, and a group of people in suits and leather shoes rushed in. They were the president of the TV station and other senior executives. They were crazy. In just a few minutes, they were greeted countless times by phone calls from various bigwigs. Everyone was questioning what the TV station was doing, planning to cause social unrest. Many people have even threatened the president of the TV station that they will cancel their TV license. Of course, this is difficult, but it is still easy to do if you change the boss. However, Corin's troubles are bigger than his boss's. Just now, the CIA, FBI, and Department of Homeland Security have all sent people to the TV station. They have two purposes: to arrest Batman and his accomplices, and to arrest Corin. The boss has no way to deal with this. After all, no matter how capital controls this country, there are some things that everyone still has to abide by, at least for the sake of face. Corin had expected this. Facing his boss's angry accusations, he calmly played the interview video of Batman to his boss. After the boss finished watching it, he fell silent. People in this line of work naturally understand the value of this interview. I will contact a lawyer. You just need to tell those who come to you that you were forced, the boss said calmly. Indeed, this matter is not difficult to solve at all. Then, do we need to refute the rumor? Refute the rumor? Why do we need to refute the rumor? The boss looked at his top host in surprise. Is that what we are going to do? Let it go. If Batman is right, then we are a conscientious TV station that withstands pressure to warn the public. If it is wrong, it has nothing to do with us, we are forced. Remember, Corin gave a thumbs up. I am likely to be arrested. I hope you can report it and control public opinion. By the way, Corin asked immediately. No problem. You don't even need to stay overnight in those bad places, you can go home and continue to work tomorrow, the boss said decisively. After this interview is released, Corin's value will skyrocket. Only idiots will put out such a sign. Just as Corin and the boss were discussing the details, a group of uniformed police officers and federal agents rushed in. Corin was taken away under the attention of many cameras. When he left, he was like a triumphant hero. That night, countless people saw Lawrence and Batman appear on the TV channel. An earthquake is coming? No one knows how many people believe it. But one thing that can be confirmed is that the discussion of this matter is extremely high. Barry. Where have you been these days? South City Police Station. Barry finally returned to the police station he was familiar with. I was on vacation, and suddenly wanted to go out for a walk, so I went to Bali. Bali? Where is that? Hawaii. This guy obviously didn't know much about geography. In fact, most Americans were very bad at geography. They only knew the specific locations of 3 countries, Canada, the United States, and Mexico. Other countries. To be honest, the United States at this time was like the people of the ancient Chinese dynasty. They didn't care about the distant countries at all, because in their eyes, their own country was the celestial empire, and other places were either full of smoke and miasma, and full of savages. Why should they pay attention to them? Americans had almost the same mentality. The United States was the best and the strongest. The rest were all rural areas. In Indonesia, oh, India. I know, Gandhi. Barry didn't want to explain anymore. A bunch of illiterates. But it was better this way, at least there was no need to worry about being exposed. What are you talking about? Earthquake, earthquake. Barry pretended not to know. You don't know, I came back last night and was too tired, so I went to sleep. Then a group of people talked at the same time and finished what happened. Will the earthquake really come? This is the most talked about question in Los Angeles today. Barry said seriously, it will come. How do you know? Does Batman have to lie to you? Barry answered with the most simple truth. Yes, Batman eats too much, so he will lie to them. Many conversations basically can't go on here. After all, it's really unreliable to say that Batman is lying. At this time, Joe came out. Meeting. The boss wants to give a lecture. Seeing Joe's serious face, all the police officers put away their jokes, and a low pressure began to cover the police station. Everyone knows what happened last night. I don't care whether it's true or not. We must treat this as true. Now everyone cancels their vacation and enters a 24-hour standby state. If anyone doesn't know the details, ask your partner later. The police looked at each other. They still had a strong sense of unreality. Is it really necessary? Be prepared, the chief said again. Everyone nodded silently, which was what he meant. Weapons, ammunition and bulletproof vests are all ready. As a senior police officer, although Joe has never been able to enter the upper echelons because of his troublemakers, he has great prestige, so it is not abrupt for him to speak after the chief. After all, the police are still very senior. And this profession really requires experience. The biggest test is after the disaster. I don't want you to die because of this ridiculous thing. George is black, but to be honest, apart from the skin color, it is really difficult for him to identify with his compatriots. The main reason for the discrimination against blacks is of course due to historical issues, but part of the reason is that many blacks are really not up to the task. He knows his fellow tribesmen too well. Once an earthquake really occurs, his compatriots will definitely come out to smash, loot and burn everywhere. There is no need to think too much about this. Of course, there are also many white scumbags. On the contrary, Asians will be the most honest ones, but the most honest ones are the easiest to be bullied. Even the police will subconsciously ignore them. It's very ironic. In short, after a disaster, chaos will definitely follow. Joe shouted with a heavy face, the groups of people close to each other on duty should keep in touch and be ready to support each other at any time. Don't be afraid of losing face. This is not the time to talk about face. Everyone nodded silently again. Finally, the director ended the meeting with a famous saying. May God bless America, may God bless Los Angeles. Unlike the reactions of grassroots police and the public, the upper class in Los Angeles has a different attitude towards what Batman has done. They madly attacked Lawrence and Batman, portraying them as lunatics and liars. Of course, these people have already sent their families out of Los Angeles in private. This is natural. They resist disaster forecasts because it will harm their interests. As the ruling class, they desire stability, because only with stability can their interests be maximized. But in turn, they also understand the importance of their own lives. For example, a Los Angeles City Council member madly attacked Batman in a remote interview. But sharp-eyed netizens found that when this guy accepted the remote interview, he was not in Los Angeles, but in the Yosemite Resort hundreds of kilometers away from Los Angeles. It was magical. He was obviously scared to death, but he let the people stay in Los Angeles to face the danger. He even lied that he would stand with the people. This undoubtedly strengthened Batman's credibility to a certain extent. But this has little to do with the Los Angeles police. Just when the various police stations privately asked the police to be more vigilant, the traffic situation in Los Angeles was the first to have problems. Since last night, people have been moving to places without high-rise buildings, and some people have chosen to go to small towns with flatter surrounding areas. This overnight migration has caused huge traffic congestion, especially on the roads out of the city. Many people think that the United States is very advanced and think that everything in the United States is good. That's wrong. On the contrary, the infrastructure of many cities in the United States is actually quite lame, including big cities like New York and Los Angeles. After all, many of the current infrastructure in the United States comes from before and after World War II. Yes, many of the infrastructure built by Roosevelt's New Deal are still in operation. Don't think that this is how good the quality of American infrastructure is. On the contrary, the quality of American infrastructure is just so-so. The reason for not changing is just because there is no money. That's right. Since the 1970s, the construction of American infrastructure has almost stagnated. The reason is simple, because these infrastructures don't make money. Infrastructure construction is difficult to attract private investment due to the large investment scale and long payback period. On the other hand, the U.S. government has insufficient investment in infrastructure. As a result, after so many years in Los Angeles, there are still only a few roads out of the city, And the road conditions are not necessarily good. Usually, Los Angeles roads are prone to congestion during peak hours every day, let alone this time. Drivers are anxious, and minor car accidents and scratches occur frequently. The already nervous car owners can easily start quarreling or even fighting. On all the main roads out of the city, 1 or 2 kilometers of traffic jams are everywhere. There are helicopters from TV stations in the air, reporting traffic conditions in real time, but it is of no use, because all the roads out of the city are in a state of congestion, and it is difficult for people to leave Los Angeles from any road. There was no other way. The police from each branch could only be sent to support the traffic department in large numbers. The traffic management department in the United States is also under the jurisdiction of local police, such as the interstate highways under the jurisdiction of the state police. The consequence of this was that the originally scarce police force was further diluted. As a result, chaos arrived before the disaster. Los Angeles is a city with a glorious tradition. Riots still happened. A large number of, how to describe this group of people? Let's say criminals. It's a bit serious. Taking advantage of the fire to loot has basically become a custom. Any parade or something like that will eventually develop into looting and burning. But this time is a little different. Remember that stupid second-generation ancestor Alex last time? Didn't he issue a reward? $100 million attracted a large number of gangsters to Los Angeles. Unfortunately, under Kai's strong intervention, many gangsters were unable to muster up the courage to give Kai experience. This resulted in a large number of unemployed gangsters stranded in Los Angeles. If nothing happened, they would naturally disperse. But they encountered such an opportunity. It costs money for them to come to Los Angeles. How can they leave this city full of money and in chaos without making any noise? How is that possible? Anyway, let's do something to get our money back first. So in broad daylight, 3 banks in Los Angeles were robbed. The amount involved was as high as $50 million. This undoubtedly made other gangs see a new way to get rich. Yes, compared to Alex, who was tightly guarded by the police, the security of the bank was much worse. They have the technology, equipment, and talents. Why don't they rob banks? This almost drove the Los Angeles police crazy. After all, as the running dogs of capital, banks are much more important than those people who fled the city outside. Don't argue. This is reality. So the Los Angeles police turned to Kai for help again. Vaughn found Kai. "We need your help," he spoke very directly. There was no way. He was forced into a corner. "I know you know Batman. I think you must know what he did." It is no secret that Kai knows Batman. There are even many superhero fans who tease Kai as a socialite among superheroes. He can basically talk to all superheroes. "I believe in Batman." Vaughn said this directly to get Kai's help. But if those bastards are not dealt with, the whole city will be dragged down by them. The more chaotic the city is, the fewer people can evacuate the city. I think the current chaos is not what Batman intended. If these chaos are not curbed, there will be no earthquake. Crime and chaos will destroy the city first. Vaughn was very keen to notice that Kai has been staying in Los Angeles. There must be a reason. Otherwise, where can't he go on vacation? Los Angeles is indeed a good place for vacation. But for someone who has worked and lived in Los Angeles is obviously not as attractive as Hawaii or other places. So he asked Kai for help without any burden. With such a reason, Kai really couldn't refuse. Chapter 955, Take Action. Flash, Peak Man screamed. "This guy is wearing a ridiculous yellow-green horizontal checkered uniform, looking like a clown." But in fact, this guy is a famous criminal in Los Angeles. Even though he looks ridiculous, his ability should not be underestimated. Peak Man can spin himself at an astonishing speed. It sounds useless, but in fact this ability is quite terrifying. When he opens his hands and spins, he can create a tornado out of thin air. Of course, this is not his strongest attack. What really makes him scary is that he can fly up like a high-speed gyroscope to attack the enemy. The powerful rotation kinetic energy makes him an indestructible weapon. His ability also comes from the accident that created the Flash, but unfortunately, this ability is naturally countered by the Flash. So Peak Man is very afraid of the Flash. Enough. Stop screaming like a woman. It's good that the Flash is back. "Let's kill him," Ganglion shouted rudely. Steel Beam has a deep connection with the Flash. In addition to his ability, it is also due to the accident caused by the explosion of the Star Laboratory. He is also very familiar with Barry. Steel Beam's real name is Tony Woodward. He has lived in the black community in the South since he was a child. Barry was adopted by Joe after his mother was murdered and his father was imprisoned. Joe's family is not very wealthy, so it is naturally impossible to afford Barry's previous private school, so he can only transfer him to public school in the South. A thin boy from a wealthy white family, entering a school dominated by black and poor families, how will he be treated? It goes without saying. And Tony Woodward was the bully and abuser of Barry Allen in his childhood. If Iris hadn't protected Barry since he was a child, Barry might not have been able to graduate from school. Tony Woodward has been a bastard since he was a child, and naturally he couldn't have any future. When he grew up, he became an employee of a scrap steel recycling company. He was rude. Once he had a conflict with a female colleague in the factory. Tony beat the female colleague, causing chaos. In the chaos, Tony slipped and fell into the molten steel. At this time, the particle accelerator of Star Laboratory exploded, which made him lucky to survive and transform his body into metal. There is no need to guess what such a scum will do after gaining power. That's right. Let's kill the Flash. That way we can become famous and Los Angeles will be ours in the future, weather wizard Mark Madden also shouted. This guy has a younger brother named Clyde Madden. The two brothers are the kind of undisputed bad guys, drug addicts, and criminals. After a robbery was exposed, the two brothers took a small plane to escape. As a result, the particle accelerator exploded, and the two brothers and their small plane crashed. At the same time, they also gained superpowers. And it was the same superpower. That is to manipulate the weather. Clyde suffered less damage when the plane crashed, so he woke up early, but he did not change his bad habits. He was stopped by Barry during a crime and then shot dead by Joe. Mark was seriously injured and survived with great difficulty. He was not discharged until last month. Mark may be a bad guy, but the brotherly relationship is very good. He has always wanted to avenge his brother. Sizzle. After a golden lightning, the Flash appeared in the bank hall. Well, this group of guys are joining forces to rob the bank. This is popular recently. Wow. Look who this is. Ganglion threw the bank security guard away and looked at the Flash with surprise. Our little Flash finally came out? I thought you were going to retire. I was disappointed for a long time because of this. Disappointed. I can't kill you with my own hands. Ganglion was defeated by the Flash. In an operation to rob a bus. Look at this. You can imagine how low Ganglion was before. Kill him. Anton is not as good-tempered as Ganglion. Although he has always been a gangster, he has rich experience in committing crimes. He knows that when doing things, the most taboo is to complain. Hurry up and get things done, and then run away quickly. That's the right thing to do. Am raised his hands, the sky immediately darkened, the air around him flowed rapidly, and two storms formed instantly. Whoosh! The two storms shot at the Flash like cannonballs. Barry immediately moved his body as usual to dodge, but the next second, his speed suddenly disappeared. Bang! The Flash was easily knocked away. The others were also confused. They were prepared for a hard fight. Ganglion touched the back of his head. We encountered fakes. This is not surprising. Since the emergence of superheroes, there are too many people imitating them. Of course, most of them are just for fun. There are very few who can really fight. Of course, there are some, but most of them can't reach the level of superheroes. No matter. Fakes must die. Ganglion didn't care about this or that. Anyway, he wanted to kill people. Whoever he killed was not killed. Just when they were about to do it, the Flash suddenly disappeared, and the next second Ganglion was knocked away. Huh? The Flash appeared again, and he exhaled. That was an accident just now. You just pretend you didn't see it. How could you not see it? While the Peak Man screamed, the whole person rushed towards the Flash like a falling heart. The Flash stretched out a hand and first turned it in the direction of the Peak Man's rotation, then grabbed the Peak Man and turned it in the opposite direction. Then he smashed the Peak Man into the ground fiercely. You always use this trick. I am tired of it if you are not tired of it. After doing all this, the Flash was just about to deal with Mark Madden, but immediately his body paused again and lost his speed again. Mark saw the opportunity and struck the Flash with a bolt of lightning. Boom! The Flash was hit again. Mark looked at his hands in disbelief. Could it be? I am the nemesis of the Flash. Ganglion rubbed his chest and walked over. Fuck, it's weird. Why can't you hide him? Mark's status in their small gang is not high. Although he has good abilities, it's a pity. He is too slow to start, and there is a precasting swing. Catch the precasting swing and beat the shit out of him. Especially the peak man can defeat him accurately. Ha ha ha. Never mind. This is the real deal. Let's kill him quickly and hang his body in the most conspicuous place in the city. No one in Los Angeles will dare to resist us in the future. Mark couldn't care less. It was great to be able to take revenge. The Flash crawled out of the rubble, and the Speed Force disappeared, which meant that everything brought by the Speed Force disappeared, including the super speed regeneration ability. So he would still be injured. Barry hadn't felt this way for a long time. But he was still not afraid. Anyway, for him, as long as he didn't die, everything was not a big problem. When the Speed Force returned, the body would recover immediately. I advise you to surrender quickly. Otherwise, something very bad will happen. Ha 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 ha. He actually asked us to surrender. Ha ha ha. Just take care of yourself. Ha ha ha. The Flash's expression became very strange. Barry himself didn't kill people. He instinctively disliked the act of taking other people's lives, even if the other party was a bad guy. But not everyone would care about this. For example, another superhero in a city. At this moment, a thunderbolt suddenly struck the bank hall. A man in a beach shirt appeared in the lightning. The man had a cigar in his mouth. I said, "You should rest well when you are sick. Don't run around," the man said to the Flash casually. Barry did not answer, but said to the three unlucky guys with regret, "I told you to surrender." Yes, it's Kai," Mark screamed. Kai turned his head with a cigar in his mouth. "No need to shout so loudly. Kai is famous not in New York, but in Los Angeles. It was the Battle of Los Angeles that established Kai's status as a superhero. Although at that time, the mecha he wore was a war machine. But there is no doubt that Los Angeles people have always been proud of Kai. Really, compared to the proud New Yorkers, Los Angeles people like Kai more. New Yorkers look down on Kai who works for the government and think that he has lost the status of a superhero, just like Americans think that any media that does not oppose the government is a government-running dog. Official superheroes like Kai are at a disadvantage in terms of reputation, because people have always been afraid that one day the government will use Kai to suppress them. But people in Los Angeles are not worried, probably because he is not in Los Angeles anymore. In short, people in Los Angeles still support Kai very much, and most of Kai's fans are concentrated here. So basically there is no Los Angeles person who doesn't know Kai. Who cares who he is? Kill him, because Ganglion can transform into metal. He is least afraid of being beaten, so he is quite courageous. He did it as soon as he said it, and immediately his whole body turned into metal, and then he swung his fist as big as a casserole at Kai's head. Kai is very powerful. Let's talk about it after he beats him. The Flash immediately realized that something was wrong. He stretched out his hand and tried to stop him. Ganglion looked at the Flash with a happy face, thinking that the Flash was pleading for Kai. But the fact is, no. It will. Before the word death came out, Kai turned into a huge metal giant, and then a death ray hit Ganglion. Then Ganglion didn't even scream. It turned into a ball of boiling molten steel, flowing all over the floor. "You'll die," the Flash withdrew his hand awkwardly. What's the point of trying to persuade him? He's already melted. You need a shovel to collect a body. The Peak Man also attacked after the steel beam. So when the steel beam was killed, he was too late to stop. But his fate was much better than that of his companions. Because the distance was too close, Kai did not use the destruction ray, but raised the ultimate storm and directly beheaded the Peak Man. The Peak Man's head spun and fell in front of Mark. Like a spinning top. Ah! Mark let out a scream that could shatter a person's eardrums, and then wrapped himself in a strong wind and flew into the sky, but the speed was a bit slow. At least that's the case for Kai. He waved his hand and threw out his ultimate storm. Boom! Thunder and the giant hammer hit Mark hard. This time it was not so bloody. The giant hammer knocked Mark down, and the thunder instantly carbonized and decomposed him. Nothing was left. I remember, you caught them before, right? Kai changed back to the beach shirt style. It seems that they escaped from prison without knowing when, Barry said a little awkwardly. Here's a suggestion for you, Little Flash. Kai used the nickname of the Flash in Los Angeles. When there is no effective means to imprison them, the most responsible thing to do is to kill them directly. If they are not allowed to escape, it will only create more victims. These bastards are not innocent. The innocent are the ordinary people who know nothing and are hurt by them. Kai said seriously. Maintaining justice is very important to Kai. But protecting innocent people from harm is more important than maintaining justice. It is undoubtedly a just act to try these bastards by law, but such justice cannot prevent them from hurting others again. However, the irony is that these bastards can often escape. Because ordinary people's prisons can't hold them at all. As for why the Federation has not set up a prison specifically for these bastards, there is only one reason: it's too expensive. The cost of imprisoning a superpower criminal is enough to imprison 100 ordinary prisoners. The federal government even privatized prisons, just to avoid adding burdens, but the result is that such budgets have not only not decreased, but have increased year by year. The private prison industry has flourished and is even the most stable stock in the U.S. stock market. The government wants to take back private ownership, but is blocked by a huge lobbying group. The cost of building and maintaining such a prison that can hold superpower criminals has far exceeded the losses they can cause. Yes, in the Western concept, human life has value and can be quantified. The most typical example is the Ford fuel tank defect case. Baidu is chilling to read. When the budget for setting up such a prison is too high, the government will simply play dead. The key is that such a prison can't create any value at all. Yes, reality is so cruel. But Barry still couldn't convince himself. Batman doesn't kill people. Kai stopped talking. After all, this is his own fault. It's up to you. Kai waved his hand. This is your own choice. As long as you are willing to bear such a price. After speaking, Kai turned into lightning and disappeared on the spot. The city is falling into chaos, and Kai is very busy now. In just one day, Kai prevented more than 13 bank robberies and several serious violent cases. The means were extremely cruel. But surprisingly, no one in the entire Los Angeles media stood up to criticize his actions. Because the capital behind them understood that at this time, perhaps such a person was needed to prevent the birth of chaos. Freedom of speech was played with again. The government would never come forward to prohibit someone from expressing their opinions on something, because that would be criticized as restricting freedom of speech. But capital can. Because the Constitution stipulates that private media can selectively publish content that they think can be published, and they have the right to refuse to publish content that they don't want to publish. This is the real American freedom of speech. Chapter 956, Competing. The chaos is still going on, but it is much better than before. After all, everyone knows that there is a ruthless man in the city. Many bad guys are not afraid of the Flash because he does not kill people. Sometimes the Flash will give them a chance to escape legal sanctions by stopping them. For example, the Flash likes to take criminals away from the scene. For example, he will throw criminals directly from the scene of the bank robbery into a pond thousands of meters away. Then the criminal can win the case by finding a not-so-bad lawyer. The simplest one is that my client was in the pond at the time. There are many eyewitnesses. What? You said my client was thrown there by the Flash? So great. What about the evidence? American law follows the principle of innocent until proven guilty. The court will not ask the suspect to provide evidence to prove his innocence, but requires the police and prosecutors to provide evidence that the suspect is guilty. If the prosecutor cannot provide solid evidence to prove the suspect's guilt, then the court should follow the principle of innocent until proven guilty and acquit the suspect. So is there any evidence? Of course not. Whether it is a camera or any other equipment, it is impossible to accurately capture how the suspect got from the bank to the pond. Then the suspect's testimony is favorable evidence. He did not admit that he committed a crime. He just scattered and fell into the pond. He did not go to the bank. So the suspect was acquitted. This is also one of the reasons why the police do not like the Flash. He prevented crime, but could not prevent real criminals. But Kai is different. He was too cruel. In just one day, more than 80 criminals were executed on the spot. If it were in normal times, this would definitely be criticized by the executioner. There is no shortage of saints in the United States. They do not care about the victims, but they like to care about the criminals and think that forgiving those bastards is not a good thing. It's quite confusing. In fact, someone has already done this, but unfortunately, there is no fluctuation on the internet or in traditional media. As I said before, someone controlled the comments. In the United States, if you encounter a robbery in an alley and shoot someone to death, someone may criticize you for being cruel. But if you rob a bank and are beaten to death, well, no one will feel sorry. After all, those who can be robbed in an alley are unlikely to be rich people, but banks? They are private. One is richer than the other. Anyway, Kai's series of actions have greatly improved the security situation in Los Angeles. At least we don't see those thugs holding automatic rifles and gunfighting with the police on the streets. But the number of robberies of stores and passers-by has increased. How should I put it? The base of these crimes is too large. Kai can't handle it. He can only stop those serious violent crimes, and as for those less serious cases, he will leave them to the police. In fact, the police have also begun to relax the conditions for conviction. Because the police force is exhausted and the prison can't hold so many people. In addition, the district attorney's office has already gone to the police chief to yell. With so many criminals, even if the district attorney's office handles 3 cases a day all year round, it will take until the year after next to complete the lawsuits during this period. Here I have to say that the judicial efficiency of the United States is notoriously poor. There is no way. The process of judicial litigation in the United States is complicated, and with the jury system, the time is stretched even longer. It is normal for a murder case to be delayed for 1 or 2 years from the opening of the court to the trial. Under such circumstances, the police handed over more than 2,000 cases in a short period of time. You can probably imagine the desperation of the chief prosecutor of Los Angeles. So the police have issued a notice internally to start implementing the decriminalization of minor crimes. That is, arrest the big ones and let the small ones go, and don't arrest those petty thefts. There are only so many prosecutors in the district attorney's office, and now each district attorney has hundreds of cases in his hands. If more cases are added, there will be death from overwork. In the United States, loyalty to duty is not advocated. In short, this makes many black brothers and gangsters feel like Chinese New Year. Start buying in bulk. As long as you don't steal too much from a store, the police will basically not waste energy chasing. This led to the third day. People who didn't care much about the earthquake began to worry. The earthquake hasn't come yet, and the city has already started to riot. What if the earthquake really happens? When Kai was busy, he suddenly noticed a program on the TV station. It's not a famous program, just a political commentary program. Many channels of TV stations have this kind of program. Apart from the famous ones, most of the others are just to attract attention and are just for fun. But the entry point of this program is a bit strange. They are criticizing Batman's inaction. They didn't comment on Kai. Many media basically ignored Kai's actions during this period. After all, criticizing him would make the bosses and various bigwigs, including those in Washington, unhappy. Singing praises for him? That's even worse. Nothing has been popular in the United States in the past decade, except political correctness. Singing praises for a government lackey and executioner? That will be used to whip the corpse in the future. So just ignore him collectively. They talked about the Flash. For example, Kai, the media actually likes the Flash more because he is a hot topic and his style of doing things is also in line with political correctness. Batman was also in this group before. But now he has been fired. For example, right now, the guests and hosts of this show are criticizing Batman for bringing chaos, while accusing Batman of not coming out to help after creating chaos. The delay is so intense that it makes people suspect that they did it on purpose. In fact, they did it. Just last night, after Batman's interview was re-edited and broadcast, Corin became the #1 talk show host in the United States. After all, he is the first person in the world to be able to interview Batman. Even though Corin is being bombarded by various law enforcement agencies, they suspect that Corin is an accomplice, and many people hope to get some information about Batman from this host. And the producers and hosts of this show obviously want to use this method to attract Batman's attention. If Batman comes to them, that would be great. Anyway, Batman doesn't kill people. What are they afraid of? Take a chance and turn a bicycle into a motorcycle. If you can't win, it doesn't matter. They can blacken Batman, and still cause controversy, and then attract attention. No loss either way. Tisk. Really good at playing. Kai naturally didn't think of this, but Kai was talking to Natasha at the time. Natasha explained the twists and turns to him. As for why Natasha would talk to Kai at this time, it all started with Raven and the 3 children. Raven moved into Kai's house in Clinton with her 3 children, which immediately attracted a lot of attention. Including SHIELD. In fact, Tony also received the news, and went to Kai's house with Natasha and Pepper that night to find out. At this time, Raven showed the qualities of a top spy. She quickly made up a set of rhetoric. and entertained Tony and the others as a host. Tony had been secretly trying to find out the true relationship between the three children and Kai. It seemed that he really wanted to hear that the three children were Kai's illegitimate children. A very evil mentality. At the same time, Natasha felt inexplicably unhappy with Raven's hostess attitude. It was not because of her feelings for Kai. Natasha herself was not sure whether she had that thing for Kai. What really made her uncomfortable was that this woman made her feel like a kindred spirit. Not the same kind as a female spy, but more like the same kind as her in the Red House. Natasha's feelings towards the Red House were very bad. In order to completely cut off contact with the Red House, she even designed to kill the family of the head of the Red House. This was Natasha's worst experience. And the appearance of Raven reminded Natasha of that experience again. In fact, this feeling was not only shared by Natasha, but also by Raven. She felt a subtle sense of familiarity from Natasha. Well, Raven also worked for the Red House. In short, it was this feeling that made Natasha call Kai. She wanted to know the details of this woman. Her previous statements were all lies. Natasha was very sure of this. She didn't understand why Kai would let such a woman enter his house and acquiesce to her appearing as the hostess of the house. Raven, just think of her as my sister. Anyway, she can be trusted. Kai couldn't explain his relationship with Raven. You have a sister. S.H.I.E.L.D. had investigated Kai thoroughly, and even found out that he was related to the Winchester brothers. How could they not know whether he had a sister? So Natasha didn't believe it at all. Everyone has secrets. Natasha, Kai said earnestly. But, Natasha knew that everyone has secrets, but she still felt uncomfortable. Don't be so nervous, Kai comforted. In short, she can be trusted. There is no doubt about this, and nothing else matters. Okay, I understand. Natasha could only say this. Of course, privately, Natasha cared more about this woman. She completely aroused Natasha's interest. Kai had just hung up the phone with Natasha when Raven called. Who is that, Natasha? Raven was much more direct. Someone from SYNOPSIS. Kai naturally had no need to hide anything. Compared to Natasha, Raven was more credible. After all, Natasha's identity was too complicated. Although she is currently on Kai's side, who knows her true thoughts? Kai can't control this woman at all. I believe no one can control her either. In fact, looking back at the movie, the relationship between Banner and Black Widow is not only abrupt, but I have always been unsure whether Natasha's feelings for Banner are real or fake. But I tend to think it's fake. Something's wrong, Raven said. What's wrong? I feel a little familiar from her. She doesn't look like someone from S.H.I.E.L.D. Raven has always been confident in her sense of smell in this regard. Well, indeed, she seems to be getting further and further away from S.H.I.E.L.D. now. At present, she is in the same group with us, but I'm not sure. Kai did think so. If it was just S.H.I.E.L.D., Kai would still be a little confident that she would stand on his side, but the situation on the S.H.I.E.L.D. side is also very complicated. Hydra. Kai now knows the names of a few people, and no matter how many there are, Mrs. Viper doesn't know. Hydra doesn't completely trust each other. Mrs. Viper is not sure whether Black Widow is one of them. In short, it's a headache. He is just a policeman, and he really can't play the enemy's tricks. Do you need me to check her? Raven suddenly felt a long-lost passion and her hands itched. No. No need. Kai was a man of integrity. He still had some psychological barriers to checking his companions. Anyway, Natasha didn't know the real core secrets. Oh, okay, Raven was disappointed. Well, be good. By the way, let Afu arrange schools for the three children as soon as possible. Especially Teresa, she's so grown up, how can she be treated like a little gangster? You must find a good school, this is very important. In addition, she doesn't look like a good student. Quickly find the best tutor for her, and make sure to tutor her well, otherwise she won't be able to keep up with the school's learning progress. Then it was the trivial family matters. It seemed that all Chinese parents knew this by themselves. Raven smiled and chatted with Kai. Kai was actually wrong. Raven had been in various intelligence agencies for so many years, and basically pretended to be everything. After all, her ability could only make her transform, but could not give her the corresponding knowledge. For example, the most important language level. If she pretends to be someone else, she should at least know the other person's native language, right? Is it true that everyone in the world speaks English, as shown in the movies? Impossible. So in fact, Raven is very, very knowledgeable. She is very good at languages, mathematics, history, geography, and other knowledge. She is even very good at many difficult subjects, such as theoretical physics and biological sciences, which are all at the level of being a professor. Living a long life is still very beneficial. So when it comes to tutoring, she is simply too professional. Teresa looks like a little girl, but in fact, her academic performance is quite good. She just has never been to school. It will take some time to adapt. But Raven did not intend to correct Kai's mistake, but continue the conversation. Because this made her feel the warmth of home. Isn't the conversation between family members just warm and plain? About half an hour later, Raven hung up the phone. Then she sat on the sofa, not knowing what she was thinking very absent-mindedly. Until Afu came in with a cup of black tea. "Ms. Raven," Afu asked carefully. "Oh. Afu, I'm sorry, I was a little distracted." Raven took the tea and apologized with a smile. No, I disturbed your meditation." As a butler, Afu naturally couldn't really ask the guest to apologize to him. "It's not an important matter." Raven took a sip of tea and said nonchalantly. Of course. This was just a superficial statement. In fact, Raven didn't give up investigating Natasha at all. So just like that, the two women threw aside their promises to Kai and competed with each other unconsciously. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 957 The Curtain. A group of thugs were happily moving things from a small supermarket. The Chinese owner of the small supermarket had fallen on the counter with blood all over his face. Of course, the boss was actually fine, but he had to do this. Because these guys had obviously hit something and were extremely emotional. If they saw that he was fine, who knows what would happen next? He was not dead, and his injuries were not too serious, but he didn't want to be surrounded and beaten by these guys again. Helpless, he could only shrink silently in the corner of the counter, allowing these gangsters to pry open the cash register and start moving the goods of the small supermarket. At this time, the electronic doorbell at the door rang. A woman walked in. She picked up a bottle of vodka from the shelf with a relaxed look on her face, and bit off the bottle cap with her teeth without caring. Speaking of which, the bottle cap of vodka is not the bottle cap of beer. If she can bite off the bottle cap of vodka with her teeth, this woman is obviously not an ordinary person. Unfortunately, those thugs obviously didn't notice this. They only knew that there was a beautiful girl here, and she was a white person. The social status gap between whites and blacks makes blacks always like to find white girls, as if only in this way can they show how powerful they are. This is also the reason why many white girls like to find black nouveau riche, because they are easy to coax. "Hey, girl. We're having a party later. Do you want to come?" A idiot with his underwear exposed shouted with a gilded pistol in his hand. Big gold chain, small gold teeth, luxurious pistol, pants half dressed. This is the standard of black gangsters. Even though many of them have fake big gold chains and luxurious pistols with rhinestones, they still enjoy it. In fact, they don't know what these things represent, they just think it's cool. For example, wearing pants half dressed and letting the underwear show. This style of dress has a special name, called sagger pants, and people who like to wear it like this are called saggers. Like many idiots in China, blacks have lower IQs, and many people think that dressing like this is just a fashion unique to their group, but the fact is not that simple. This kind of dressing style mainly comes from prisons. The prison management confiscated their belts. The reason for doing this is firstly to prevent people in prison from using belts to strangle others during fights, or to hang themselves. Secondly, if you want to fight, you have to use both hands, right? If you take off your belt, you have to hold up your pants with one hand to prevent yourself from losing face and having your pants fall down, so you can't fight with both hands. However, there is another more widely circulated saying, that is, in prison, someone dressed like this, it means I can be. As a result, I don't know how it spread to the streets, and then a bunch of idiots actually thought it was cool, and then it became popular. So if you like to dress like this, don't expect him to have any IQ. The woman ignored him, but walked to the counter and slapped $1 on the counter. After that, the woman took another sip of vodka, then turned to look at the black guys. "Have you paid?" Several black brothers were stunned, and then burst into laughter. This is our street. Babes? We can do whatever we want here. Ha ha ha. Is this girl high on drugs? She wants us to pay. Ha ha ha. One of the black guys with a big hair wearing a yellow tight vest reached out to grab the woman. Come here. Let me teach you the rules of the street. But before his fingers touched the woman grabbed one of her fingers and gently broke it. Snap. It broke. Fuck. 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 Smelly woman. It's broken. It's broken. Let me go. Bitch, no. I don't want a gay to touch me. It's no wonder the woman said that. A bright colored tight vest on a big man does make him look gay. The other black guys realized at once that this woman was here to cause trouble. Let him go. Bitch. A group of black guys held their guns horizontally and gave the woman a series of raps. There were all kinds of dirty words and obscene slang. Are you sure? The woman tilted her head. The black guys naturally spoke foul language. The woman nodded, and they took it as if they were sure. So, in front of everyone's astonishment, the woman grabbed the black guy's fingers, lifted him up, and then threw him on the black guys like a rag doll. Then the woman rushed into their midst, and the dull sound of flesh colliding mixed with a sound of bones breaking rang out. All the gangsters had broken hands and screamed. The Chinese boss who was huddled in the counter only heard a series of bangs, and then 4 or 5 gangsters flew through the air in front of the counter and were thrown directly out the door. He trembled all over and dared not show his head. In less than 30 seconds, everything was quiet. The boss dared to quietly get up and look outside. Then the doorbell rang again, and the boss saw a sturdy black man pushing the door in, and the boss was so scared that he immediately shrank back. He was afraid that this was an accomplice of those bastards before. But he didn't expect that after the black man walked in, he actually sighed helplessly. Jessica, can't you be gentler? Why? Do you feel sorry for these bastards? The people who came were Jessica and her teammate Luke from the Defenders. Luke looked at the messy shop and shook his head. You know what I mean. You have caused much more damage than these little bastards. Jessica took another sip of vodka and said indifferently, it's okay. The guns and jewelry on these idiots. Oh, and gold teeth. They can offset the boss's losses, Jessica said, and casually threw the blood-stained jewelry, pistols and several bloody gold teeth on the counter. These little idiots are actually all real goods. Did they rob a gold shop before? The Chinese boss was trembling with fear and didn't dare to take it. Okay, take it. These bastards won't dare to come to you again. After all, according to their injuries, they won't be healed for more than half a year. Jessica knocked on the counter, and then continued, don't open the store recently, it's best to go out of town and hide. Luke didn't interfere with the conversation between Jessica and the boss, but quickly dragged the gangsters out. He also broke their index fingers. In New York, with Matt watching, both Jessica and Luke had to restrain their ferocity. In fact, the two of them were quite ruthless. After all, their growth environment destined them to be as merciful as Matt. Now coming to Los Angeles is a little liberation for them. In addition to the convenience store, Luke saw Jessica still drinking vodka, frowned and said, I don't think Kai will like to see you like this. You promised him to quit drinking. Jessica used to have a serious alcoholism problem, and she needed alcohol to numb herself at that time. But since meeting Kai asked her to quit drinking. Kai is very optimistic about Jessica. Her ability is very strong, a bit like Superman. For this reason, Kai has been training Jessica intentionally. At the same time, he is also very troubled by her alcoholism problem, so he specially trained her to quit drinking. You are so long-winded. Do you know what kind of life I live in New York? I can't even drink anything with alcohol. I live like a Puritan. God, I live in New York, but I can't have a feast. That's a crime. Jessica took the opportunity to complain. In fact, Jessica's life in New York is not as exciting as she said. Except for drinking, Jessica is very satisfied with everything else. She has a stable job, although she is a policeman. This is something she never thought of before, but anyway, she still likes this job very much. First of all, this job is respected. After several battles of the special department, the New York City government and the people have given it high praise. New Yorkers don't like the police, but they are extremely tolerant of special forces like the special department. After all, the special department will only be dispatched to target superpower crimes or dangerous cases that the police cannot deal with, and basically do not involve ordinary people. So relatively speaking, they are not so defensive against them. Secondly, it is stable enough. Although they need to fight, to be honest, Their battles are fierce, but the frequency of fighting is not high. Most of the time, they are actually training. During this period, Jessica made new friends and had a new life. She had no reason to dislike such a life, except for the damn quitting drinking. She was also happy to quit drinking, but not drinking at all. Isn't it too much? Do you dare to express your views in front of director Wayne? Luke actually envied Jessica. Among the defenders, no one except her received Kai's preferential treatment. If possible, Luke would like to join the police force. Unfortunately, his criminal record is half a meter thick. Even Kai can't ignore those criminal records and let him enter the police force at will. Although Jessica is a little decadent, she doesn't have many criminal records, so it's okay. But Luke, this guy is unlucky. Because of the frame-up of his half-brother, he went from a respected soldier to a fugitive. Later, in order to survive, he had to make more mistakes, so now he has become like this. HMPH, of course Jessica didn't dare, so she could only change the subject. HMPH. This guy called us over, but he himself disappeared. What's wrong with me drinking a little? What's wrong? Luke said nothing about Jessica's sincerity. In fact, not only Jessica and Luke, but also Hellcat Susie, Tony, Captain America, and the 3 Chicago women were called over by Kai. I have to admit that Kai underestimated the people of Los Angeles. I originally thought that with Batman's support and Professor Lawrence's professional level, the people of Los Angeles should take action. As a result, they did take action, but compared with the entire population of Los Angeles, the number of people who chose to leave was still a small part. Most people in Los Angeles were unmoved, or they couldn't leave their livelihoods. Given the American habit of not liking to save, many families would have no money to pay bills tomorrow if they stopped working today. This made many people in Los Angeles joke to themselves that if they left their jobs and ran out of the city, they would not need an earthquake to kill them, and the bank would let them freeze to death on the street tomorrow. And although some of them have started to move, it is obvious that their understanding of moving is fundamentally different from Kai's expectation of moving. So the public security of the entire Los Angeles began to decline rapidly. In order to ensure that Los Angeles would not be destroyed in chaos before the earthquake, Kai had to call on his friends to maintain the public security of Los Angeles. So in recent days, Los Angeles people were surprised to find that they were enjoying the treatment of New Yorkers. Superheroes gathered together. But this is not without benefits. At least a large number of people really began to pay attention to Batman's words. After all, if nothing happened, so many superheroes would not gather in Los Angeles for nothing. The last time it was so lively, it was when Ares was resurrected and the Battle of Los Angeles broke out. So another group of people were driven to leave the city for refuge. Just when Los Angeles was in chaos, something happened in Japan across the Pacific. Because of this incident, even Nick Fury came to Japan without anyone knowing. Japan, Cherokee City. Nick Fury entered the underground of the blockade area under the cover of a group of men in black. What's going on? Nick Fury looked at Dr. Sarazol with a gloomy face. I don't know. Dr. Sarazol's face was not looking good. Muto is becoming active. Just like the past few months, Cherokee City is the first nuclear power plant in Japan and the first nuclear power plant in Asia built jointly by the United States and Japan. However, 15 years ago, an accident here caused a serious nuclear leak. So the Japanese government decided to set up a restricted area around Cherokee City and block it. But in fact, shortly after the accident, the Japanese government received a secret note from SHIELD, and the two sides reached an agreement that the restricted area would be handed over to SHIELD from then on. This agreement was signed by Nick Fury, the then deputy director. But who would know that in fact, until now, SHIELD did not know that they had reached such an agreement with the Japanese government. Yes, the organization that really reached an agreement with the Japanese government is actually the Imperial Organization. The Imperial Organization is also active here. Sarazol and Nick Fury came to the underground base together. In the center of the underground base, a huge crescent-shaped object was surrounded by various pipelines and equipment. Countless researchers and military personnel were running around the huge object, looking very busy. If you look closely, you will find that the huge crescent-shaped object is glowing slightly, and the rhythm is like breathing. It's already this big, Nick Fury said with emotion as he looked at the huge crescent-shaped object. In order to keep it secret, Nick Fury would not come to this forbidden area frequently. So it has been a few years since he last saw the crescent. Yes, It has absorbed the residual radiation energy of the entire nuclear power plant. Sarazal looked at the object that was tens of meters high with a little fascination. I suspect it will break out of the cocoon. Didn't you say that at the original speed, it will take decades for it to fully develop? Nick Fury looked at Dr. Sarazal in shock. Dr. Sarazal shook his head. Nick, you have to understand that we don't understand them, and we never did. They are not life that can be created by nature. At least the nature of the earth cannot create them. Everything about them is a mystery to us. Speculation is always speculation. It turned out that the crescent-shaped object that was tens of meters high was the cocoon of a creature. It is hard to imagine what kind of thing would produce such a huge cocoon. And from Sarazal's words, it is not difficult to infer that this creature can absorb radiation. It is not difficult to understand why Sarazal said that this thing could not be a natural product. At least there is no reason for the creatures on Earth to evolve the ability to absorb nuclear radiation. Chapter 958 Advance. Nick was very dissatisfied with this answer. He didn't like risks that he couldn't control. It was this kind of character that made Nick Fury instinctively dislike superheroes. Yes, Nick Fury never liked superheroes. Although he formed the Avengers, his original intention was still to control those superheroes. He would get to know the weaknesses of those superheroes by getting along with them. Any weakness, such as Tony's arrogance and sensitivity, Steve's sense of responsibility and affection, Banner's desire to be accepted, and Black Widow's desire for a home, etc. As long as it is a weakness, he will take advantage of it. He hopes that everything is in his own hands. This kind of character is brave to take responsibility, but isn't it another kind of dictatorship? So, Nick and Hydra are simply a perfect pair, and their ideas are almost exactly the same. But the irony is that the two are naturally opposed because they are exactly the same. Because Hydra also wants to control everything. This is a conflict. This is also the reason why Hydra never intended to absorb him, because if they really want to absorb Nick Fury, then Hydra must hand over the leadership to Nick Fury, which is absolutely certain. Nick Fury will not be inferior to others. The same is true for the things in front of him. This cocoon was born about 15 years ago. That year, an earthquake occurred in a mining area in the Philippines. After the earthquake, the miners found a huge pit. In the pit, they found the fossils of the insect-shaped monster Muto and some fossil egg sacs. When Sarazal went there to investigate in the name of S.H.I.E.L.D., he found that a hatched Muto had escaped. After that, an accident occurred at the nuclear power plant in Choro City, Japan, and a serious nuclear leak occurred. Sarazal and the Monarch organization immediately arrived and captured the Muto, which was still a juvenile at the time. The accident was caused by the juvenile Muto, but the Monarch organization blocked the news and imprisoned the juvenile Titan. Of course, it is not really imprisoned, because others did not intend to move at all. In short, the Monarch organization found Nick Fury, and the two worked together to reach an agreement with the Japanese government and blockade the city of Choro. Neither the Monarch organization nor Nick Fury intended to kill the young Muto, but left it and planned to study it. The purpose of the Monarch organization was to use this to study the characteristics of the Titan creature, so that one day, humans would be able to deal with those monsters. And Nick Fury wanted more. He instinctively felt the broad prospects of this creature. If nothing else, just their ability to absorb nuclear radiation was enough for Nick Fury to pay attention to it. He regarded it as an opportunity to change the world pattern. With it, he or SHIELD had the real power to maintain the power of the entire world. Unfortunately, the characteristics of the Titan creature were too strange. It was very different from any creature in nature today. It seemed that it did not follow any basic rules of any Earth creature. This made the research progress slow. It was not easy for Nick and the Monarch organization to capture another young Titan, King Kong. They thought that with one more sample, they could advance the research. Unexpectedly, this happened again. Doctor, something's happening. At this time, a researcher suddenly pushed the door open and rushed in. Before Dr. Sarazal could speak, the researcher called up an audio clip. It has been emitting a specific sound wave. Dr. Sarazal's face was solemn. Then the researcher said, and we have received another sound wave of the same frequency. It is communicating with some existence. Now even Nick's face changed. Because this means that there are other Mutos. Lawrence was very unlucky. After he was taken out of the TV station building by Batman, Batman told him to hide during this period. Professor Lawrence is a bit simple as a scholar. He doesn't think he needs to hide. It's academic freedom. What's wrong with him publishing his research? Does the federal government care about this? So he didn't follow Batman's advice and found his daughter. Well, this guy has a daughter. He plans to leave Los Angeles with his daughter and grandson and hide in the next state. As for the son-in-law, since the son-in-law divorced his daughter, he has treated this person as if he didn't exist. The result is self-evident. He was arrested. The federal government really cares about this. As for the title, just think of one. Anyway, if the federal government really wants to punish someone, there really shouldn't be too many reasons. After being arrested, Professor Lawrence finally experienced what a federal iron fist is. Although the FBI did not use violent interrogation on him, one should never underestimate the ability of law enforcement agencies to exploit loopholes. They have all kinds of strange ways to punish people, and even the toughest agents may not be able to withstand it, let alone Professor Lawrence. He is a scholar, not a warrior, let alone an agent, and he does not need to keep anything secret. The professor originally planned to face the FBI's methods and keep silent, and also protect Batman's secrets. But in fact, he couldn't stand it in less than 3 hours of interrogation. But the problem is, what secrets does he know? From beginning to end, only Kai and Batman have contacted him. Can this be considered a secret? What's the use of the FBI knowing this? Do they dare to investigate Kai? Or can they catch Batman? Kai's behavior of surrendering to the government is indeed unpopular. But the problem is that this thing is really convenient. Everyone knows that Batman took Professor Lawrence to TV, and Kai must be related. But so what? Who dares to investigate? There was indeed an investigator who was not afraid of death who wanted to take advantage of this. If he could find evidence against Kai and bring him down, then a bright future would be just around the corner. Unfortunately, 2 hours after he made this suggestion, he received a transfer order. Go to India. Well, the FBI has an office in India, which is basically useless because it has no law enforcement power. The only function is to communicate with the Indian authorities and crack down on transnational telecommunications fraud. After all, many telephone customer service jobs in the United States are outsourced to India, which has led to India's telecommunications fraud being rampant in the United States. But the problem is that Indians don't think there's anything wrong with this at all. Instead, they are very proud that they can cut the leaks of American imperialism. The Indian police don't take this seriously at all. At most, if the United States protests fiercely, they will catch a few unlucky people to deal with it. As for the trial, that's even more nonsense. If it goes wrong, running around the playground will be considered a punishment, so this only function is equivalent to being useless. This is definitely the coldest bench among the coldest benches. I will have to be with Indians for the rest of my life. So, everyone tacitly skipped Kai's part and concentrated on digging for information about Batman. But the problem is, how can Professor Lawrence give them information? So Professor Lawrence was almost driven crazy in the next few days. Fortunately, Professor Lawrence is indeed an authority in geology, and the FBI did not dare to go too far. In the end, they found that they could not force anything out, so they had to give up temporarily. But Professor Lawrence was still imprisoned. Of course, the FBI would not really ignore the earthquake, and they also wanted to know whether it was true or not. So Professor Lawrence was allowed to continue his research under the supervision of the FBI. As a result, when something happened in Japan, Lawrence also found something wrong. Quick! 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 Take us away! Professor Lawrence found the FBI who was monitoring him. While shouting, he asked his daughter and grandson to get in the car. Stop! Stop! Several FBI immediately raised their guns. Professor Lawrence immediately raised his hand. He had been studying the style of American police during this period, and knew that if he did not stop at this time, the other party might really empty the magazine. They could do this. Hurry up. We must hurry up. Several FBI agents looked at each other. One of them put down his gun and walked over, saying, "What happened? The frequency has changed. The earthquake is coming. The time has been advanced," Professor Lawrence shouted. Several agents immediately felt bad. The upper class and the lower class have always had different ways of thinking. The upper class hopes that the market will be stable and prosperous, and it is best if nothing happens. The common people stay honestly and don't mess around. Even if they are poor and starving to death, they should not make trouble. The lower class is relatively simple. They live and live better. In fact, after getting along with Professor Lawrence, most of these experienced agents know that Professor Lawrence is not the kind of person who attracts attention. At least he really thinks that a big earthquake will come. Several agents are actually reluctant to believe that an earthquake will come, but the question is, what if it is true? He doesn't want to get himself killed because of the order from above. When, anytime, Professor Lawrence almost shouted. Several agents looked at each other, not knowing what to do. Report it. The higher-ups definitely don't want to believe it. If they don't report it, they'll lose their jobs easily. Fortunately, they won't have to worry about it soon. Because Batman appeared in front of them. Are you sure? Batman's sudden appearance startled everyone present, and Professor Lawrence's grandson cheered. After all, everyone said that his grandfather was a liar, and even the identity of the Batman who appeared that day was questioned. There is no way. There will always be people in this world who like to dress themselves up as everyone is drunk, and I am the only one awake to gain a sense of superiority. So the saying that Batman is also a fake is quite popular. For this reason, Lawrence's little grandson has fought with other children. Now that Batman has appeared again, it means that his grandfather is not lying. You? Lawrence was shocked. Have you been monitoring me? I prefer to call it protection, Batman said. In fact, this is nonsense. Kai just asked Jarvis to use the webcam to monitor Lawrence. If you encounter a problem, just let Batman come over. Then why didn't you show up when they arrested me? Lawrence felt that his experience in the FBI was not worth it. I've warned you. And even if you're caught, nothing will happen to you. They won't do anything to you. Don't you know what he did to me? I almost went crazy. Lawrence was furious when he mentioned this. Well, I know. You can find a lawyer to sue them later. Believe me, they will pay a large sum of money for this. As long as the earthquake really comes, you can fill in any number on the FBI check. They will pay, Batman explained casually. However, the faces of several agents beside him became very strange. Batman said so, and the compensation would probably not be low. But after all, it's the FBI, and it turned into an ATM in Batman's mouth. But if the earthquake really happens, then this kind of thing is really possible. And the FBI took the initiative to pay this money. Well, it has nothing to do with them. Anyway, they don't have to pay. They are now hesitating whether to catch Batman. This is a great achievement. Unfortunately, after looking at each other, they felt that with their small bodies, they probably couldn't beat Batman with one hand, so they all lowered their heads and pretended not to see. How much time do we have left? Batman asked Lawrence. I don't know, maybe the next second, maybe tomorrow, but definitely not more than 3 days, Lawrence answered quickly. Huh? The time is too short. Batman originally thought that it would take some time. What a pity. There are still too few people evacuating. However, Buddha can save those who are destined to be saved, and medicine cannot cure fatal diseases. He has done everything he can do, and what happens next will really depend on luck. I understand. You send them out of the city. Several agents were a little confused. Should I be so arrogant? Huh? Batman turned his head and looked at them. Even through the helmet and lenses, they could still feel the extremely strong sense of oppression. Well, this is nonsense. They can't see anything. They are just simply scared. Understood, several agents thought. Anyway, they were forced by Batman, so it's okay to have a reason. The order they received was to keep an eye on Lawrence, and they didn't say that he was not allowed to leave the city. They were watching too. Nothing wrong. This is the difference between the lower class and the upper class. Even if the upper class believes this, they will suppress it and not let it spread, because they can't afford the cost of being wrong. As for whether it is really true in the end, so what? It's just a natural disaster. Who can control it? Anyway, it's not their fault. They only need to care about their own lives. The lower class think more about themselves. Social chaos. My life is almost gone. Who cares about that? Agents? Agents are also lower class people. For the high and mighty masters, who is not lower class except themselves? Shortly after Lawrence and the others left, Batman contacted all the superheroes concentrated in Los Angeles. The big earthquake has come early. Everyone, be prepared. Jessica and Luke were beating a group of robbers in the alley. These guys had just stopped a few girls and were planning to do something bad, but the girls' screams attracted two evil stars. At this moment, these people either had their hands or feet broken, miserable, and one of them was even hit by Jessica's kick in the crotch, and he probably won't have to think about girls in this life. Got it, Luke walked aside and replied. Jesse. Let's go. We need to start preparing. Dealing with an earthquake is not something that can be done with just 2 shoulders and 1 head. A lot of preparation is needed. First of all, tools. This time, Tony specially modified a batch of engineering mechas for rescue. Secondly, medicines. These medicines are not for them, the superheroes, but for the victims. All kinds of first aid medicines must be prepared. There are many other things that need to be prepared. Right away, Jessica kicked a guy's arms off with her last whip kick, and then turned and left. On the other side, above a bank, Tony handed several robbers to the police. As a result, a communication was received. Understood, the rescue mecha has set off and will arrive in Los Angeles soon. You just need to accept it at the designated location. After that, Tony said to the police, "Get ready, officers. The earthquake is coming." Others also received notifications one after another and began to prepare for the final disaster. Chapter 959, The Power of Impressive. This thing is really ugly. Jessica came to the rooftop helipad of the Star Laboratory. There are a total of 5 engineering mechas here. Because of the rush to work, Tony did not spend time polishing the appearance of the engineering mechas, so these 5 engineering mechas look quite Mayo-Z style, that is, the kind of stupid, big, black and rough heavy industrial style. After all, it is a professional mecha, so don't worry about the appearance. It was rare that Kai stood up to excuse Tony. To be honest, Kai still likes these 5 engineering mechas. Kai likes this style, simple and rough, and looks powerful. On the contrary, Tony's meticulously crafted Mark series is not very popular with Kai. Tony stood aside with a dark face. After hearing Kai's words, he finally restrained himself. He is a patient with obsessive-compulsive disorder. For example, he never accepts things handed over by others. For example, he has very high aesthetic requirements for his works. Although his aesthetics may not be recognized by everyone, he rarely takes out this kind of mecha to see people. This is why he reluctantly released them, because saving people is like putting out a fire. The design ideas of these 5 mechas are completely based on Kai's requirements, discarding all unnecessary things and enhancing functionality. It is bulletproof and impact-proof, and can glide and turn at high speed in the complex environment of the city. The flight system does not need to be designed so complicated and delicate, just enough is enough. Secondly, its helmet is sealed and has a special filtration and oxygen supply system, so it can also resist poison gas. The appearance of the war armor is also much larger than the Mark series mecha, with a height of nearly 2.5 meters. It also has hydraulic transmission at the limbs, which can allow the mecha to do the work of engineering machinery when necessary. In addition, in order to take emergency measures when saving people, there are 2 small arms on both sides of the mecha. In addition to being able to perform various tight operations, it can also perform cardiopulmonary resuscitation, simple surgery, inject adrenaline and other emergency drugs. This is also the first time that Tony has adopted this design in his own work. He personally does not like to design mechas like this. He prefers humanoids, and an extra pair of arms makes him feel weird. According to Tony, these things are completely garbage. Right. That's what he said. But Kai doesn't think so. If they can save people, then they are good things. Why didn't the others come? Luke asked. Among the people who came were Flash, Luke, Jessica, Venom, I almost forgot about this guy, and Hellcat. As for the 3 female warriors, they didn't show up. They don't need them, Kai said. These 5 engineering mechas are not needed by everyone. The ones who need mechas are Jessica, Luke, Matt and Hellcat. As for the other one, Kai arranged it for Joe. Matt can only come tomorrow morning. Matt could have come earlier, but the problem is that he has 2 cases on hand, one of which is still in court today, and he needs to deal with things there before he can come. Originally, he would come later, but the problem is that the earthquake time is advanced now, and Matt has to hand over the case on hand to Fergie first and come here in advance. As for the 3 female warriors, they don't need them. As for Joe, it is Kai's little incense to the Los Angeles Police Department. At this time, the Los Angeles Police must ensure their presence. Look at the days that the Los Angeles Police Department had before. If there is no performance after this incident, then the situation that has finally improved will become worse than before. Kai originally preferred Dan or Chloe, but Dan had to stay in the command position, and Chloe, she had been sent out by Dan for personal gain. Others did not believe in earthquakes, but Kai's old subordinates believed it very much. So Dan had already made arrangements to ensure the safety of his daughter. Chloe herself was willing to stay in Los Angeles, But she was still a mother, and her daughter was always the most important person to her. So she finally accepted Dan's personal gain. So the candidate fell on Joe. In short, from now on, you must be prepared. We don't have much time. Saving people is not something that can be done casually. Earthquake rescue requires a lot of knowledge. Kai cannot guarantee that they can become experts in a short time, but at least they need to understand some of the key points. Kai originally thought that there was enough time, but plans can never keep up with changes. The earthquake came much faster than Kai imagined, in the evening of the third day. Just when people thought it was just another ordinary day, an earthquake came. When Kai was watching the new city holographic early warning system designed by Harrison and his team in the Star Laboratory, he suddenly felt a faint sense of weirdness, just like standing on a swaying balance beam, with a slight sense of loss of balance, very subtle. At this time, all the alarms inside the laboratory sounded. Waves of slight fluctuations came from the building, then quickly grew larger and stronger, and finally the building began to tremble and make rustling sounds. Later, the vibration obviously reached its peak, and people standing on the ground felt like standing on a surfboard, and the bumpy feeling was very obvious. All of these people knew that the earthquake was really coming. Kai took out the communicator and said to everyone, "Attention everyone. Start the action. This is a public channel, and all the police officers of the Los Angeles Police Department are also on this channel. When an earthquake occurs, the police department will inevitably dispatch all police officers to maintain order and save citizens. In fact, the police department's response is much faster than Kai imagined. In less than 10 minutes, the shrill sirens began to sound, and there were faint exclamations all around. No matter how many people scolded Professor Lawrence before, now we have to admit that Professor Lawrence's warning is the best rescue, because this incident was too big. For many consecutive days, major TV stations have been discussing this matter. No matter how much Professor Lawrence was scolded, some knowledge about earthquakes was inevitably spread. Moreover, there is really no shortage of people who resist authority in the United States. If someone scolds Lawrence, there will naturally be people who support him. So some people who helped Lawrence shout also spontaneously promoted it. Various survival tips during earthquakes were spread. In addition, it was already night, and the chaos caused by the earthquake was not serious. This is called immeasurable merit. The earthquake stopped soon. The earthquake did not last long. The sound of various objects shaking disappeared, and the sound made by people became the mainstream of the city again. As for the police station, the public channel has exploded. The police station could not make any arrangements, and could only order all police officers to work on the spot. It is impossible to ask the police officers to act according to any plan now. By the time they get to the planned location, it is unknown how long it will take, and Los Angeles will have been in chaos. The police station could only deploy most of the police officers first, and then let the police officers adjust themselves according to the situation. Anyway, the police station had given the highest authority. After listening to the noise inside the channel for a while, Kai felt that it would be meaningless for him to speak now, so he turned to Harrison and said, "Count the losses in the laboratory and restore the order of the laboratory as quickly as possible. We need you to provide support as quickly as possible." Harrison helped Caitlin Snow, who fell to the ground due to the earthquake, and nodded silently. Then Kai no longer cared about the things inside the laboratory, and soared into the sky, heading towards the most chaotic place in the city. Along the way, various accidents occurred one after another. The most were car accidents. But this is not bad. Unless there is a serious accident, Kai will not stop. Now the road is relatively safe. Just go to the open area as soon as possible. The buildings in the city center are dark. People who are used to revelry have canceled their parties in the past 2 days. The rich have already hidden in various flat areas outside the city. However, such a big city and such a big earthquake will eventually cause some problems. For example, road conditions. Especially bridges and the like. There are not many rivers in Los Angeles, but there are many viaducts. These places are most likely to have problems. But when Kai rushed to a viaduct on the main road from the air, countless people on the viaduct were still in shock and looked around in their cars. In the middle of the viaduct, a huge fracture appeared. Looking at the situation in the 4 or 5 cars in the concrete debris under the viaduct, he shook his head secretly. These cars were flattened and buried by the collapsed concrete blocks. The people inside were already dead. Who can save them? Kai had no way to deal with this situation. Can he still repair the bridge? He can't do this. Fortunately, the police arrived quickly and evacuated the people on the viaduct. These people are still staying on the viaduct, which is simply a joke with their lives. After all, no one knows whether the structure of the viaduct is damaged. If there is a problem, many people will die. Just when Kai was about to move forward, a roar suddenly came from the public channel. A natural gas pipeline exploded. The incident took place in an apartment building in the South District, an old-style apartment building. The local area is a black community. A black community means poverty, and poverty means old infrastructure. The explosion did not cause explosions. Got it, I'll rush over, Kai shouted immediately on the public channel. Then he rushed to the scene of the incident. It was a 12-story residential building. When Kai arrived, the lower floor was already on fire. As for the fire escape, sorry, it has been unusable for a long time. The explosion started at the back of the apartment building. The explosion directly blew away the fire escape stairs hanging at the back of the apartment. The fire escape stairs from the first to the fourth floor were completely unusable, and the fire spread from the first floor to the second floor, and was about to reach the third floor. Once this kind of old apartment building catches fire, it will burn very quickly. Many people wanted to put out the fire, but unfortunately the fire was too big, and a group of people could only stand downstairs and watch the people upstairs shouting for help. There were a few young men who got a blanket from somewhere and spread it out downstairs so that the people upstairs could jump down. Looking at the way these young people are dressed, they don't look like good people. Some of them even have guns on their buttocks. But no one says that gangsters can't help others, right? Moreover, the atmosphere in the black community is stronger than that of the white community, and they are relatively more united. Many people know each other, so it's not surprising that they help each other. But the effect of doing so can't be very good. People on the third or fourth floor are fine. They can jump down and have a chance to survive with a barrier of blankets, but those higher up. What is needed here now is a professional fire brigade. Unlike the police, the fire brigade is quite respected in the United States, especially in California, where wildfires are frequent and the demand for fire brigades is very high. But the problem is that the respected firefighters can't come now. Let's not talk about the traffic situation that has collapsed. There is no way to get the fire brigade to come. Just talking about the current situation, there are too many places that need help, and the fire brigade can't take care of it. Boom. Just when people were helpless, a huge metal giant fell from the sky. It's a superhero, that's a cop. Many black communities do not welcome the police, let alone the most famous police in the United States. But someone immediately slapped the person who said that. It's important to save people now. Kai looked around and shouted to the crowd, does anyone know where the gas pipeline switches? In this situation, if the pipeline is not turned off, the fire will not be put out at all. Kai is not omnipotent. If he is asked to blow up the whole building, he can do it immediately, but it is a bit difficult to extinguish the flames. After all, the pipeline is still supplying gas. The crowd was also frightened by the sudden disaster, and without a leader to give orders, they seemed so helpless. When someone stands up to take charge of the situation, everything will develop in a good direction. I know, a gangster with gold teeth shouted loudly. Great. Take people to turn off the pipeline immediately. Damn, the natural gas is still on at this time. Are you planning to blow up the whole community? Kai didn't pick and choose, and immediately gave an order to the gangster. At this time, the gangster didn't bother about the irreconcilable relationship between the gangs and the police, and immediately rushed to the main switch with a few brothers. Don't stand still, the rest of you. Get moving. Bring in mattresses, cartons, towels, sofas, anything soft, with a backbone. Many people immediately knew what they should do, so a group of people rushed to find those things. Without Kai saying anything, they started to build survival cushions in places where the fire was smaller. Many people even began to take the initiative to find ladders and other things. At this time, everyone suddenly became good people. Humans are social creatures. Whether they are willing to admit it or not, biological characteristics determine that humans need leaders. This is a natural instinct rooted deep in human genes. Otherwise, 10,000 people without leaders are not more combat effective than 10,000 sheep. And leaders are not necessarily the strongest or the smartest. Leaders only need one trait, which is to make others obey. I don't know how they did it over there, but the natural gas leak stopped soon and the fire dropped a lot at once. But that's enough. It was also at this time that a group of residents found a fire hose from somewhere. The fire hydrants around here were far away, but people tacitly connected the fire hoses they found and pulled the water guns downstairs. Kai also rushed in at this time. The flames had no effect on Kai. The only thing he had to do was to rescue those who were injured or trapped. In fact, Kai's workload was not large. In addition to saving people, he was more about maintaining order. He cleared a fire belt on the 3rd floor, and then asked the people in the apartment building to climb down from the 3rd floor using a rope made of bed sheets and quilt covers. Instead, it was the people downstairs who did a lot of work, making the rescue work progress quickly. The evacuation was completed soon. Looking at the cheering crowd, Kai suddenly had a feeling of looking at them with new eyes. Be proud of yourselves. You are the real heroes. This sentence is absolutely sincere. Hearing Kai's praise, many people seemed very proud, even those gangsters who usually harm the village, and at this time they straightened their chests. Although it sounds a bit embarrassing for the gangsters to do good things. But in this situation, no one cares about this. Everyone, no matter who you were before, now, Los Angeles will be proud of you. The power of the people is endless. I saw a series of videos on Bilibili before, and I just want to say that the power of the people is really great. By the way, pray for Xi'an. I am from Hubei and have experienced the city lockdown due to the epidemic. But I was not panicked at all at that time. Because I know that the country will not give up on us. So brothers in Xi'an, don't be afraid, don't panic, everything will pass. The united people will never be defeated, a song I like very much, very powerful. Chapter 960 Disaster is coming. Kai has always been a believer in the evil nature of human beings. He himself doesn't know when this concept was formed. Maybe it started when he was a policeman? As a criminal policeman, he always maintains a pessimistic view of human nature. It's like he thinks everyone is a suspect. He himself knows that this view is problematic, and even wanted to find a psychologist to improve his mental state. But later, he found that being a policeman and having this view seemed to be beneficial to his work, so he never went to see a psychologist. But seeing what those people did before, Kai felt something was shaken. Human nature is originally complex. Some people may be bastards, but in real critical moments, they can burst out with the light of humanity. Some people abide by the law, but at the critical moment, they still succumb to the dark side of their hearts. It is a false proposition to simply classify human nature as evil or good. In fact, since the earthquake, kindness and evil have almost occurred alternately in this city. Where there is light, there is darkness. For example, the ground that Jessica is responsible for. There was a shopping street in the community. After the earthquake, everyone panicked, but no one knew who took the lead and started looting the stores. Then this behavior spread rapidly like a virus, and more people participated in it, and the behavior became more and more extreme. Before, Kai's place was a gas explosion that caused a fire, which was a natural disaster. A fire also broke out here, but it was a man-made disaster. The robbery gradually became a riot, and countless people began to mix in the crowd to vent their dissatisfaction. Maybe it was against society, or maybe it was against individuals. In short, in the darkness and noise, some people began to look for opportunities to cause riots, and the riots soon turned into riots. The flames also ignited. When Jessica arrived, it had become a hell, and countless thugs hugged their faces with things, and then began to wreak violence. Innocent people were attacked, and blacks began to attack whites, saying that they were resisting discrimination and oppression. White people put on pointy hats, waved torches and guns to attack blacks, saying that they wanted to purify the United States and make America great again. Asians hid in their homes and used weapons to protect their property and life safety. A small neighborhood staged a chaotic ukitioe. Boom. Jessica's engineering metro landed with a bang, bringing the originally chaotic street to a standstill. No one had seen this thing before, and they didn't think of Iron Man. After all, Iron Man's mechasol had a strong personal style. This thing, instead, looked like the style of Mayozi. But the next second, chaos broke out again. No one thought that they would be the unlucky ones when so many people rioted at the same time. They enjoyed the pleasure of wantonly inflicting violence on the weak. Jessica didn't have any intention of tolerating it. She controlled the metro to walk to the fire hydrant, stepped on the fire hydrant with one foot, and then connected the water outlet to the fire gun on the metro. The high-pressure water gun immediately dispersed a large number of thugs gathered on the street. The fire gun on the metro has been specially modified, and it has a pressurized function. Such water pressure is not a joke. Some people were immediately knocked over. If Jessica was more ruthless, she could use the water flow to seriously injure all these thugs. At this time, several thugs pointed their guns at Jessica, shouting, "Go to hell, go to hell. You nosy guy, go to hell, ding ding ding." The power of those civilian guns had no effect on the stupid, big, black and thick engineering mecha. It just left some small craters on the heavy mecha. Jessica's response was also very simple. She directly aimed the fire gun at those stupid thugs. At the same time, she increased the water pressure. Suddenly, the water column became much smaller, but the power became crazy. Those water columns hit those people, more powerful than whips, and instantly tore their clothes. The skin was hit by the water column and immediately turned red, and soon turned purple. It would take at least 10 days and a half months to recover. The thugs were originally a mob, so how could they continue to attack Jessica? Of course, they ran away. At this time, the fire began to spread, and Jessica had no time to chase the thugs. She had to control the fire. On the other hand, Luke was much luckier. He had helpers, a large number of policemen. These policemen were also unlucky. They had originally planned to participate in the rescue, but the earthquake caused a large area of the road ahead to collapse. These policemen were all stuck on the road. There was no choice but to carry their equipment and start walking. They didn't have any specific tasks. They would assign people to help wherever they were needed. As luck would have it, they happened to encounter a bank robbery. In fact, the busy patrolman didn't want to deal with such a thing at all. The whole city was suffering from the disaster. Who the hell cared about the bank? But as policemen, they couldn't watch the robbers blow up the vault and then slowly move the money. If the robbers were a little scared and ran away at this time, 80% of the policemen on the scene would not chase them. It was more important to save people than to chase these people. Even if the robbers came back later, the police probably wouldn't bother to care. Unfortunately, the robbers were reluctant to give up the easy gains, so by accident, the two sides started fighting at the door of the bank. In fact, neither side wanted a gunfight. Because people were constantly sent to help along the way, when they arrived at the bank, there were not many policemen left, only about 20. On the other hand, there were more than 40 robbers, which was already overwhelming in number. Fortunately, the robbers were more concerned about the vault inside the bank. So only a part of the people were sent to block the door of the bank, using cars as cover to suppress the police. The two sides fought fiercely at the door of the bank. Of course, it was only a fierce battle on the surface. Neither side had any intention of fighting to the death. Everyone hoped that the other side would not be able to bear the pressure and leave, so they just shot at each other from a distance through the cover. After a few minutes of fierce fighting, no one was injured. It was also at this time that Luke, who was flying in the sky, was attracted by the gunshots. There was no way, it was too intense, crackling like a festival. Seeing Luke coming, both the police and the robbers were stunned. A new superhero? Robbery. Because of the rush to work, the sound transmission system of the engineering metro was not very good. Luke now spoke as if he was in a jar, with a muffled voice. At this time, a young policeman suddenly shouted at this time, "Are you the new superhero?" Luke was stunned. But he immediately realized that no one could recognize him in this weird outfit. "Do you need help?" Luke did not respond directly. After all, he was a little ashamed to say that he was a superhero. Of course, the young policeman even responded with a little excitement, "We must go to other places to support, but these bastards, I understand, I also hate these bastards who take advantage of the fire." Luke said nothing and directly controlled the metra to go up. The engineering metra does not require too much speed, but it is still a machine after all, much faster than ordinary people. With its huge weight, it is like a small earthquake when it runs, and the ground shakes slightly. Luke directly knocked open the temporary defense line formed by the robbers at the bank gate with cars in the posture of a rugby collision. Then he started to run rampant. The robbers' mentality collapsed directly. This weird-looking mecha is not only powerful, but also invulnerable. The robbers even used grenades to blow it up, but they couldn't shake Luke at all. Instead, they were beaten by Luke's mecha and had their hands and feet broken. One unlucky guy was hit on the head by Luke accidentally, and then his whole head exploded. Luke was shocked. The police who were just watching the show also opened fire crazily at this time, and knocked down 2 or 3 gangsters. Just when the battle was over, there was a commotion on the street. Water! 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 A group of people were puzzled. What happened? This was an early warning from the police's public channel. It's a tsunami. The tsunami is coming. At this time, people remembered that the epicenter of the earthquake was on the seabed. The tremors in the Los Angeles city area were so obvious, you can imagine what the situation was on the seabed. Suddenly, the whole city was in chaos. "Don't make a fuss," Luke shouted immediately. "Don't make a fuss. Batman is ready. Everyone stay away from the coast in an orderly manner. Don't make a fuss." Unfortunately, Luke's voice alone could not stop the chaos. Fortunately, at this time, more than a dozen shooting stars suddenly streaked across the sky. It's Iron Man. Many people saw it and quickly recognized one of the most famous superheroes in the United States. Hey, so many Iron Men. Some people focused on different things. Stupid. That's just Iron Man's mecha. But it's so powerful that it can be unmanned? Some smart people immediately found out the trick. Mark I saw the Mark I mecha. So cool. Those iron mechas were all controlled by Tony using Jarvis. When these mechas passed over the city, they kept broadcasting to let everyone calm down. The tsunami had been solved by Batman, and everyone just needed to evacuate the coast in an orderly manner. However, most people were still skeptical. That was its tsunami. Could Batman withstand such a disaster alone? Anyway, they couldn't think of any way to stop it. So the chaos remained. Tony was so angry that his teeth itched. Others didn't know, so how could he not know? Kai had already taken the Poseidon trident from the inner world and lent it to Batman. Tony was very jealous of this. You know, he had asked for the trident several times, but was rejected by Kai. Kai always said that he was not qualified to pick up the trident. Tony always felt that Kai was looking down on him. Is there anything he couldn't take? Originally, this was nothing. After all, it was a divine weapon, and the only divine weapon held by the Earthlings. If it was given to him, he probably wouldn't let anyone touch it casually. But why can Batman do it? If he had known earlier, he shouldn't have listened to Kai and Pepper's advice and directly announced the earthquake himself. Now he's the one who is in the limelight. The three Chicago women also tried their best to maintain order. In the end, it was Catherine who took action. She gently lifted her veil, not showing her whole face, but only her chin and mouth, and then everyone was charmed by her. Matt's side was quite miserable. No one listened to him, and he was not the kind of domineering character, so he couldn't suppress people at all. Joe did a very good job. Joe is a policeman with high prestige. With the help of the mecha, he quickly gathered a group of police officers and evacuated the area where he was. Joe's prestige is not only to the police, but also to the community where he lives. Even the gangs have to give him face. But where is the Batman who has always been on his mind? You mean, the earthquake in Los Angeles may be caused by another Titan? Nick Fury looked at Dr. Sarazawa in surprise in Japan. From the results of the sound wave tracking, it is indeed the case, Sarazawa said with difficulty. Since they discovered that the Mudos in the cocoon were communicating with another existence with a specific frequency of sound waves, they immediately activated the monitoring stations of the Monarch organization around the world and began to locate and track the location of another sound wave. As a result, it just coincided with the epicenter of the earthquake in Los Angeles. This is definitely not a coincidence. It can only be that this earthquake was caused by another Titan creature. They never thought that a Titan creature could cause such an effect. Trigger an earthquake. What a great power. Now I need to know what's going on in Los Angeles. Nick Fury felt like his head was going to explode. If that Titan landed in Los Angeles, that city would be doomed. So Nick Fury immediately contacted SHIELD. Phil Coulson had received a notice from Nick Fury long before, asking him to focus on the situation in Los Angeles. After all, so many superheroes appeared in Los Angeles, and it was reasonable for SHIELD to pay attention to it. SHIELD also knew about the earthquake. But like many people, SHIELD's scientific department had a negative attitude towards the earthquake. We have sent agents over, and our Quinjet is approaching the coastline. The tsunami is heading towards Los Angeles. Phil was naturally very sad about what happened in Los Angeles, but the problem was that it was not SHIELD's business. Just like the FBI would never go to disaster relief, SHIELD couldn't do that either. They were an intelligence department, not a civil department. This was not their job, and if they intervened, it would be an overstepping of authority. The United States is best at power division. They do not allow one department to have too much power. The FBI was like this before. A police agency could actually dominate the entire American political arena and dominate the American political arena for half a century. But all this is because of a legendary figure, Edgar Hoover. When Hoover died, the FBI was immediately divided. SHIELD already has a lot of power. If they are allowed to invade other functions, are they planning to let them replace the federal government? I want real-time images, Nick Fury said in a deep voice. Understood. Soon, the images were transmitted. Waves of tens of meters in length rushed towards Los Angeles at a very fast speed. Nick Fury's eyes twitched. Los Angeles is going to be destroyed. Where is Aquaman? Can he get there? Nick Fury asked immediately. No. Arthur is on the East Coast now. It's too late, Phil said bitterly. Nick Fury closed his eyes. He is a person who will do anything to achieve his goals, but no matter how unscrupulous he is, he can't model the lives of millions of people. He could turn a blind eye to the deaths of thousands of people in order to achieve his own goals. He could also be calm about the casualties of tens of thousands of people. But a city with millions of people. If he had known that leaving the Muto larvae behind would lead to the situation today, maybe he would have been more cautious. Guilt? Are you kidding? This emotion would never appear in Nick Fury's mind. Chapter 961, Sea and Sky. In addition to SHIELD, there are other people who are also paying attention to the tsunami. For example, the TV stations in Los Angeles. Really, entertainment to death means entertainment to death. It is highly likely that no one in Los Angeles will pay attention to TV, but the problem is that only Los Angeles is affected by the disaster, and other parts of the United States are fine, so they will naturally watch TV. So the TV stations in Los Angeles actually sent out planes to shoot in such a deadly situation, and it was live broadcast. You know, it's night now. At night, airplanes, or helicopters, which are not very high, are flying on the sea. Aren't you afraid of the plane being destroyed and people being killed? Flying at low altitude at night over the sea, it is easy to distinguish between the sky and the sea. Look! It's Batman. On a helicopter, the anchor had sharp eyes and actually saw Batman at a glance. Batman flew out of the city and flew towards the tsunami. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. What is he going to do? Is he going to stop that tsunami? God, now unless Moses comes to the world, no one can stop this tragedy. But God has abandoned America, the anchor shouted a little incoherently. It is conceivable that this guy will be criticized by many Christians in the future. America is the chosen land, how could it be abandoned by God? This is blasphemy. Well, Americans really believe this. After all, if this is not the promised land of God, then the Indians died too unjustly. Even today, Americans may not really like those Indians. In a word, this is the legal basis for the establishment of the United States. But at this moment, no one cares what the anchor says, they just want to know what Batman is going to do. Under the remote control of the producer in the back, the photographer immediately pulled the camera to the closest. So people saw in the picture that Batman, with his iconic bat wings, really looked like a big bat, and flew towards the sea quickly. What is he holding in his hand? The anchor quickly noticed the golden trident in Batman's hand. The anchor even lost his mind at that moment. The trident was too gorgeous. It does not have any exaggerated and gorgeous appearance. On the contrary, it is very simple, but the whole trident is full of light and color. The light seems to make people intoxicated and unable to extricate themselves, making people dazzled. Nick Fury noticed this along with many others. Well, Nick Fury changed the channel. After all, TV stations are professional in this regard. No matter how powerful the agents are, they can't compare with professional photographers in photography, right? Neptune's trident. Nick Fury quickly thought of the artifact in Arthur's hand. SHIELD had been coveting that artifact for a long time. Of course, they wanted to get the artifact from Arthur. According to them, it would be safer to keep such a powerful weapon under their supervision. What if Arthur betrayed them one day? SHIELD had an obligation to prevent such a thing from happening. The best way was to get this dangerous artifact into their own hands. Unfortunately, whether it was the artifact's recognition function, Nancy Godblood could not pick up the trident, or the Atlanteans' real military strength, SHIELD could only think about it secretly. However, SHIELD still conducted a short study on the trident for a series of reasons, but with the current technology on Earth, it was impossible to analyze the mystery. Phil quickly replied in the communication, "That's not Arthur's Neptune trident. We have already compared them." "What is that?" Does Arthur know? Nick Fury didn't think Batman would show up at such an occasion with a cursed toy. No, Arthur said he knew nothing about this trident, Phil quickly replied. Obviously, Arthur lied. Atlanta had been to Camelot with Kai, and had seen Merlin's phantom together, and knew the secrets of the inner world. She also knew that Poseidon left his artifact in the inner world. Since Atlanta knew it, there was no reason for her to hide it from Arthur, who had also been to the inner world. He might not have seen what the real Poseidon trident looked like before, but when he saw Batman take out the trident, how could he not associate it with it? But he still lied. Obviously, Arthur did not sincerely believe in SHIELD, just like SHIELD never believed in him, a half-blood. Then Nick Fury and everyone focused their attention on Batman. Because the tsunami is coming. It's less than 10 miles off the coast of Los Angeles. Batman stopped and hovered in the air. Everyone held their breath. Then Batman raised the glittering trident in his hand. With a loud shout, the trident in Batman's hand was like a light bulb of tens of thousands of watts, turning the night into day. Whether it was the sky or the sea, under that light, they all disappeared, and the sea and the sky were truly the same color. Under such a huge exposure, the camera was left with only a vast expanse of white and nothing could be seen. When the light faded, Batman was still hovering in the air, but the trident in his hand had changed. The originally straight trident became an irregular strip, like a protruding coral with 3 branches stretched out, looking a little less imposing, and the style instantly dropped several levels. But no one would make fun of Batman because of this. Because everyone saw the power of this trident. The sky was covered with dark clouds, the wind was howling, and countless thunders began to spread in the dark clouds, like a tree that withered and flourished every year. It grew fast, but withered even faster. The huge tree-shaped lightning illuminated the entire sky, then quickly disappeared, and then tree-shaped lightning appeared again in other places, one after another. No one thought that those dark clouds and lightning were natural phenomena. After all, no natural phenomenon would produce such an effect, just like the special effects in the movie. That's not all. The seawater around Batman seemed to have lost the restraint of gravity. The huge amount of seawater completely violated its laws at that moment. They flowed towards the sky and formed winding and turbulent rivers under the dark clouds. From time to time, those rivers would spray out huge amounts of seawater due to the turbulent rapids. The seawater did not fall into the sea, but formed huge water balls in the air, constantly merging and decomposing. This magical scene not only made Nick Fury open his mouth, but also made all the viewers watching TV lose their ability to speak at that moment. What the hell is this? That ugly-looking golden trident. What the hell is it? Only Kai knows that this is the true posture of Poseidon's trident. Compared with other ancient Greek gods, Poseidon is one of the gods closest to the primitive. There are very few man-made items on his body. Of course. Most of the time, Poseidon doesn't need clothes or anything like that. After all, he is in mermaid form most of the time. His artifact also fits his style, primitive and violent. Indeed violent. The one pretending to be Batman at this moment is Kai himself. He has mobilized all his divine power to control this artifact. But the fact is that he almost flipped over. For this reason, Kai had to cancel the activities of other clones directly. Yes, from the beginning, Kai's identity disappeared silently. Fortunately, Kai had foresight and asked the clone Kai to hide directly when the tsunami came. Otherwise, a superhero suddenly disappeared without a trace, which would definitely be on the front page of all newspapers tomorrow. Nick Fury watched everything on TV. Suddenly, he felt his eyes light up. This is the power he wants to pursue. But the next second, his eyes darkened. What is the point of pursuing? He doesn't even know who Batman is now. How can he pursue him? Help. At this moment, a voice that destroyed the atmosphere woke everyone up. It was the voice of the anchor. This guy's helicopter lost control. No one noticed that the photographer was really awesome. At this time, his camera was still aimed at Batman, although it was shaking badly. Nick Fury woke up immediately. Phil, how are you? Nick was naturally too lazy to worry about the fearless anchor, but he still cared about the lives of his trusted subordinates. Unfortunately, there were only bursts of cries for help from the other side, and no one was in the mood to reply to Nick Fury. Maybe their screams were too conspicuous, and Batman actually noticed them. Batman waved the trident in his hand, and a soft light instantly enveloped the helicopter in the quingetive SHIELD. Then they returned to stability. The wind was still strong, and the sea was still strong, but they ignored those things. In the light ball, they were calm as if they were living in an illusion. Oh my God. Oh my God. God? I'm not dead. I'm not dead. Thank you, Batman. Thank you, Batman. I love you so much. No one paid attention to the anchor's nonsense at this moment. Everyone's eyes turned to the approaching tsunami. Most people have only heard of tsunamis, and very few have actually seen them. Until now, everyone has really faced the tsunami. Can you imagine a building in front of you, falling down towards you? That's the feeling. Everyone held their breath unconsciously. They wanted to see how the male protagonist would stop the disaster from happening. Batman did not disappoint. He raised the trident and then stabbed it hard into the void. As if there was a piece of hard ground in the void, everyone heard a clang sound of metal hitting the ground. Then at that moment, it seemed as if the whole world was shaking. A huge golden shock wave spread from the bottom of the trident. Boom! The huge waves hit the golden shock wave. The seawater was blown up to the sky. The thunder in the sky was even bigger. The huge thunderstorm even made people in Los Angeles feel the vibration. The wind was even more violent. The storm is coming. This doomsday-like scene has plunged the entire city of Los Angeles into chaos again. These people in the disaster have no idea what happened. They just feel that the world is going to be destroyed. Boom. The first huge wave dissipated in the golden shock wave, but the next moment, the second huge wave hit again. Boom. The third wave. Boom. The fourth wave. Boom. The fifth wave. The huge roar made people think that the US government had launched another nuclear bomb. But the good news is that the noise is getting smaller and smaller. Almost disappeared. The tsunami was blocked. At this moment, the whole United States, and even other people in the world who watched all this, cheered. It was as if they had defeated the natural disaster themselves. Everyone cheered at that moment. They shouted Batman's name. In Los Angeles, other superheroes were deeply shocked by this scene. Well done, Batman. Tony couldn't pretend anymore at this moment. He waved his arms excitedly and cheered for Batman, who stole his limelight. The three female warriors looked at each other and smiled proudly. Their men are so awesome. Hellcat Susie struggled to move the ruins of the collapsed apartment building and rescue the people inside. But in the mecha, no one saw that she was laughing and crying. Susie is the most low-key one among Kai's girlfriends, and even has no sense of existence most of the time. She doesn't like to interfere too much in Kai's life. So far, not many people know that Susie is his girlfriend, and only Kelly knows Susie's true identity. It's not because Susie doesn't like Kai, but she knows that she will spend her whole life chasing the fragments of the gods and can't stay with her lover forever. So she thinks that it's enough for her to just watch Kai silently like this. As long as she is warm occasionally, she will be very happy. But that doesn't mean that her feelings for Kai are less than Kelly and the others. Great. Los Angeles is saved. Simmons collapsed on the chair in the Star Lab. The scene just now is so shocking. So much so that Simmons kept wondering what would happen to Los Angeles without Batman. But no matter how he thought about it, it was more likely to be dangerous. Harrison also breathed a sigh of relief. Others thought that earthquakes were the most difficult, but they knew long ago that tsunamis were the crisis, and earthquakes were just appetizers. Finally, Batman felt that his mind was a little fuzzy. He couldn't bear too much. The power was used too hard, and there were bound to be sequelae. The key is that Kai and Poseidon's divinity are not compatible, just like using a 220V voltage to drive a 380V motor. No matter how much power you have, the motor is destined not to turn that fast. Moreover, tsunamis are really not that easy to resist. This is different from the tsunami created by the Atlanteans last time. In essence, that was a tsunami created by the Atlanteans moving seawater, and this time it was a tsunami caused by the crustal changes. This is equivalent to Kai using an unsuitable weapon to fight against the entire nature. It would be strange if it didn't consume a lot of energy. But fortunately, it finally ended. Kai waved the trident of Poseidon for the last time. At this moment, seawater slowly poured into the sea from the air. After the seawater returned to the sea, it did not cause any ripples. The sea surface was as calm as a mirror. The dark clouds and the strong wind dissipated, and the thunder disappeared without a trace, as if everything before was just an illusion. So beautiful. The anchor on the helicopter looked at all this in amazement. The seawater had no ripples and was as calm as a mirror. The clouds in the sky completely disappeared, revealing a rare clear night sky. The night sky was so pure that it seemed as if there was no obstruction, allowing the starlight and moonlight to be projected onto the sea surface without any hindrance. Under the reflection of the mirror-like seawater, it seemed as if the whole person was immersed in the stars. That kind of picture was unimaginable to everyone. At least the anchor never thought that he would see such a beautiful scene. So beautiful, many emotional viewers also exclaimed. But the next second, a ripple destroyed everything in front of them. Everyone saw that Batman suddenly plunged into the sea without any warning. Anyone with eyes can see that Batman is in a very bad state. No, many people couldn't help but shout. In Japan, Nick Fury also shouted, "Reclaim Batman immediately. Immediately, this is their best chance." Chapter 962, My tooth hurts so badly, I will update 2,000 words today and make up for it tomorrow. Nick Fury had to admit that when he saw Batman faint and fall into the sea, it was the happiest and most exciting moment in his life in recent years. It was not because he was gloating, but because he finally had the chance to catch Batman. Batman, he had too many secrets. So much so that Nick Fury had no useful information about him. This made Nick Fury very, how to describe it, very anxious. Yes, anxious. He couldn't accept that there was such a person, so out of his surveillance and control. Nick Fury always believed that in order to protect the world from any major crisis, S.H.I.E.L.D. must grasp all people and things that may threaten the safety of the world. This was also the original intention of studying the Cosmic Cube. The appearance of Thor in Asgard made Nick Fury feel a sense of crisis. If the Asgardians invaded the Earth, what should the Earthlings rely on to resist? When making this question, Nick Fury completely forgot that if the Asgardians really wanted to invade the Earth, they could do it anytime and anywhere in 10,000 years, and there was no need to wait until now. Of course, Nick Fury may not have forgotten, he just doesn't like this feeling of being out of control. It feels like leaving his life and death in the hands of others. At the same time, those superheroes are also objects of Nick Fury's vigilance. At the beginning, he planned to establish the Avengers to control those superheroes. Don't underestimate this plan. The Avengers plan seems to be just recruiting some superheroes to unite to deal with crises that ordinary people can't solve, but in fact this plan is very large. Bringing them together is just the first step of the plan. As long as the first step starts, then he will use various resources to slowly and imperceptibly exert the influence of S.H.I.E.L.D. on those superheroes. Think about it, a group of superheroes gather together to fight for a lofty goal. And all the trivial matters around them are taken care of by S.H.I.E.L.D., their families are taken care of by S.H.I.E.L.D., their worries are solved by S.H.I.E.L.D., and S.H.I.E.L.D. even plans to pay these people, except Tony, as long as a period of time, people will magically discover that these superheroes have unknowingly represented S.H.I.E.L.D. Isn't it amazing? But to put it bluntly, it's just like that. Aren't all superheroes Tony Stark, with a huge group serving them? They abandon their hero identities and are actually just ordinary people. They don't live in a vacuum. They have friends and family. And even if they are doomed, they have no family or friends. But once they join the Avengers, they will experience unparalleled convenience. They need intelligence, and S.H.I.E.L.D. can provide it. They cause damage, and S.H.I.E.L.D. can clean up their mess. They have needs, and S.H.I.E.L.D. can satisfy them. Once they get used to all this, they can't leave S.H.I.E.L.D. Just like soldiers. Throughout the ages, wars have been fought by soldiers. There is no doubt that they have mastered the Force, but can pure force guarantee that soldiers can win? Of course not. Soldiers need logistics, intelligence, and even military pay, and even social recognition. Without those, who would be willing to serve in the army? Do you really think that S.H.I.E.L.D. formed the Avengers specifically to help those superheroes? S.H.I.E.L.D. under Hydra is impossible to be a charity. Habit is a terrible force. Once the superheroes get used to the arrangement of S.H.I.E.L.D., then they will inevitably be controlled by S.H.I.E.L.D. Nick Fury planned very well. Unfortunately, the plan went out of control from the beginning. First of all, the Battle of Los Angeles made Kai, who is marked as the easiest to join in the Avengers plan, directly turn against S.H.I.E.L.D. Nick Fury thought it was just a short-term disagreement, because after reading Kai's resume, he was sure that Kai was a qualified soldier and he would make the right choice. Then he was wrong. Just when he was trying to bridge the differences, Kai helped Tony find out the truth about his parents' murder. So, S.H.I.E.L.D. not only failed to deal with Kai, but also made Tony drift away from them. Tony is undoubtedly the most important part of the Avengers plan. He has huge economic strength and scientific research strength that can crush their S.H.I.E.L.D. science department alone. As long as Tony is mastered, the power of S.H.I.E.L.D. will undoubtedly go to a higher level. More importantly, Nick Fury is very confident that he can control Tony. After all, Tony's character flaws are too obvious. Unfortunately, after knowing the truth about his parents' murder, Tony no longer believed in S.H.I.E.L.D. This gave Nick Fury a headache. Then Captain America returned. Nick Fury was excited at the time, but then he became angry. With Tony's help, Hannibal used magic to restore Ms. Carter to her youth. Then Captain America and Ms. Carter set up their own business, and completely broke off relations with S.H.I.E.L.D. Nick Fury almost vomited blood. In his opinion, Captain America is an asset of S.H.I.E.L.D., without a doubt, because Ms. Peggy Carter is the founder of S.H.I.E.L.D., and Captain America is Ms. Carter's lover. As soon as he found Captain America, Nick Fury determined that this was S.H.I.E.L.D.'s property, and even the US government couldn't get involved. Although his logic was problematic, he could at least make sense. But the problem? Ms. Carter defected. This is really a direct blow. You can imagine how angry Nick Fury was. After that, the Avengers plan was completely useless. Except for Hawkeye and Black Widow, who originally belonged to S.H.I.E.L.D., other superheroes didn't care about S.H.I.E.L.D. at all after the battle in New York. Even the Cosmic Cube and Loki's Mind Scepter were taken away by the Night King, and S.H.I.E.L.D. suffered a great defeat. This is also the reason why Nick Fury is willing to take the risk to implement the Titan plan and capture King Kong. He needs power too much? Even if he still has a trump card. But he still needs power. Otherwise, he has no sense of security at all. But now, he sees the hope of a Jedi comeback. Batman and the artifact in his hand. As long as they have both in their hands, the power of S.H.I.E.L.D. will be fully sublimated. Immediately. Recover Batman. He belongs to our S.H.I.E.L.D., Nick Fury ordered Phil with rare irritability and madness. Yes, although Phil had some doubts about this order, after all, Batman, when did he become their S.H.I.E.L.D., but Nick's attitude made him dare not say more. But the next second, Phil's voice appeared again in the communication, Director Fury. It seems that the mission cannot be completed. What's going on? Who stopped you? I authorize you to attack immediately. Oh, it's not that anyone attacked. It was Batman. He flew away by himself, then immediately, Nick Fury was just about to let Phil attack Batman and keep him. But the next second, Nick Fury realized that this order was too nonsensical. Got it. You go back, damn. Toothache is not a disease, but it hurts. Please vote and comfort me. Chapter 963 Under the Mask. Nick Fury was so heartbroken. What a great opportunity. In fact, he was almost successful, and Batman was indeed exhausted. But it was precisely because S.H.I.E.L.D. was right beside him that Batman, after a brief exhaustion, immediately summoned up the remaining strength and flew away. There was no other way, S.H.I.E.L.D. was too complicated. Not to mention that Kai didn't trust Nick Fury in the first place. Even if he believed Nick Fury, Kai would not believe the Hydra in S.H.I.E.L.D. Unexpectedly, it was precisely because of this caution that he escaped this disaster. However, Nick Fury didn't have much time to feel sad about this opportunity. He needed to deal with another trouble. No, it should be two troubles. The satellite has confirmed for us that Titan creature has revived. Dr. Sarazol's words made Nick Fury's heart tighten. Will it land in Los Angeles? No, it's just reviving in the crust. We have been able to collect some of its life characteristics. Judging from the current situation, it should still be in a weak period. It doesn't have the ability to run out and cause trouble for the time being. Dr. Sarazol's words made Nick Fury's eyes light up. Isn't this an opportunity that comes to his door? Then could we? Dr. Sarazol obviously understood what Nick Fury said. He shook his head regretfully. No. The most intuitive difficulty is how can we dig up the seabed crust? Apart from anything else, the huge water pressure on the seabed is enough to make us helpless. Nick Fury also felt sorry in his heart. Indeed, that thing is still hidden deep in the seabed. Seeing Nick Fury's expression, Dr. Sarazol couldn't help but remind him, I think, instead of worrying about the Titan creature, you might as well worry about the Muto in front of you. Nick Fury immediately raised his head. The life characteristics of the Muto are becoming more and more obvious. It will soon break out of the cocoon. Dr. Sarazol took a tablet and showed the data on it to Nick Fury. Nick Fury took the tablet with a serious face and stared at the data on it gloomily. He didn't know if he could understand it. When can it be fully revived? I don't know. Dr. Sarazoa also felt helpless. These Titan creatures are too strange and cannot be described by common sense. At the beginning, he strongly suggested to kill the Muto larva directly and dissect it directly to deepen the research on Titan creatures, but unfortunately he was stopped by his best friend in front of him. So they had a treasure mountain but could not enter, resulting in the current research on Titan creatures being only slightly better than 15 years ago. Seeing his friend's resentful eyes, Nick Fury could only pretend not to see it. How could he allow the Monarch organization to dissect the only Titan creature that they had finally caught? This is such a powerful force. However, now this force seems to be in danger of getting out of control. Nick Fury is now really considering whether he should kill the cocoon. After all, it is too dangerous. Just when Nick Fury was gambling with countless lives as chips again, Kai flew back to Los Angeles. Soon he was spotted by Tony. Tony had laid out micro-detectors along the entire route when the earthquake occurred, in order to build an intelligence network to monitor the entire city. This is also the reason why superheroes can arrive at the scene in the first place when a major accident occurs. Otherwise it would not be such a coincidence. So Tony spotted Batman in the first place. "Hey, Batmonster. You're in big trouble this time." Before Tony finished speaking, he heard, "Hold me. I'm exhausted." When Tony heard this, he immediately stepped forward and dragged Batman. "I'll sleep for a while. Don't let others find me." After that, there was no sound. Hey, do you think I'm a driver?" Unfortunately, Batman didn't respond. Tony saw this situation and knew that the elimination of that tsunami just now brought a great burden to Batman. So he honestly took Batman to land in an empty alley on the seaside. After gently putting Batman down, Tony first used a scanner to scan Batman's vital signs to see if he was okay. As a result, the scanner did not respond at all. Come to think of it, if Batman's true form was so easy to be detected, no one would know anything about him until now. Thinking of this, Tony suddenly became restless. He himself had never seen Batman's true form. Many people are speculating what kind of face Batman has under his mask. But the problem is that they don't even have a clue, so naturally no one can restore his appearance. There are many irresponsible speculations on the internet. The silly netizens on the internet can make you all kinds of styles and looks, and there are also SpongeBob styles. Can you believe it? But speaking of this, there is such a gossip. There is an uncle who accidentally cosplays Batman, but was circulated by major netizens, causing an originally unknown drama actor to become popular on the internet all of a sudden, and even Hollywood film companies are interested in letting him act in a movie. Well, plain Night Owl. The superhero closest to Batman's setting in this world's superhero comics. Many film companies would like to shoot Batman, but unfortunately, Batman is real, and no one dares. It's not that they are afraid of Batman looking for them, but they are afraid of Batman's fans. According to people's impression of Batman, Batman is very likely to ignore such a small matter. But Batman's fans are not so reasonable. In short, countless people are curious about what Batman looks like. Tony is no exception. He looked left and right and found that there was no one. Batman was unconscious again. Is there a better opportunity than this? So, Batman's mask was soon opened, and a handsome and resolute face appeared in front of Tony. It was an Asian. Tony never thought that there would be an Asian under the mask. But the next second, Tony froze. Because the other party opened his eyes. Does it look good? Batman's voice was low and a little hoarse, giving people a strong sense of oppression. "Oh, am I not worried about you? I want to see if you are okay." Batman stared at him without saying anything. Tony was getting more and more guilty as he was looked at. "Well, I'll take you to Star Labs." He quickly put the mask on Batman, and then carried Batman to Star Labs. Then, Kai under the mask was complaining crazily. Damn, luckily the original appearance was used. Yes, that was Kai's appearance in his previous life. This was an instinctive reaction. After all, Batman was always in the mask, so Kai instinctively let himself go. Unexpectedly, he escaped. If it was Kai under the mask, then he would be socially dead. Tony, on his side, was still in disbelief. Batman is actually Asian. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 964 Deadly Joke. It's not that Tony discriminates against Asians, it's really, the overall image of Asians is that they don't like to meddle in other people's business. Because many Asians don't think of themselves as Americans at all. Would you meddle in other people's country's business? No. Among Asians, Japanese and Koreans generally don't get involved in American affairs because they don't have cultural confidence. There's a big cultural gap between them. Chinese are even more detached. The Chinese in this world are too mysterious and strong, resulting in very few Chinese in the United States. Moreover, they are also very arrogant and have no intention of integrating into American culture. They have their own set of cultural customs. For other races in the United States, Chinese are quite difficult to mess with. Even gangs are reluctant to enter the Chinese community. There's no way, the other party is too good at fighting. In short, Tony can't imagine why Batman is an Asian. Not long after Batman left, Kai came online again. Fortunately, there was no need to fight, so Kai could barely cope with it. As the police regained control of the city's intelligence network, with the help of Stark and Star Labs, the riots in the city began to gradually calm down, especially when people heard that the tsunami was stopped by Batman. This trend became more obvious. Most of the riots are in areas where unemployed people gather. Most of the participants are not real professional criminals, but ordinary people who take the opportunity to vent. The herd mentality and the mentality of not punishing the masses by law are the reasons why these ordinary people join the riots and destroy everywhere. In fact, most of these people are just following the chaos. There is no way. The bigger the city, the more depressed it is. It is really tiring to live in it. If there's a chance, everyone is willing to vent. Just like the movie Fight Club, many people who participate in the Fight Club are white-collar workers. They just want to find a channel to vent in this desperate life. When the enthusiasm fades, calmness and order will naturally return to them. Of course, there are no crazy people who completely let themselves go and complete a bad transformation. For example, a group of clowns. Or called a clown gang. It is a bit inaccurate to say that they are a gang. To be precise, they are a prank organization. They are quite famous on the internet. They don't have any specific organization or leaders. What really brings them together is a video activity on the internet. The name is Joker. The person who originally developed this activity was a frustrated circus clown named Phillips. He became famous in a video where he was accidentally pranked. The clown he played was pranked by a group of young people. In the video, he was originally filming a clown performance. Due to the development of the times, circuses and clown performances gradually declined. Phillips had to start a new business to make a living, so he came up with the idea of online videos. As a result, a few young people who were looking for trouble saw him filming and played a very bad prank on him. Phillips was also very angry at first, but after watching the video later, he found it very interesting. So he posted it on the internet. As a result, it became a hit. Then it was out of control and countless people followed suit. Phillips was not angry, but instead called on more people to carry out the prank to the end, and at the same time asked that the prank be as bad as possible. There are all kinds of people in this world, and there are more idle people. So a group of people who are full and bored began to spontaneously support this activity. So the pranks became more and more excessive. But because it is a prank after all, even if most people are angry, it will only enhance the comedy effect. In short, the impact is great, but no one thinks there is a problem. This made Phillips suddenly realize. Human beings are creatures that hate restraint and yearn for freedom. They hate order. So their behavior got worse. Phillips also became the spokesperson and idol of a group of people. He is Joker. He began to wear a ridiculous purple suit, painted a funny clown costume, and dyed his hair green. He declared that humans are chaotic animals. Any rules, any organization, any order, are constraints and blasphemy on human nature. He asked his followers to completely free themselves, not to succumb to everything imposed on them by others, and do what they want to do. In the first half, others treated him as fart, and in the second half, others treated him as chicken soup. Still no one cares about him. Except for his followers. This group of people really regard what he says as the criterion. And it's getting crazier and crazier. Unfortunately, in this era, no one cares. They prefer sensory stimulation and think that these people are crazy because they want to be famous. Tonight's game is $100 million. This was the last prank that the Joker released to his followers before the earthquake. They want to rob the criminal worth 100 million. Use any method they can think of. As a result, the earthquake came. But this not only did not make the Joker angry, but he even got more excited. Because what prank could be more interesting than this? After the chaos came, these people became more excited and crazy. They made trouble everywhere. The chaos in the whole city was not related to them, but at least 40% was related to them. After that, it became uncontrollable. It was an unorganized riot. It was difficult for anyone to control it. Thanks to the efforts of many superheroes and police officers, things did not go to the worst. Unfortunately, when the police and many superheroes were concentrating on the order in the city, the Joker and his team seized the opportunity. Ha 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 ha! With a series of funny laughs, the Joker stood in the middle of the road in a purple suit, and this road was the route of the prison van. After the earthquake, many superheroes and police officers paid more attention to ordinary people, and naturally did not care much about the scum in the prison. So the prison could only save itself. That is to quickly transfer the prisoners. The earthquake also affected the prison. However, since there were no high-rise buildings in the prison, there was not much damage, but the wall was broken. So for safety, the FBI and CIA proposed to transfer Alex. The value of this prisoner to these law enforcement agencies is far greater than that of ordinary people. After all, ordinary people cannot increase the performance of these law enforcement agencies, while Alex can bring them huge benefits. So there is no room for error. The FBI and CIA personally sent people to escort Alex, turning a blind eye to the chaos in the city. But obviously, their action plan was leaked. As for how it was leaked, no one knows. Even the followers of the clown don't know where the clown got the information from. Who is that? Are you going to die? The FBI at the front of the escort convoy first noticed the existence of the clown. It was a young man, and young people were more exposed to the internet, so they recognized the clown. Huh? Hey Auxio is a popular online celebrity who specializes in pranks recently. Why is he standing in the middle of the road? Another agent asked curiously. Won't he make trouble at this time? Some people felt a little magical. This is not an ordinary incident. Whoever embarrasses them at this juncture, the FBI and CIA will really kill. Don't think that an online celebrity can challenge the state machine. Let alone an internet celebrity, even a real superstar would have to die if they met these two organizations. There was no hesitation. He's not that crazy, is he? Unfortunately, he underestimated the madness of the Joker. The Joker stood in the middle of the road and took out a shotgun, commonly known as a spray gun. Boom. It was too far away to hit the convoy. Fuck, several agents were dumbfounded. But before they could react, their vehicle suddenly shook and then flew into the air. The whole car body directly turned 3.5 circles and then hit the road hard. Woohoo, the Joker was not nervous about this scene, but howled excitedly. The vehicle in front had a problem, so the convoy naturally had to stop. A large group of detectives with live ammunition pointed their guns at the ridiculous clown. Facing so many guns, the Joker had already bent over with laughter, one hand supporting his knees, and the other hand slapping his knees. Ha 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 ha, you are the FBI and CIA. You are agents, how can you be scared by such a little trick? After laughing for several seconds, he straightened up, spread his hands and shrugged, looking around. Just a joke. The others were confused. They had no idea what this person was doing. One of the FBI agents couldn't help but just about to speak, but the Joker raised a finger in front of his mouth. SHH, let's listen carefully. The Tenguin, whose momentum was taken away, listened subconsciously for a moment, and many of them looked around. These idiots were scared and completely lost the style of American police. At this time, they should have emptied the magazines very decisively, but unfortunately, pew. A very, very weak gunshot sounded, and an agent fell to the ground instantly. Sniper, a group of agents immediately hid beside the vehicle, looking out to check the sniper point pew. Unfortunately, they had no way to hide. The sniper points were on both sides of the road. The convoy was unobstructed and there was no condition to avoid shooting. Another detective was shot, but he was not dead and was wailing. This made the Joker very dissatisfied. During his performance, someone actually wailed in pain. This was a blasphemy to his performance. So, he walked closer quickly. Then he aimed at the injured police officer. Bang! The spray hit his face, and there was basically no way to survive. Spray weapons are actually quite inhumane. This thing shoots out a lot, and once you are hit at close range, it will basically be full of bullet holes. But it is precisely because it is inhumane that it is popular. This is the hypocrisy of human beings. Do you know why all countries ban poison gas bombs? It is not because this weapon is inhumane, but because it is too humane. This thing is too demanding on the battlefield environment. After all, most battlefields are in the open air. When there is a wind, the poison gas will disperse and it will not kill many people. Countries prefer to invest less and gain more. The smaller the investment and the more lethal the weapon, the more popular it is. The other police officers naturally couldn't just let it go, but the next second, everyone was stunned. Because the Joker opened his suit. The Joker was seen pulling a ring with one hand, and on the other end of the ring was full of explosives. This madman. This was the consensus of everyone. Ha, ha, ha. The Joker saw their stiff expressions and movements, and laughed again. He found that the world was really simple. Don't look at these policemen and agents, how majestic, but once you risk it, you will find that the world is actually so fragile. Those so-called authorities and so-called powers, in the face of chaos, seem so ridiculous and fragile. Why are you afraid? I'm standing in front of you, you can kill me at any time. Why are you so serious? Why so serious? The Joker walked directly in front of a policeman, grabbed the muzzle of the other's gun and pressed it against his forehead. He licked his lips, then stared into the other's eyes and asked crazily, "Why so serious?" Phillips felt unprecedentedly refreshed. It wasn't because the other party was scared, but because the agent was scared. His eyes told of his fear, but Phillips was not excited because of this, but he was challenging life and death. He was betting on probability. With his own life. This feeling of betting with himself was so cool. Everything was in disorder. He didn't know the policeman, didn't know anything about him, and even chose him randomly, just because he was closer. Will he shoot? Will he have the courage to shoot? Will he shoot out of fear, or will he shoot with shaking hands? He didn't know. He was just gambling. If he lost a bet, he would die naturally. He was not even afraid of death. Everyone will die, right? As long as he feels exciting, death? Ho ha ho ha. What is that? Isn't living the most tiring thing? What on earth are you going to do? A detective leading the team couldn't stand it anymore. I'm just a dog chasing a car. I have no idea what I'm going to do, but once I catch up, I'll have something to do. Yes, he didn't expect that he would be so successful. Phillips was not a genius. He just got the news that the police would move Alex, but as for how to move him, how would he know? So he randomly chose a road and blocked it there. Maybe he got nothing, or maybe he got everything. At this time, many people wearing very ugly clown masks ran out from the surroundings, and they surrounded the police with guns raised. Ha 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 ha, the clown laughed up to the sky, it's so funny. FBI, CIA, you are so high and mighty, even your names can scare those street thugs, but look at you now, you are actually afraid of a group of amateur criminals. Ho ha ho ha, it's so funny. The clown walked directly to the leading policeman, pointed a shotgun at his minibus and laughed crazily. This is why I like chaos. Create a little commotion, disrupt the original order, and then everything becomes chaotic, and I am the representative of chaos. Do you know the benefits of chaos? It can bring fairness. After that, he opened his hands and shouted to his followers, look, they are no different from us. It is the order that gives them the power to oppress us. As long as we break the order, everything will return to fairness. None of us is weaker than anyone else, and no one is more noble than anyone else. Then the clown could no longer suppress the joy in his heart. He laughed loudly, and the sharp and crazy laughter made everyone feel an irresistible chill. He was once despised. He had no relatives, and he didn't even have a father. He was ignored and no one cared about him. But now, he realized that it was not his problem, but the world's problem. The world should not be like this. After several seconds, he straightened up, spread his hands and shrugged, and looked around. Just a joke. Chapter 965. The game has just begun. The New York police received the news very quickly, and soon the headquarters sent SWAT Captain Harrison to rescue. After receiving the news, Harrison almost immediately gathered all the police forces that could be gathered and rushed to the scene. Unfortunately, when their helicopter arrived at the scene, there was no one there. Only a few bodies and escort vehicles were left. Headquarters, we are late. The prisoners and escorting agents are all gone. Now there is no time to care about those federal agents. Go to the prison immediately. Those crazy people are attacking the prison. You go to support the prison immediately. If it is breached, we will wait to be sued in court. This is the voice of Chief Vaughn, the chief of the Los Angeles Police Department. Understood. Harrison immediately realized that the problem was serious. The other party was obviously prepared. Once they succeeded, they would immediately arrange for a scapegoat to attack the prison. Attract the police force of the Los Angeles Police Department so that they can escape. This is an open conspiracy. The Los Angeles police had to go to the rescue. After all, it is the people of Los Angeles who pay taxes to support the Los Angeles police. It is not the federal government. They help the federal government to catch the prisoners. That is a favor, not their duty. Although the prison is strictly under federal jurisdiction and the local police have no law enforcement power, don't forget that this prison is in Los Angeles. Once the prisoners escape, the people of Los Angeles will be in danger. What should the Los Angeles police choose? Do they need to think about it? Of course, go to save the prison. Damn. A bunch of lunatics. Harrison kicked the ground fiercely. Los Angeles is in such a mess. At this time, there are still people making trouble at this moment. What else can this be but lunatics? Harrison immediately led people to the prison. When they arrived, it was completely out of control. There were crazy people everywhere. God knows where they came from. But these people must have been organized, because each of them wore a clown mask on their heads. There were even prisoners wearing orange prison uniforms who ran out and joined the chaos. The prison has done a good job. They gathered all their manpower and retreated to the two buildings of prison number 5, which holds serious criminals, and prison number 4, which holds sensitive criminals. The so-called sensitive criminals refer to prisoners who are in prison for sex crimes, and there are many copper smelting addicts among them. Fortunately, after the earthquake stopped, the prison immediately let these serious criminals enter the cells, otherwise, they would face attacks from both inside and outside. Harrison saw so many people in and outside the prison, and he didn't dare to attack at will. He could only fire a warning shot, hoping to scare off the thugs. Those people did stop. Unfortunately, they looked straight at him. "Captain, these people are not right," a team member immediately said with a little fear. They are indeed elite, but no matter how elite they are, they will still tremble when they are stared at by armed thugs who are dozens of times their number. This scene looks more like a zombie movie. Fuck, Harrison certainly knew that it was not good. LAPD. Put down your weapons. Put your hands up, but he also knew that at this time, they couldn't be timid. Once they were timid, who knows what would happen. Go, someone in the crowd shouted, and then the group of thugs rushed towards them like chicken blood. Harrison saw that the situation was not good, so he shot and knocked down a person, but this did not affect the subsequent crowd. The thugs still rushed over fearlessly. Other police officers also began to shoot tentatively. There was no way. I don't know how many civilians there were. If they killed someone, they would not have a good ending afterwards. This is also the daily life of American police who are bullied from both sides. If they don't shoot, who knows what the person you are facing will take out from his crotch? Buying a gun in this country is not much harder than buying cabbage. Anyone can pull out a gun and shoot you twice. There are too many policemen who have been killed like this. Shooting and killing people. Some people say that the police are overly violent. In short, they are bullied from both sides. For example, in today's situation, if they kill people, then the court must be waiting for them. The media and the public will not care whether they are facing dozens of times more thugs. They only know that the police killed people. It's very simple and crude. But this is the truth. The police are miserable. So, they didn't dare to attack with all their strength. Then they were overwhelmed. Those thugs are not afraid of death at all. This is totally unscientific. Even soldiers are not so fearless. Are they really thugs? And not from the Middle East? The SWAT team didn't understand what was going on. In fact, the Joker's followers didn't understand either. Joker, can those people really hold the police back? The Joker led his men in the dim underground, laughing and joking, while the second-generation rich man Alex was dragged around in the dirty and messy environment of the sewer by these lunatics. The idiot thought he was saved at first. But the next experience made him wish he could be caught by the police again. Ho ha, of course. Those little cuties drank my Joker drink. They are fearless now. The Joker laughed and jumped forward, and the whole person was about to fly. He was very happy. Very happy. The Joker drink was actually a small aphrodisiac made by Phillips himself. Well, to put it simply, the so-called drink was actually a mixture of LSD. That thing is a powerful hallucinogen, and then the Joker added some additives, which he himself didn't even know. Anyway, he added some banned drugs on the market. Once people drink that stuff, God bless them. Maybe the American people are more resistant to drugs? Anyway, the Joker didn't care about those people at all. When he thought he saw the world clearly, he didn't care about anything, let alone other people's lives. He didn't even care about his own life. But what about this guy? At this time, a follower pointed at Alex, the 100 million boy, and asked. He is an important prop. Our show is not over yet. The Joker grabbed Alex, whose hands and feet had been broken, and said with a smile, the game is in progress. Look what we found. A policeman, or a SWAT. The elite among the elites, a thug with a black hood on his face walked up, grabbed a special forces member by the chest, and lifted him up in the air. The thugs on the side all shouted excitedly, "Burn him, burn him, burn him, these people are all crazy." Headquarters. 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 Requesting support. Requesting support. Requesting support. Chapter 966 Support. Unfortunately, the headquarters was also confused. They wanted to send someone, but who the hell should they send? The whole city is in chaos now, and the special operations team is not on call, 24 hours a day. Many people are still on vacation. As a result, they were eating hot pot and singing songs when they encountered an earthquake. The police station doesn't know what happened to those people now. The police station now has helicopters and equipment, but no manpower. As for ordinary policemen, please, others also have their own jurisdictions. They are struggling to maintain order in their own jurisdictions now, so how can they help the headquarters? Hold on. I will call for superhero support immediately. Director Vaughn had to make such a shameful decision. Now, they no longer have the power to support the prison. Kai? Kai? Please answer if you hear me. Please answer if you hear me. Vaughn immediately shouted Kai's name on the public channel. I heard it. I don't have time now, and I don't think you necessarily want me to go over there. Kai's voice soon appeared in the channel, but Kai's words made Vaughn feel half disappointed. But Vaughn nodded involuntarily immediately. Among the superheroes, the most brutal one is the Punisher. This big boss kills people so decisively, often leaving no one alive wherever he goes. During the period when the big boss was rampant, New York gangs died in batches. Although he was criticized by many people, the New York Police Department actually didn't know how to thank him secretly. After all, this big boss used massacres to reduce the crime rate in New York by 8 percentage points, and the number of shootings dropped by more than 10 percentage points. People will not attribute this credit to a butcher. This is politically correct. Those in the upper echelons are even less likely to allow such a thing. After all, this encourages lynching and shakes the foundation of the rule. So, this credit was thrown on the New York Police Department. And the one who ranks behind the Punisher is Kai. Why is Kai so unpopular? First of all, it is naturally because he is a superhero on the list of the government. This makes many people feel that Kai has ruined the title of superhero. Second, Kai is too cruel. Looking at his resume, the number of people he has killed is enough to fill a reinforced platoon. What's more, countless conscientious media are indifferent to this. That's life. The life of the prisoner is also a life. This makes many idle saints feel angry about Kai. At the same time, the connivance and disregard of Kai by the media and the government also make many people feel unhappy. Why? Other superheroes are easily criticized for doing something, but Kai has killed so many people, but no one is going to uphold justice. So Kai is even more annoying. The Los Angeles police are actually quite envious secretly. But envy is envy. Some things really can't be done that way, especially here as California, Los Angeles, a famous gathering place for leftists. With Kai's style, do you believe that a large number of people will gather in front of the police station tomorrow to light candles to commemorate those victims? Especially since the Los Angeles police asked Kai, the executioner, to do it. When the time comes, the media and the public who can't do anything to Kai will definitely tear down the Los Angeles police. Thinking of this, Chief Vaughn trembled. Nima. Is it so complicated? Kai didn't lie here. He didn't have time to go there. He was digging people in the ruins of an apartment building at this time. Many buildings did not collapse during the earthquake. Many buildings collapsed because of structural problems after the earthquake. So after the earthquake, it does not mean that the house will be fine if it was fine at the time. Structural inspection of the house is still needed. The place where Kai's is a good proof. This apartment building was fine during the earthquake. Nothing happened. So after the panic, some people instinctively ran back. It is hard to give up good fortune. It is so chaotic outside. All the belongings are at home. If you don't go home, will they be given to others? Then the house collapsed inexplicably. Kai is racing against time to save people. How can he have time to go? Rescue in the ruins is very troublesome. Even if you have strength, you can only do it slowly. After all, if you are not careful and cause a structural collapse, the people trapped inside will be completely hopeless. When rescuing people, you must also be careful and take your time. If you rush, it is easy to cause secondary injuries. In short, this matter is very urgent, but you can't rush. It's very troublesome. Tony, Kai shouted in the public channel. Yes, boss. I'm busy too. Damn. Who designed this building? It's so complicated, Tony shouted in the public channel. The fire content here is off the charts. It may explode at any time. I can't leave. Kai immediately changed his target, Wonder Woman. Yes. I can't make it. Here, a group of students are having a party and are trapped. Diana was almost out of downtown Los Angeles at this time. How could she think that a group of high school students didn't study hard at home and ran so far to have a party? Just have a party, you can be at home, why choose such an abandoned building? It's really self-inflicted. Batgirl, a pregnant woman, is about to give birth. Kelly was also busy. Okay, I understand. I'm fine here, but it will take some time, Catherine replied. Where are you? On the sea. Several ships capsized because of the previous tsunami. Tisk. Matt, got it, but I don't think I can make it. Matt didn't say what he was doing, but he was probably saving people. I'm free. I'm free, Jessica suddenly shouted in the public channel at this time. Chief Vaughn was about to cry, and finally someone took action. I can do it here too. Luke had just finished his work. Tony shouted at this time, they can do it. I installed tear gas in their mechas. Specially made. Very effective. It should be able to control this situation. Okay, you two rush over immediately. At this time, Vaughn suddenly found that someone was missing. Can I ask, where's Batman? Vaughn quickly reacted. Saying this would offend the two superheroes who were willing to help, so he quickly made up for it. It's not that I don't believe in you two, but Batman will be more effective. There is no doubt that now Los Angeles people don't believe in anyone except Batman. If it weren't for Batman's advanced preparation, who knows how many people would die today? Batman is in a coma now. What? Can you wake him up? Kai said coldly. Kai no longer has the energy to open two accounts at the same time. Batman can only be offline. No. It's okay. Let him have a good rest. Vaughn naturally knew why Batman was like that. There might be many people in this city who didn't know that what they were experiencing now was just a little kiss. The real crisis had been solved by that man. Focus on your work, Kai said unhappily. Understand. Chapter 967, Excessive Drug Use. Although the flying ability of the engineering mecha is very poor, Tony still installed a flying device. Although it is still not very good. But at least it can allow the mecha to fly short distances. So when Jessica and the others arrived, the police on the scene were not all dead. However, the scene had become a sure field. Several policemen were stripped naked by a group of thugs and nailed to a wooden frame. Yes, nailed, like Jesus. Their bodies were covered with wounds, knife wounds, gunshot wounds, and burns. Yes, these bastards roasted the police on the fire. There were 3 blackened bodies on the side. Are they crazy? Jessica saw this scene and her worldview was severely shocked. Looking at the thugs who were still reveling below, Jessica and Luke couldn't stand it. Ugh. This was the vomiting of the people in the Star Lab. The Star Lab has been watching the live broadcast in real time through the cameras on the superheroes and giving the most professional advice. But the scene in front of them made several scientists completely unbearable. Catcha. A golden lightning flashed, and the flash came. Barry's illness was not cured, and he was still sometimes effective and sometimes not. Last time he solved a bank robbery, he almost died. So this time, he was left as a backup. The others were really afraid that it would happen again and he would die directly. After all, from a more utilitarian point of view, he could only help more people after recovery. In this situation, running around everywhere would kill people. But with this kind-hearted guy, how could he really stay behind? So he ran away secretly. If he ran away secretly, he didn't even bring a communicator. So, he was late. Barry was also shocked by the scene. He had saved people in other places before and suffered some minor injuries. As a result, he heard someone say that there was a big commotion in the prison, so he hurried over, but, oh my god, looking at the scene of those wearing clown masks and dancing like cultists, the Flash couldn't help but shout to God. Boy, God doesn't care about this. Luke opened the mask of the mecha, spit it on the ground fiercely, and then took out something that looked like a grenade launcher from the huge external loading box behind him. This is the only way. Wait, Barry hurriedly went up to stop Luke. Are you going to kill them all? Barry mistakenly thought it was some kind of weapon of mass destruction. I really want to do that. Jessica also opened the mask. There was no way. If she didn't breathe some fresh air, she would vomit. If she vomited in the mask, forget it. Jessica raised the launcher in her hand and said with an unhappy face, but the boss doesn't allow us to do that. Of course Kai didn't allow it. It's okay to use heavy hands and kill a few scum. In the case of the Los Angeles earthquake, heavy hands can better deter those troublemakers. But there are hundreds of people here. If you really do that, you will definitely be labeled as anti-human. Then this is non-lethal biological weapons made by the Stark Group, Luke explained seriously. In fact, it is tear gas, but Tony added a little modification to it, which made its effect dozens of times stronger. It can completely destroy the opponent's ability to move in a short period of time, so that the enemy will fall into various serious allergic reactions in the next 20 hours or even a few days. This thing was originally intended to be sold to the Ministry of Defense, but unfortunately, the masters of the Ministry of Defense were not interested in it when they heard that it was not lethal. In Tony's words, these masters have holes in their brains. Such a good weapon is not used, which is much better than those lethal weapons. It is effective and has a special humanistic care. It is simply the best weapon representative of the new century. Of course, Kai also suspected that those masters of the Ministry of Defense also thought that Tony had holes in his brain. Why design a weapon for the security forces for the army instead of designing a good weapon? This thing can't kill people. The two of them took out their ammunition and loaded it. Jessica was a little faster. She felt that if she didn't do something, she would be unable to hold back. She directly picked up the launcher and went up. First, she fired 2 tear gas bombs. 2 clouds of smoke suddenly exploded at the street corner a few dozen meters away. The originally aggressive thugs choked and quickly became chaotic. Coughs and screams came out wildly from the smoke. Bang! A stun grenade was fired. It was Harrison. They were at the sentry post on the prison wall at this moment. They were trapped there. Now that they saw that support had come, they naturally complained and wanted to take revenge. Of course, they still didn't dare to go too far, so they could only vent some of their anger with stun bombs. Stun bombs are actually quite useful, but the number is a little small, and this is an open area, so the effective range is too small. However, if this thing is close, the effect is absolutely outstanding. For a while, a group of thugs were shocked and knocked to the ground, covering their eyes and wailing wildly. An unlucky guy was hit by a tear gas cannon. The power of the grenade launcher is just so-so, but it still hurts when it hits a person. The guy was hit in the head, and his face was immediately covered in blood. Then the tear gas cannon exploded on his face. That feeling, tut-tut, is absolutely unforgettable. As the smoke from the tear gas cannon dissipated, the thugs' crazy nerves due to excessive drug use immediately exploded. They cried and ran around like headless flies. Some people simply raised their guns and shot at Luke and Jessica. But some bullets were useless to both of them. The thickness of the armor of the mecha was simply insane. Because of the complex rescue environment, in order to protect the driver, Tony specially strengthened the thickness of the armor of the mecha. If it could be penetrated by bullets, then Tony's brand would be completely ruined. Then the Flash couldn't sit still. He borrowed a gas mask from Luke and rushed into the crowd. He knocked down the guys with guns or destroyed their guns as soon as possible. This allowed Luke and Jessica to concentrate on dealing with the thugs. Bang! Bang! Luke fired 2 more tear gas bombs, extending to both sides and continuing to drive the crowd away. Jessica also specifically observed those who took the lead in inciting the crowd. As long as a small group of thugs gathered, She immediately fired tear gas bombs to defeat those who organized and incited the crowd. What are these people thinking? Isn't it better to go to the shelter honestly? Why do you have to play so exciting? Swish. The Flash suddenly appeared, holding a guy who was specifically inciting unrest in the crowd. Bang! The guy was thrown to the ground. Then Barry took off the guy's hood. The face of a white middle-aged man was revealed. He looked like an ordinary person. He didn't look like a troublemaker at all. He even looked very honest. But his expression is not very good now. His eyes are red, his face is hideous, and blue blood vessels are crawling all over his face. Hey! Guys, he doesn't look good. Barry was shocked. Jessica and Luke didn't care much about the idiot, but focused on dealing with the thugs. Hey, Barry had to stop them directly. What's wrong? Luke has a better personality, so he stopped, and Jessica still went her own way. This guy seems to be dying. Barry pointed at the guy he brought over. This guy is a leader, and he's the most active. At this moment, this guy has begun to twitch, his eyes rolled back, his limbs kicked around, and he foamed at the mouth. He was about to die. Huh? Luke was shocked. He didn't hear Tony say that there would be such a reaction. Is it a strong allergic reaction? Tear gas bombs are actually using people's allergic reactions to defeat the enemy. However, generally speaking, tear gas bombs rarely cause death, unless the person wins the lottery and has a strong allergic reaction to the ingredients of tear gas bombs. For example, some people have strong allergic reactions to certain substances. Others may feel itchy, have difficulty breathing, cough or sneeze, but some people's reactions are much more intense. Just a little bit of allergen can cause circulatory system failure, low blood pressure, arrhythmia, etc., and even cause death from organ failure due to allergies. But this example is very rare, and it is very likely that there is not 1 in a million people. It doesn't seem like it. Barry graduated from the witness major, which requires strong medical knowledge. The reaction is too fast. And there are no typical characteristics of allergic reactions. Jessica glanced casually, then turned her head and continued to fire tear gas. Two idiots. This is taking too many drugs. Jessica used to be a detective, and she herself had experienced a lot of things in the past to escape the pursuit of the Purple Man. She has seen people who died from taking too many drugs, and because of that, she never dared to use drugs to numb herself. After all, she just wanted to numb herself, and didn't want to turn herself into a ghost, and die so miserably. Although the guy's reaction was a little different, the reaction of overdosing was similar. Overdosing, Barry thought, it was true. Without drugs, would they be so crazy? Jessica said unhappily while swearing. Then, those people, if this person's reaction was not special. Barry quickly thought about whether other people would become like this. As a result, Barry's crow's mouth worked. Soon, more and more people in the crowd fell to the ground and twitched. Almost exactly like the guy before. Oh, guys, I think we are in big trouble, Barry said almost in a groaning way as he watched more and more people fall to the ground. What's wrong with Harrison? In the second half of the night, the army entered the city. Order was generally restored. The governor of California had declared a state of emergency for the entire state, and the federal government and the Pentagon also announced that Los Angeles would be under martial law. Although there were still a group of harpies protesting against restrictions on freedom, most normal people still obeyed the order. The arrival of the army means that superheroes can retire after their success. After all, when the army came, they brought a professional rescue team. For domestic disasters, the federal government still showed super high efficiency. Almost all the rescue teams that could be named in the country were required to rush to Los Angeles for rescue as soon as possible. However, the Los Angeles police may not be able to rest so easily. Because of the big trouble, their prison was breached, and the special operations team also sacrificed more than a dozen people. 2 teams were directly wiped out. Not to mention, hundreds of thugs who were rushed to emergency treatment because of excessive drug use appeared on the edge of the prison. Now this number is rapidly decreasing. Because of the untimely rescue, many people died before they could even wait for doctors to treat them. Looking at the rising death toll, Director Vaughn almost pulled out his few hairs. He wanted to add these deaths to the earthquake death toll. Unfortunately, he couldn't do it. With so many deaths, someone will definitely come to investigate afterwards. After all, this also involves post-disaster rescue and insurance claims. Yes, there are insurance claims. Question: what are the most awesome companies in the United States? the answer you get will definitely be arms, high-tech, finance, and so on. This is certainly not wrong, but people often overlook the influence of an industry on American society. That is the insurance industry. Don't think that the American insurance industry has no presence like domestic insurance companies. On the contrary, the American insurance industry is quite awesome. The United States has the largest insurance market in the world, with nearly 6,000 insurance companies. Among them, there are more than 2,500 liability and property insurance companies, 907 health insurance companies, and more than 850 life and annuity companies. Their business has penetrated almost every aspect of American life. If there is a market, there is interest. If there is interest, there will naturally be interest groups. The American insurance industry has a huge political lobbying group, and they continue to lobby Congress to allow insurance business to enter all walks of life. For example, the most obvious one is medical insurance. This is a point that Americans like to argue the most. It is almost always debated in every election. But no matter which president is in office, he can't touch this area. Why? It's because the conflict of interest is too big and it can't be moved at all. At the same time, the insurance company's review of claims is also extremely strict. Each insurance company has its own claims auditor. These auditors will review every insurance claim with an almost strict attitude. In short, they adhere to one principle: if they can avoid paying, they will definitely not pay. Often these people's investigations are much more powerful than the police. Vaughn can deal with other government departments and let them turn a blind eye, but there is no way to shut up the insurance company. Because the insurance company needs to pay out real money. Unless Vaughn is willing to pay, and by the way, give the insurance company a large sum of hush money. Unfortunately, Vaughn has no money. Who would be a policeman if they have money? So he can only watch. He can't force the hospital to treat these people first. After all, these are thugs and scum. Let the law-abiding citizens wait and treat these scum first? If he dares to say it, the people of Los Angeles will dare to tear him apart and throw him into the sea tomorrow. Chapter 968 Principles. Fortunately, the whole of Los Angeles is concerned about the earthquake. For the time being, the police don't need to worry too much about this matter. But another thing is urgent. Joker. They all took excessive amounts of banned drugs, and I also separated a lot of stimulants from their blood. Obviously, they mixed drugs when they took them. Harrison Wells told Barry the results of his tricks with a weird look on his face. Someone mixed drugs. Barry was shocked. Even the worst drug addicts know what the consequences of taking multiple drugs together will lead to. They are just taking drugs, not looking for death. Taking multiple drugs together may not only cause a significant increase in drug resistance, which means that drug addiction will become more serious and require larger doses of drugs to satisfy, but also more likely to cause poisoning. That's right, but I also found some very strange substances in it. Those things shouldn't appear in drugs at all. What are they? Industrial waste, heavy metals, chemical reagents, etc., Harrison said. Huh? Barry didn't know what to say. Where did this drug dealer come from? He bought drugs and sold them at the same time? So I said these things shouldn't be in the drugs at all. Harrison spread his hands. He was also confused. By the way, you can tell your director that the hospital doesn't need to treat those guys who overdosed. Why? After you heard about those things, what do you think will happen to people who drink them? Harrison asked back. Oh, could it be, those things are all highly toxic, many of which have irreversible damage to the body, and there are even many substances that can affect the brain nerves. In addition, after they take drugs and get high, Barry will not find it strange what consequences they can cause. That's right. Even if those people are saved, they will only become idiots and lunatics, which is still good. Many people will probably have to lie in bed for the rest of their lives. Harrison is not very old, only 50 years old, and he has also experienced the hippie era. He even tried those things himself. If he hadn't met his lifelong lover who helped him get rid of those things, he himself dared not imagine what he would be like today. But even though he had seen the world, Harrison still admired those thugs, who dared to put anything in their mouths. Are they idiots? So reckless. Now, oh no. Those who reacted strongly are basically not worth saving. Harrison got a few CT scans of their brains, which were full of holes, just like patients with mad cow disease. As for the specific principle that caused this situation, it would require dissection. This may be the only use of these people. Barry was a little at a loss. He certainly thought that what Harrison said made sense, but if he didn't save, as expected, he was from Los Angeles and had received higher education. Barry had been brainwashed by white leftist ideas. Kid, you have to adapt. You can't save everyone. And not everyone is worth saving. At this moment, a figure suddenly appeared behind Barry. It was Batman. Batman. Are you okay? Barry had heard that Batman was in a bad state in order to stop that tsunami, and was sent to the Star Lab by Tony. Barry wanted to meet this idol. Barry highly respected Batman's principles. Yet, I've recovered, Batman said coldly. It wasn't warm, but Barry didn't care. In his opinion, his idol should be so aloof. If he wasn't so talkative and couldn't control himself, he would want to learn from Batman. Wait, you just said, give up on them. Yes. Is there a problem? Barry suddenly felt that his three views were a little shaken. Did Batman insist on the principle of not killing? Among the current superheroes, many adhere to this principle, such as Luke, Matt, Hellcat, etc. Among many superhero fans, this is led by Batman. Other superhero fans didn't refute much. After all, it was Batman who did this first, and then other superheroes also adhered to this principle. But Barry thought Batman was the same as him. Unfortunately, they are scum. There is no change to this. Batman's cold voice sounded again. I will only save innocent people, and everything I do is for innocent people. As for others, why should I care? But Barry felt like a repeater. But what? You have always insisted on the principle of not killing people. Yes, but is there a conflict between what we are talking about? They are also human beings, I admit it. Batman still kept his tone unchanged. They also have the right to live, Barry said in a resounding voice. Oh, well, that makes sense. Then, who should die? Batman listened very seriously. Then he asked that question. Barry was stunned by Batman's question. Aren't we discussing saving people? Why should someone die? Who? Isn't this? They should all be saved. There are only so many medical resources, not enough. If someone is saved, someone must die, Batman said an extremely cruel fact. Even with Batman's warning and the rescue of superheroes, the losses in Los Angeles are still very large. There is no way. There are too many people in Los Angeles. There are millions of people in Los Angeles alone, not to mention that it is impossible that only Los Angeles is affected by the disaster. The entire greater Los Angeles area belongs to the disaster area. A metropolitan area with a population of more than 10 million, even with a warning, the number of casualties is still an extremely terrifying number. According to the federal government's estimate, the number of casualties will definitely exceed 100,000. The details still need to be counted afterwards. Remember, it is casualties, not deaths. Death is easier to solve. Although it is a bit exaggerated to say this, it is true. The dead do not need doctors. It is impossible for them to compete with the living for medical resources. The living need them when they are injured. In addition to the patients who were already in the hospital, the hospitals in the entire Los Angeles area are now full, and there are even many cases where patients with minor injuries and non-fatal injuries have been delayed for treatment. As long as you don't die, just hold on. There is no way. The doctors are simply too busy. In addition, the road problems in various parts of the city are serious, resulting in medical resources not being used evenly. For example, Los Angeles is a severely affected area, and many injured here cannot be treated. Orange County, because most of the county is suburban, does not have a strict urban center. So there are not so many injured, so their medical resources are sufficient. But the problem is that those injured can't be sent out now, and medical resources can't come in. In short, in one sentence, Los Angeles now can't save everyone. So who should die? But why? Barry asked stutteringly, but it was a bit inconsistent. What why? Batman understood what he was asking. I don't kill people, but I want to warn myself not to fall into violence and turn myself into a thug and executioner. It's not what you think. I will treat everyone equally. After all, that is the greatest fairness. Indeed, if good people and bad people are treated equally, then who the hell wants to be a good person? If this is not the greatest injustice, then what is? People often like to talk about equality. But in fact, equality has never existed, because it is impossible for people to treat other people equally. Can your relatives and a bad guy you don't know have the same weight in your heart? Unless you are crazy. Chapter 969, Fierce. What's going on with that clown? Batman didn't care about Barry's loss of soul, but asked about the clown. To be honest, when Kai heard that there was a clown in Los Angeles causing trouble, he was shocked. What? Two travelers in one world? And they are both fans of the clown? Isn't this a joke? No. He must be killed. This is of course a joke. But what this clown did is exactly the same as the clown in the movie in Kai's impression. If he really lets it go, who knows what will happen. It just so happens that there is a holiday, so I can get rid of him by the way. It can also be regarded as a perfect end to my hard-working holiday. Damn. We agreed to relax? In the end, how did it turn out like this? As expected, the news in Los Angeles exploded again. The TV station was full of various news about earthquakes, at least much stronger than the public opinion storm formed when Professor Lawrence was ridiculed last time. No one wants to make a fool of himself. Obviously, someone has warned of the arrival of the earthquake, but most people in the city still ignored the warning. Hundreds of thousands of casualties, hundreds of billions of property losses. These are all due to self-righteous stupidity. But no one wants to put this hat on their heads. The media is even worse. Their credibility has been challenged unprecedentedly. Because of the propaganda, countless people really think that Professor Lawrence is a liar. Now some people have gathered together to sue. Americans are like this. Those who believe that earthquake predictions are lies do not want to be called fools, so naturally, they need to find someone to take the blame. The media naturally became the best target. It was you who told me that earthquakes are lies. It was a ridiculous lie woven by a madman to gain attention. Well, now my family and my property have all been destroyed in the earthquake. The media must make compensation. The media certainly does not want this pot. As I just said, if they admit that it is their own fault, then their credibility will face an unprecedented crisis. A TV station and a newspaper have been proven to be stupid, and their reports cannot give people any useful inspiration. Then what is the value of its existence? So they must pass the blame. Who is the best person to blame? Of course, it is the politicians. In many cases, the media will not go out of their way to trouble politicians unless there is an interest. But now it is no longer a question of interest or not, it is a question of life and death. They are all going to be finished, so why would they care about the life and death of those politicians? Who is behind the media? It is capital. Capital needs the media to influence the entire United States. The shaping of American ideology is largely operated by capital through the media. For example, the former Soviet Union. 80% of people in the United States believe that the former Soviet Union is all bad guys. It is an evil empire. But is it really the case? Here is a big question. If it really hurts the world, even if the Soviet Union exists for another 100 years, it will not catch up with half of the colonial empires in Europe and the United States. When the United States and the Soviet Union were competing for hegemony, the United States supported the most dictatorships and tyrants in the world. Since World War II, the United States has still launched the most foreign wars. Not to mention the tragedy that the United States has caused in South America. Even to this day, South America is deeply mired in the quagmire because of the United States and cannot extricate itself. There is another good example. Because of media propaganda, many Americans believe that North Korea is the enemy of the United States. But 80% of Americans don't know where North Korea is. They don't even know what North Korea has done to become a synonym for evil. But many people still stubbornly believe that North Korea is an enemy. This also includes Cuba. But ask them why? They say, I don't know. These people think that this situation is the result of their own thinking. But what about the facts? That is all created by the media. North Korea threatens the United States. What a ridiculous statement, but those stupid Americans believe it. This is the power of the media. In comparison, politicians are not so precious. After all, this thing can be re-elected every few years. If one falls, just support another one. So the media decisively threw the pot on the heads of those politicians who spoke before. Politicians, naturally have to throw the pot. They threw the pot on Lawrence and Batman, and even those Batmans who helped. Really, this is not surprising. In order to protect themselves, these people have nothing to say. They question the motives of Batman and Professor Lawrence. They think they should communicate with the government and follow the government's arrangements instead of doing their own things. There are even crazy politicians who clamor to make Batman pay the price. They think Batman is the biggest responsible person. But from their perspective, it is true. Batman is the culprit of all this. If Batman doesn't stand up, people won't know about the earthquake. When the earthquake comes, how many people will die is none of their business. Can natural disasters and man-made disasters be blamed on them? But now, Batman's earthquake forecast has made them stupid. A murderer. From this perspective, if Batman is not the culprit, what is he? Dead people? Haha. Many people like to say that the United States emphasizes human rights and human life is the most important, and they have made up many jokes, such as the joke about the American passport many years ago. No matter where you are, the US government and the military are your strong backing. This joke is very famous, but in fact, it is fake. It was made up by a bunch of idiots who are nothing. We generally call such people public intellectuals. Americans don't care about human life at all, especially the lives of the lower class. If you are rich, it's another matter. Some people say, you are talking nonsense. The Bacon country is the most concerned about human rights. Haha, people who think so are too deeply poisoned by the Chinese public intellectuals. The United States has always been an immigrant country. The population is small? Then immigrate. Anyway, there are many people poisoned by the United States. Isn't the American dream used for this? It's just a trick. I don't know how many people would rather go to the United States to clean dishes than stay in the country to make contributions. Isn't it all because of this? But what is the reality? The United States has always been a paradise for the rich and a hell for the poor. Don't listen to the nonsense of those public intellectuals. In short, for politicians, they don't care how many people died in the earthquake. They can even make a lot of money from the follow-up. Anyway, the people can have as many as they want. But what about now? All the spearheads are aimed at them. Of course they want revenge. Unfortunately, although Americans are not very smart, they are not stupid enough to do this. Politicians are naturally untrustworthy, not to mention the reason they said. Even idiots don't believe it. So a group of people were in bad luck. There was no way out. Public opinion was overwhelming. Many politicians could not even make it to the day of the turnaround. Someone had to stand up and take responsibility for the casualties of hundreds of thousands of people. Chapter 970 Lower Limit. Of course, the liquidation of politicians is a later matter. Nowadays, people have not had time to think about this matter. After all, the disaster has just passed, and there are too many things to do. By this morning, the greater Los Angeles area was basically sure that the riots would not continue to expand, but would gradually shrink. However, compared with the losses in other areas, the losses in Los Angeles were much greater. After all, the hollowing out of the city has become more and more serious over the years. The downtown area of Los Angeles is the most prosperous area, but it is also the place with the most slums, homeless people and gangs. The riots there continued even during the day, and even many poor people from surrounding areas followed suit and rushed into the city to make a fortune. According to rough statistics from the police, many luxury stores and major supermarkets on commercial streets suffered heavy losses, and even many stores became empty stores. However, this is already a small problem. The army has arrived and the situation is gradually getting better. On the contrary, many people are still very satisfied with the current situation. This is one of the crime cities with the most gang members in the United States. This title is not blown. Under such circumstances, the Los Angeles Police Department suppressed the riots overnight during the earthquake, allowing it to disappear in the early stages of its infancy. This has to be said to be a miracle. At the same time, everyone is more clear about one thing. A big part of the credit does not belong to them, but to the superheroes who stood up at the beginning of the chaos last night. Among them, Batman's role was widely spread after the unrest subsided today. He stopped that tsunami alone. This is enough to make all the survivors grateful to Batman. After experiencing the earthquake, if there is another tsunami, how many people can survive in this city? It really depends on God. The media is also very smart. At this time, the most important thing is to divert attention. Although this still cannot stop the people's anger, it is better than being scolded all the time. And how can one Batman be enough? Were there not enough superheroes who appeared in Los Angeles last night? The Flash, Wonder Woman, Jewel, Hellcat, Daredevil, Iron Man, Wonder Woman, Bayonetta, Batwoman, Venom. I forgot to write the plot of Venom again. It has a low presence, etc. Based on the principle of increasing quantity without increasing price, various videos and reports of superheroes are put on TV programs one after another, And then TV producers frantically create topics, from which superhero has the greatest contribution, to which superhero is the most popular, to which superhero is the coolest, which superhero video has the highest click rate, and even fabricate superhero gossip out of thin air, such as what is the relationship between Batwoman and Batman, whether Wonder Woman and Batman are ambiguous, whether Angel Witch and Batman are related, and whether Wonder Woman and Jewel are a couple. They even find some inexplicable people to seriously study and express their opinions on TV, and even quarrel. In short, there is only one purpose, which is to keep a large number of residents in front of the TV, instead of going out to the streets to cause trouble. The users of these TV stations are not only in the downtown area of Los Angeles, but also in the surrounding greater Los Angeles area. Their purpose is simple, to keep people busy watching TV and talking nonsense, and to reduce the number of people rushing into the city to rob or protest. In order to warn those who have other ideas, to be honest, the TV station has been reporting that more than hundreds of gangsters who used lethal weapons were beaten into the hospital by superheroes last night. They even publicly killed these people and directly interviewed the injured gangsters. People with normal thinking don't want to be those unlucky people interviewed on TV. After all, being exposed in public because of such things means that even if they are released from prison later, they are unlikely to engage in crime, a promising business. But the problem is that in the face of power, their little thoughts are useless. What human rights? What portrait rights? What privacy rights? In the face of stability, they are all bullshit. The TV station and the government don't care about the wishes of these people at all, and they have specially instructed that those gangsters who were encountered by Jessica because of bad luck should be on camera more. Well, Jessica's attack is a bit awkward, and many criminals will never have sex crimes in their lives. In short, many men in front of the TV watching that scene tightened their legs and felt the same. These programs are the result of negotiations between Los Angeles council members and TV stations. Extensive coverage of the news about the two superheroes can not only divert everyone's attention, but also have a certain deterrent effect. Let some people be honest. But so far, there are not many people who are really stubborn. After all, the army has entered the city. Many people dare to confront the police because they know that the police need to be reasonable, but the problem is that the big soldiers don't. Kai thinks that at least the superheroes should leave. So he notified everyone that they can go back. Anyway, they don't need the US government to award them medals. Unfortunately, this world is so unexpected that some people can always break the bottom line of imagination. For example, some guys in the name of equal rights organizations. That afternoon, when everyone thought that everything was over and could return to peace, the riots happened again. The cause was that a cake shop refused to give free food to a group of people. Then the riots happened. Very funny, right? But this thing really happened. The riot started at the door of the cake shop. A group of people rushed into the cake shop and smashed and looted the shop. Some people were even injured. Originally, the matter should have ended here. After all, things were robbed and people were beaten. What else do you want? Unfortunately, those people were not satisfied at all. They raised slogans, claiming that the cake shop did not provide free food because the rich wanted to exploit them. They wanted to take back everything they had. It was a very proletarian slogan, but unfortunately, what they did was very disgusting. The protests soon turned into a riot. When the police arrived, a large number of protesters gathered at the scene, and it seemed that a conflict was about to occur. The police wanted to persuade them to leave, but the protesters did not accept it at all and thought that the police were accomplices. "You running dogs of the rich," a haggard-looking female protester, wearing a denim jacket and holding a handwritten sign, rushed to the police and screamed, "You are the ones who are helping these rich people to exploit ordinary people like us." The police opposite him had to step back to avoid the woman's rotten teeth and bad breath. "Please calm down, Mom. You gathering here won't help anything. I hope you calm down. Logically, there is no problem. Even if the police's tone and expression are not very good, it is not a big problem. After all, from last night to now, the police have hardly had any time to rest. Even though the professional rescue team has taken over most of the rescue operations, the police are still very busy. In this situation, seeing such a group of people running here to make trouble, it's strange that they are in a good mood." The policeman stretched out his hand to keep the lady away. After all, the smell on her body is really unpleasant. But at this moment, the woman suddenly leaned back exaggeratedly. "Mr. Police, the situation was out of control in an instant. The policeman was stunned. Hitting people? I was at least 3 centimeters away from your body. Did I awaken my superpowers? I didn't. I didn't even touch her. Unfortunately, no one wanted to listen to him. The excited crowd began to push the police, trying to break through the police's blockade and move towards the commercial street farther away. What's more, some people have begun to attack the police in the crowd. Things are about to get out of control. Suddenly, there were bursts of thunder in the sky, followed by a bolt of lightning. The crowd scrambled to separate. A huge metal giant appeared in the middle. What's going on? The metal giant turned his head and looked at the police. What's going on, Captain Wayne? The police immediately became excited when they saw the metal giant. Kai is a superhero among their police. These thugs want to riot. A policeman hugged his injured colleague and shouted angrily. It's the turn of the protesters to riot. They are not stupid. He can be rude to the police, but for such a superhero, they are a little afraid from the bottom of their hearts. What's more, the other party also participated in saving the city yesterday. No. They are talking nonsense. You can't listen to them. You are a superhero, you should make decisions for us. They are accomplices who help those rich people oppress us. That's right. You are a superhero, you should listen to us, you should deal with those black policemen. And those rich people. We are the ones who need help, that's right. If you are really a superhero, you should stand on our side, yes. Stand up and kill all those rich people who exploit us, kill them. Kill them. With the help of superheroes, we can take back our city, kill. The group of people became more and more excited, and even said that if Kai didn't help them, he would not be a superhero. Even the speech began to become extremely dangerous. Shut up, Kai roared, instantly suppressing those messy slogans. It is quite common for police to bully people in the United States. There is a saying that goes, everyone looks like a nail when you hold a hammer in your hand. Those American police have not received complete ideological education at all. Being a policeman is just a job for them, but this job only has power. They are not soldiers responsible for the safety of people's lives and property. They are a group of private armed forces hired by the country. The duties of the American police do not include protecting the safety of civilians. Very cool, right? So it is not uncommon for the American police to over-enforce the law. Kai cannot be a policeman himself and just listen to one side. Although there is a strong bias within the police, this does not affect Kai. Come out, a representative, tell me what happened. Kai's deterrence is still very powerful. After all, a giant nearly 4 meters tall standing there can scare people away, not to mention that the giant does not look in a good mood now. So soon a man and a woman were pushed out. They were representatives of the protesters. The policeman who caused the riot and the leading police officer also walked to Kai's side. Now you can speak. Everyone listen. This policeman attacked us first. The woman was the first to complain. No. I didn't even touch her, the policeman immediately roared. I saw it all. Don't try to argue. The woman turned to Kai and said, catch him. He's the murderer. Unfortunately, Kai was unmoved. Where's the person who was beaten? These two people gave Kai a very bad impression. As a criminal policeman, although Kai did not think that his eyes could see through people's hearts, except for a few people who were born to act, Kai was still confident that he could distinguish most good people from bad people. Since you accused him of beating someone, what about the victim? Kai asked. The man and woman were stunned. They didn't expect Kai to not follow their ideas at all. But now they seemed to have no way to make trouble. Most of the protesters were people who didn't know the truth. At most, they wanted to take advantage of the chaos to buy at 0 yuan, but now that Kai was here, the 0 yuan purchase was naturally gone, so most of them were in a state of watching the show. It was a bit difficult to incite them again. What's wrong? Is there a problem? Kai waited for a while, but still no one stood up, which made him a little impatient. Are you afraid of retaliation? Don't be afraid. I guarantee that no one will dare to retaliate against him. At this moment, a black guy in the protesting crowd, for some reason, pushed out the woman who had faked a fall. The victim is here. The woman in a denim jacket was confused. Damn, why is this black man so mean? Kai didn't care about this. He walked directly to the woman and looked down at her. You were beaten by that policeman. Ah, the woman was at a loss because of Kai's oppression. It was not until the pair of representatives called her that she woke up from her dream. Yes. He attacked me. Nonsense. The police officer immediately shouted in frustration. It's you. You hide him. The woman was going to make trouble. But at this moment, Kai's metal armor was retracted and returned to normal. He said to the woman, "Are you sure?" The woman was a little hesitant when she saw Kai's transformation, but she looked around and realized that most people didn't see it anyway. "Isn't it her who has the final say in what happened?" "Of course I'm sure," Kai nodded. "Very good. Look there, and over there." As he spoke, Kai pointed out several places with cameras to the woman. "This place is close to the commercial street, and there are more cameras." The woman's face turned pale. Then Kai showed the smartwatch on his wrist. "This is an artificial intelligence watch designed and manufactured by Tony Stark himself. I can immediately connect to the monitoring systems of various security companies and the city's monitoring system. With so many cameras, I believe that there must be a camera that captured the truth. What do you think, you? I. The woman immediately panicked. However, Kai did not let her go. His watch directly scanned the woman's face. "Maria Di Canio. Well, your criminal record is really exciting. Drug trafficking, selling silver, theft, assault. Hey, there are also several extortions and 3 kidnappings. In addition, you were released from prison a few days ago, and you are still on parole. By the way, how did they agree to your parole? With your criminal record, it shouldn't be approved." Then the watch projected a very clear video. In the video, the police didn't touch her at all, and she fell to the ground. The surveillance video was not so clear originally, but the artificial intelligence of the smartwatch has the best image processing technology, so it is not difficult to repair a video that is not so clear. "Very good, Mom. You are arrested again. The charge this time is a bit serious. I guess you will be in prison for a while." No. I didn't. Do you mean I wronged you?" Kai asked seriously. "No. Enough. You are in the same group with him. You are also a policeman. You are helping them deal with us." "Yes. You are also a black policeman." Seeing that the matter was about to be exposed, the man and woman didn't care much and put the blame directly. Kai laughed and took out a business card from his pocket. "This is the complaint phone number of the Internal Affairs Department of the LAPD headquarters, and the hotline number of the Chief of Police of the headquarters. If you have any evidence, you can complain directly to them. By the way, I also have the phone numbers of many TV stations and newspapers. You can also choose to expose." Then he handed over the business card. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 971 Fan. You running dog of the rich," the woman screamed and knocked down the business card. "You superheroes are also helping these rich people to exploit ordinary people like us." "Yes. That's right. That Tony Stark is a rich man. He is one of the oppressors himself. You are in the same group with them." The man was stunned at first after hearing what the woman said, a little bit unbelievable. But soon, he reacted. Now is not the time to consider any logic, and he has to quickly incite the confrontation. So he also shouted, "That's right. You are all running dogs of the rich. You and them are exploiting us. You are not superheroes at all, you are just like the police, running dogs of the oppressors." He now wants Kai to argue with him. As long as Kai argues with them, they can use their rich experience to pull Kai into their rhythm, and then make trouble and increase the atmosphere of confrontation. At that time, when the chaos comes, they can rely on the idiots behind them to fight against superheroes. The Joker is right. Superheroes are all a bunch of idiots. They obviously have power far beyond ordinary people, but they are willing to dedicate themselves to ordinary people. They regulate their behavior with their ridiculous hypocritical compassion. What is this? Lions should take care of the feelings of antelopes? The Joker thinks this is a disease. An incurable disease. It is not difficult to deal with these superheroes, just incite those they protect to fight against them. The antelopes they protect are not pure angels. On the contrary, those antelopes have always been extremely dirty. They are always pretentious. They naively think that those superheroes should protect them. How ridiculous. When does the strong need to tell the weak what should? Moreover, do these antelopes really love the lions who protect them? No. They only love that their own interests are not harmed. When lions protect their interests, antelopes will regard lions as gods, But once lions do something that goes against the interests of antelopes, these weak and ridiculous antelopes will immediately raise their ridiculous horns to attack the lions. What they have to do is to make those stupid sheep believe that they can defeat lions with their ridiculous horns. After saying that, the man looked at Kai excitedly. Come on. Argue with me. Be angry. Attack me. He can't wait to see a superhero fall from the altar in their hands. Unfortunately, he forgot that no matter how good the plan is, it requires cooperation from both parties. Will Kai get entangled with a bunch of stupid people for such a small matter? Of course not. Yet, whatever you think is up to you. Oh, I forgot to ask, why did you come to protest? This guy is the kind of person who is unreasonable. Although Kai's experience in community work is not as good as that of the community police, he also knows that the more you get entangled with this kind of person, the more entangled you will be. It's better to just hit the snake at its weakest point, get to the core of the problem, and then cut the Gordian knot. It's useless to talk about those things. This kind of person won't listen. We are resisting oppression. The woman wanted to drag the topic to class contradictions. This is a common tactic of Americans. They will make a big deal out of a small matter. Sometimes history is really a circle, so weird that it makes people feel at a loss. In addition, there is the drug problem. Many states in the United States have begun to surrender to drugs. Why? Because many states have calculated an account. Fighting drugs costs money, a lot of money, and the key is that the effect is still very poor, because the CIA itself is a drug dealer. How can it ban drugs? On the contrary, the scale of drug trade continues to expand. Most importantly, these trades are all smuggled, and no taxes are paid. So a smart person thought, instead of spending money to ban drugs, it would be better for everyone to sell them openly, and the government can collect taxes. So, why do we need to ban drugs? The Qing dynasty is the orthodox in the United States. Isn't it interesting? The only lesson that mankind has learned from history is that mankind has not learned any lessons from history. Let's get back to the point. In today's America, political correctness is rampant and no dissidents are allowed at all. And some people have also taken a fancy to this. They can often raise a small matter to a very high level for their own interests. This woman is going to do this. Well, resisting oppression, that's great. Then tell me, how are you oppressed? Kai didn't respond at all. The man and woman were immediately stuck. This person doesn't follow the routine. Huh? Is it difficult to explain? Kai asked, and then immediately ignored the two of them and pointed directly at a little girl in the crowd and asked, do you know? The little girl looked inexperienced, and was a little panicked when Kai pointed at her, although she didn't know why she was panicking. She shook her head. I don't know, I saw them protesting, and I wanted to do my part. Kai's face immediately turned into that of an old man on the subway. You know nothing, why are you joining in the fun? Others were also amused by the girl's words. For a moment, the atmosphere at the scene eased a lot. The man and woman immediately felt something was wrong and wanted to stand up and stir up the atmosphere again. But Kai looked at them. SHH. What? Don't let others speak? This is not good. Facing Kai's warning eyes, the two didn't know what to do. Then Kai pointed to another black brother. Do you know what happened? Oh, I think I know. Because a store refused to provide food to others, the black brother said this and immediately got angry. Those rich guys are really too much? They must be raising prices. We are all victims. They are actually raising prices. This is why I took to the streets to protest. Kai nodded. Well, the reason is very legitimate. Hearing what Kai said, some people immediately became excited. Look, superheroes support our cause. But the next second, a policeman jumped up angrily. Bullshit. They are bullshitting. Did others refuse to provide food? It was those people who asked others to provide food for free. The store refused, so they started to smash and loot. You are slandering. The protesting crowd on the side was naturally unhappy and immediately quarreled. Shut up, Kai's roar interrupted this boring quarrel again. In other words, it was only Kai who was here, otherwise it would be difficult to deal with it if someone else did it. Are there any people who have experienced the incident? Stand up and tell us everything you saw. That's the truth. The man immediately stood up and roared. But the next second he found that he couldn't move. I think the smart people present can see that you two have been inciting conflicts. Why? What's the benefit for you? The woman saw the man suddenly keep a motionless posture and immediately realized that it was Kai's trick. She wanted to stand up and reprimand Kai, but the next second, She saw Kai's eyes. There seemed to be light in that look, and that light made the woman feel that everything about her was exposed and seen through. That feeling. It was as if she was looking directly at God. In fact, his feeling was right. Kai is now a god. Although he is a little different from the gods generally known by the world, Kai is indeed a god. Now, those who know the whole story, stand up. Tell the truth you know. A breathtaking force spread out, and some people with dark hearts felt unprecedented guilt and trembling at this moment. Finally, someone couldn't stand this force and stood up tremblingly. They wanted the cake shop to give them free food, but the other party refused. Well, tisk. I say, are you all idiots? Kai was angry at this nonsensical reason. You are protesting for this? What did you grow up eating? Shit? Why do others give you free food? They are your father. A group of protesters also looked at each other. It seemed. This reason is indeed nonsense. Others open a door to do business. Why should they give you free food? Kai released his power against the man and woman at this time. The man didn't care about Kai's threats and shouted angrily, "We are in disaster, we need help." Kai asked expressionlessly, "Is this a welfare agency? Or a church relief point that gives out free food coupons?" Those rich people eat their fill, but never think about helping the society. They are all vampires. We are just... Kai suddenly raised his palm to shut them up. Well, I found out. Mr. Larry Foxon, right? But the police records show that you were arrested and in prison 3 months ago on charges of burglary. You were just released on parole a month ago. And, according to intelligence, you are not a civil rights fighter, and more importantly, you are a member of a white supremacist organization. Come on. Tell me, what made you change so much, suddenly from a jerk to a political newcomer, a human rights fighter? The onlookers were in an uproar. A person who was imprisoned for theft and was still on parole became their leader. Although many of them are not good people, but this protest was simply being used. They didn't mind venting their anger and doing some free shopping. But they were not happy to be used like a fool. No one wanted to be a fool. The two were speechless. The script was not like this. But the problem was, what could they do in front of Kai? Like before, attack him and cause a conflict? Haha. Did they really think those onlookers were idiots? They dared to hit the police. But they were not stupid to hit a being whose combat power broke through the ceiling. We won't talk to you. The man was panicking and trying to run away. Unfortunately, his shoulder was grabbed by Kai. Robbery, wounding, assaulting police, inciting riots. These charges are all felonies, and you can't leave during the parole period. The cell is your destination, and you will probably have to stay in it for the rest of your life, Kai said with a smile. The man was desperate. The woman also wanted to leave, but unfortunately the police behind Kai surrounded her. Just like Kai said, they all committed felonies. Moreover, several policemen were injured just now. So it was impossible to let this matter go. When the other onlookers saw this, damn, it was going to be bad, so they all dispersed. The police wanted to chase them, but were stopped by Kai. Forget it, those people are just following the drums, there is no need to arrest them. The Los Angeles District Attorney is probably crazy now. Don't add more workload to them. The Los Angeles District Attorney's workload was already seriously exceeded. If they arrested a group of people now, the District Attorney would probably go crazy. They would only scold the police, and then let them go lightly, asking the police to release them quickly. So let's just keep it simple and let this matter go. In addition, I think we are in trouble. Kai pointed at the two scumbags and said. That's right, Kai didn't believe that this was planned by two scumbags. These two scumbags should have spent their lives in prison or on the way to prison. They can't play such a high-end strategy. It's not a problem of brains, but a problem of vision. The vision of these two idiots is only focused on other people's wallets and ban drugs that make them dizzy. They can't think of such a cruel trick to incite the emotions of the masses. There must be someone behind it. It turned out that Kai's idea was right. That night, the city, which was supposed to have restored stability, became restless again. There were protests and riots everywhere. The army had to suppress them directly with live ammunition. The police were even more overwhelmed. The army might be able to maintain stability for a while, but no one wanted the army to stay in the city for a long time. Neither the people of Los Angeles nor the federal government dared to let this become the norm. The military has already occupied a huge force in the political ecology of the United States. If the military is allowed to intervene in people's livelihood, it is likely to hatch a military government. The United States has been very vigilant about the military government since its founding. Although a large number of successive presidents were born into the military, there is a big difference between military personnel directly participating in politics and military personnel participating in politics. The police still have to face the next situation by themselves. Why can't they rebuild the city properly? The situation in the city is already bad enough. Director Vaughn looked at the intelligence collected. He was not feeling well. These idiots are making trouble at this time. Are they going to completely destroy the city? The Joker. The Joker. That bastard. Why didn't you arrest him before? That's right, the mastermind behind all this is the bastard named Joker. That funny-looking internet celebrity. The Joker's pranks have been popular on the internet for quite some time. Their actions are getting more and more excessive and have already involved breaking the law, but no one thought that things would turn out like this before, so no one cared at all. Now Chief Vaughn's complaint is more like an afterthought. Chapter 972 Clown. There were almost 30 riots in Los Angeles last night. Although the scale was not large, the nature was very bad. Only a few of them caught the main messengers, and the people behind them were all the clown. This made the Los Angeles city government and the Los Angeles Police Department very angry. They wanted to use those who were arrested as a breakthrough to find the location of the clown. Unfortunately, those guys were like believing in a cult. Not only did they not mention the whereabouts of the clown, but they kept promoting the clown's theory of chaos and equality. In their mouths, the clown is a messenger of fairness and a guide to freedom. Under his leadership, this city will truly become a city of equality and freedom. Although such words are a bit tempting, look at the people the clown is looking for. Among these people, there are basically no good people. Let's not talk about the two people that Kai caught personally. Their criminal records are 1 meter thick. The rest are either drug addicts and homeless people. In short, they are marginalized people in society, and they are the kind of people who have no reflection on their situation and can only complain about everything. In their mouths, the reason why they became marginalized people in society is entirely due to the persecution of the system. Their lives and money have been taken away by the rich people who are high above them. They are victims of society, and all their experiences are because of the problems in this society. It is undeniable that there are serious problems in American society. But a bunch of drug addicts are rotting and stinking in dark corners every day. These people throw their own situations to society. Isn't it a bit shameless? Unfortunately, these people don't care about this at all, and they firmly believe that their situation is caused by social injustice. The Joker is their mentor. They want to make the whole city dynamic. They want to eliminate some classes and all inequalities and start all over again. But, even if everything starts over, can these people really live the life they want? Or are they simply using chaos to get themselves out of their current situation? Well, they don't know. They just firmly believe that once the equality that the Joker said comes, they will become the best. As for how to do it, what is the action plan? I don't know, I don't care. Anyway, they will succeed when chaos comes. Looking at their fanatical expressions, the psychologists in the police station could only helplessly report that this group of people had serious mental problems. In short, they were not normal people at all. According to blood tests, they all had more or less banned drugs in their bodies, and the mental and physical conditions of this group of people were extremely bad. In short, their bodies had completely collapsed, and their minds were almost crazy. He used a group of lunatics to disrupt the order of the entire city. Director Vaughn didn't know how to describe his feelings at the time. It felt that the order they tried so hard to maintain was so fragile that a group of lunatics could shake it. Is this kind of order really necessary to maintain? So what we are facing this time is a smart lunatic. Inside the Star Laboratory, Kai received intelligence from the police station about multiple riots, and was particularly concerned about the psychological testing of the clown. Phillips. A clown actor who was useless a few months ago. His first half of his life was a tragedy. He was born in a single-parent family and grew up with his mother. As for his father, I don't know. His mother never said, and there was no information showing who she had married. What's worse is that her mother comes from a conservative Christian family. Her mother's education was even completed at home. There are many such families in the United States. They don't send their children to school. They believe in family education. Generally speaking, such families are extremely conservative. When she gave birth to Phillips, no one knew about it. Because of this incident, Her mother had stopped contacting her relatives a long time ago. A woman with no education came to New York alone with a child whose biological father was unknown. It is conceivable that the family was in a bad situation at that time. The fact is that Philip's childhood life was indeed very bad. He also grew up according to his mother's education method and studied the Bible at home. His mother worked as a cleaner for a large company, Stark Group. It is said that it was Howard Stark, the president of Stark Group, who took in Philip's mother. His mother worked at Stark Group until retirement. But this still cannot change the poor situation of their family. Without a father since childhood and with a conservative and strict mother, Phillips did not have a good childhood. According to the files of the Los Angeles Police Department, Philip's mother was accused of child abuse several times, but they were all dismissed. After all, it was a long time ago and people did not care about it at that time. Later, Phillips grew up, but he did not leave his mother. This situation is very rare in the United States. Generally speaking, when children grow up, they will move out. Young people who have been living in their parents' homes will be despised. After that, he became a clown actor. No love, no marriage, until now. Not taken seriously, and even few friends. At least in the police investigation, even colleagues who have worked with him for more than 10 years said that they did not understand Phillips at all. They just felt that he was weird and often laughed suddenly alone. He has serious mental illness and has applied for government assistance. He has been troubled by mental illness. He can control some of his behaviors, such as laughing uncontrollably and emotional management disorder, which makes him a laughingstock from time to time, and these ridicules are very inappropriate. He has no real friends, let alone an outlet for his negative emotions to return to a stable state. After his retirement, his mother also became seriously ill and could only stay in bed. This made his situation even more difficult. According to the analysis of the psychologists within the police station, his life was very depressing, which led to mental problems. But this is still not the reason why he became a clown. He changed because of two things. The first thing was that his mother died of illness. According to the information, he and his mother have always depended on each other. They have a very close relationship. His mother may be the only person in the world who pays attention to him. The departure of such a person will naturally have an immeasurable impact on his mental state. The second thing is that he became an internet celebrity inexplicably. His first half of his life was useless. No one paid attention to him, and everyone bullied him. He obviously couldn't tell a complete joke, but he became a clown. Such a person suddenly received a huge amount of attention, which would also have a very big impact on his mental state. Losing his mother, he lost a last restraint. Gaining a huge amount of attention made his originally inferior mentality run wildly in an unknown direction. This created the clown. However, psychologists still feel that this is not all. After all, if no decisive event had happened, the clown would never have such a big change. The transition period was too short, so something must have happened. It's just that the police department hasn't found out yet. To be honest, when Kai saw this, he was secretly relieved. At least it wasn't the worst case, such as another time traveler or something. Kai, the time traveler, has a golden finger, so there's no reason why other time travelers don't have one, right? Anyway, he's not a time traveler, but a simple lunatic, which is acceptable. Why did this guy take Alex away? According to his psychological profile, this guy is already an antisocial lunatic, and his pursuit is not money. Why did he catch Alex? Kai was curious. With a Joker's style of doing things, he shouldn't pay attention to Alex. This guy is just a lunatic. What does a lunatic need money for? In fact, not only Kai and the police are curious about what the Joker wants to do by taking Alex away. There is also a large group of people outside who want to find the Joker. For $100 million, many desperate people gathered in Los Angeles. However, because of the gathering of superheroes, those smart gangs have all stopped. After all, money is a good thing, but you have to be alive to spend it. But now, Alex has escaped. That's another story. Although I'm not sure if Alex will pay, it's much easier to rob a clown of $100 million than to rob a superhero or a policeman. So the remaining gangs took action and tried to find out the whereabouts of Alex and the clown. Even the local gangs started to move. That's $100 million. Because of the police before, the local gangs couldn't intervene. After all, they make a living in this land. If they really want to kill the police, they won't be able to get away with it even if they get $100 million. so they can only watch a group of out-of-town desperados earn the money. But now, the prisoner has been lost from the police. Then they won't be polite. This is not against the police. Anyway, the whole city is undercurrent now. Corin has been really proud recently. He even saw the Pulitzer Prize waving at him. Although he is a talk show host. But so what? Aren't Batman and earthquakes considered news? He has seen himself surpassing Oprah Winfrey to become the most successful host in the United States. In fact, since the Batman episode, the ratings of his show have reached an unprecedented height. Just yesterday, the TV station owner had personally discussed the new contract with Corin. Although the previous contract was signed only last year, so what? With Corin's current popularity, other TV stations really dare to spend money to recruit him. Isn't it just a penalty? Those who can open a TV station have no shortage of money. So the TV station owner was very clear-headed and gave him a new contract. The price of the new contract is naturally an astronomical figure, at least for the talk show industry. As for why he didn't sign the contract immediately, it was because he needed to negotiate on some details. After all, even if Corin is arrogant, he knows that the program is the foundation. If the program is not done well, no matter how popular it is, it will be lost. Therefore, the new contract is not only about salary, but also about the support of the TV station for the program, including how much resources the TV station gives. After all, if a talk show wants to get high ratings, the guests of each show are key. Of course, it is impossible for Corin to operate alone, and the TV station needs to make efforts. Secondly, there is the issue of production costs. Money is the only way to go. Without money, where can he find good directors? Do you think that the talk show host's words are all his own? What do you think? Those are scripts written by the directors behind the scenes. Many times, talk shows have scripts, and many jokes and humorous sentences need to be written by first-class directors. All of these require money. Where can you find those talented directors without money? But all this is not a problem. Anyway, what the TV station wants is the ratings. As long as the ratings are high enough, the production costs are a small problem. You can make it back by buying advertisements. Facing everything now, Colin himself is really very proud. Unfortunately, this kind of pride disappeared after he walked into the studio at night. Well, someone forcibly visited his studio again. But this time is different from Batman. This time they came with guns. When Colin walked into the studio door with a cup of coffee, he found that his camera was winking at him. He didn't react at first, until a round, hard tube was pressed against the back of his head, and he understood. He was being held hostage. Don't ask why he reacted so quickly. The answer is that he has rich life experience. Who hasn't been robbed by a black brother? Colin immediately raised his hand. Hey. Be careful. This is a studio, there is no money. You are in the wrong place, the bank is next door. To be honest, it was a magical experience to have a gun pointed at my head in the studio. It was a bit like the gangsters invading Hollywood in the last century. Haha, ha ha ha. At this time, a man in a purple suit, a clown costume, and green hair walked in front of Colin while laughing horribly. Ha. It's my idol. He will never lose his sense of humor. The police department did not announce the matter of the clown. So Colin didn't know the person in front of him, who is the most terrible criminal in Los Angeles at this stage. Man, well, although I am very happy that there are fans to see me, but being pointed at with a gun is not what I want. In fact, Colin was panicking now, but given his rich life experience, he couldn't panic at this time. Since the other party had gone to so much trouble to hold him hostage in the studio, there was obviously a reason. So he would not die for a while, and the right thing to do was to try to hold him back so that people outside could rescue him. I'm sorry, the clown apologized without sincerity, and then continued, I originally planned to visit you in a more civilized way. Unfortunately, I called your program and wanted to be on the show, but your staff called me a psychopath and hung up the phone. So, I can only use this method. Fuck, Kellen couldn't help but curse out loud. That's too bad. I must replace our operator. Kellen actually understood his operator. There were too many inexplicable calls during this period, and the call in front of him obviously belonged to this part. It's normal for the operator to hang up. But, understanding is understanding. You fucking caused me to be held hostage. Isn't that enough reason to fire you? This kind of tough guy who brought people to the TV station at a disagreement, you fucking hung up the phone and called him a psychopath? Fuck. Now I'm in trouble. Damn it. I have just reached the pinnacle of my life. Will I become someone else's news so soon? Remember to send the Pulitzer Prize to my grave. Colin thought ramblingly. But he didn't stop talking. You want to be on my show? It's really my honor, otherwise? Should he just swear? He still wanted to live a little longer. Chapter 973 Colin's Show. On the third day of the earthquake, the chaos continued. People of Los Angeles. Good evening. Ho ha ho ha. I'm on TV, Mom. In the evening in Los Angeles, people have been a little nervous due to the chaos. Many people are even considering whether to move out of the city. This city is disappointing. Not because of the disaster, but because of people's hearts. After the last Los Angeles war, the whole city not only did not fall into chaos, but was unprecedentedly united. There was no riot, no conflict, and people were in a stable mood. But this time, chaos was everywhere. Stores were looted, women were violated, and flames and gunshots enveloped the entire city. This is Los Angeles, the largest city on the West Coast, the most dazzling pearl in the entire United States. At least Los Angeles thinks so. It is sunny here, with a suitable climate, and it is warm like spring all year round. The fact that it is hot in summer is ignored. It has the best teams, NBA, football and even baseball. Los Angeles people think they are the best, except for the damn ice hockey. It has a film industry that is envied by the whole world. In fact, many movies are no longer shot in Hollywood because other states have better tax refund policies. This is a holy place for movie fans all over the world. This is the dream place for young people all over the world. It has the most stars in the world. In short, everything is good. They call this the City of Angels, and you can imagine how proud they are. Unfortunately, the earthquake shattered all these illusions. Chaos and riots are the main themes. Many people dare not go out on the streets and only dare to return to their homes. Watch TV honestly. Unexpectedly, the TV program started to make trouble. The Colin Show has been a must-see program for Los Angeles people recently. After all, there's Batman. Well, how could those capitalists let go of the Batman gimmick so easily? They made more than a dozen series of programs and fully discovered the value of the Batman brand. The key is that people love to watch it. Especially in the Los Angeles area. Unexpectedly, when the TV was turned on, a ridiculous clown appeared. Ha, ha ha ha, ah. The clown laughed weirdly, which made people feel chilling. Good evening, everyone in Los Angeles. I was a little excited just now. After all, this is my first time on TV. My God, my mother will be very happy to know that I am on TV. Then the clown's topic inexplicably went off topic, and he babbled a series of incomprehensible words, which confused the people in front of the TV. The logo of the Coronet show was indeed on the top of the head. A new warm-up show? It was really terrible. The police were different. The moment they learned that the clown appeared on the TV station, Chief Vaughn exploded. Hurry. Quick. Send someone to arrest that bastard lunatic. Quick. Those damn TV stations, they actually cooperated with criminals. In addition to making money, can't they think of something useful? This time, I'm going to sue the TV station to close it down. Vaughn thought that the TV station had reached a deal with the clown like last time. The TV station couldn't do whatever it wanted. For cooperation with criminals like this, it must notify the police, otherwise it would be a very serious violation of the law, with a fine of billions of US dollars at the least, and the TV license would be directly revoked at the worst. I was so excited that I forgot to introduce the host. The clown didn't know if he heard Vaughn's thoughts, and finally got back to the point. Dear audience, let us welcome our host, Corin Iverson. Then the lights came on, and Corin's figure appeared in the seat where the host was originally sitting. However, he was tied to a chair with bombs tied all over his body. The police station was silent when they saw this scene. Fuck. Something big happened. The clown? I know some people think this is a performance. Corin is making fun of him? No. Although Corin is indeed very humorous, I can tell you responsibly now that this is not a performance. This is real. In order to ensure that you can believe everything in front of you, I decided to demonstrate it in advance. Bring him up, the clown whistled, and then two men wearing clown masks forced a woman in with guns. The woman had a collar around her neck, and there was an indicator light on the collar, which was flashing green light. Her name is Collins. She's the assistant of the Corin show, or the receptionist who answers the phone. She's the lucky audience member today. The woman didn't act like she was acting. She begged desperately, begging the clown to let her go. Unfortunately, the clown still had that expression, and she was carried by two gangsters to the camera. On the contrary, Corin saw the scene and struggled desperately, but unfortunately he was tied up and his mouth was blocked. He could only twist and struggle like a loach on the shore, but it didn't work. Woo 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 woo. Corin didn't know how to describe his mood at this moment. He just wanted to fire Collins, not to let her die. Some people in front of the TV felt that it was not good, but some people thought it was a good performance. Damn, if the people in the Corin show have such acting skills, why do they have to do a talk show? Wouldn't it be better to just act in a movie? Dear audience, the unprecedented performance in the history of television officially begins. When the two gangsters heard this, they immediately pushed the woman out. Camera. Camera. Follow up. The clown's voice appeared off screen, as if it appeared at the camera's location. Oh. Then came the clown's excited voice. No, Collins was pushed to the ground, and then the collar on her body began to flash red, and it flashed faster and faster. Bang! There was an explosion. The woman's head was like an exploding watermelon, and red and white objects flew everywhere. Then there were bursts of vomiting and whimpering in the voiceover. Then the camera shook, and the camera was pressed against the clown's face. Ha 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 ha. Isn't it wonderful? Everyone, the clown raised the camera and pointed it at the studio. I saw that many people in the studio were tied with the same bombs as Collins. Anyone who is not stupid will know that this is real. Colin was held hostage. Don't be anxious. By the way, officers, don't think about cutting off the signal. Once the program stops broadcasting, I will detonate the bombs on everyone present. Well, in case you don't believe me, I will give you a small warning first. The Joker took out the intercom and said to the other side, Hello. Are you in place, Joker? We are in place. Ahahaha. So cool. This is the first time I know what a helicopter feels like. Great, a crazy voice came from the intercom. Take the signal, the Joker shouted to one side. Then the big screen behind him showed a picture, which was an aerial shot. Idiot. Hold the camera steady. The audience is going to complain. I don't know who is on the other side. Anyway, the picture is very unstable. After being scolded by the Joker, the picture finally stabilized. Let the show begin, the Joker gave the order without giving any reaction time. Then there was an explosion on the screen. What's worse is that the explosion heard by the audience in front of the TV came not only from the screen, but also from outside their window. In the aerial photography, explosions occurred in many places on the streets of Los Angeles, and flames and screams once again enveloped the whole city. Ha ha ha. Dear officers, this is just an appetizer. We have prepared 5 tons of explosives and placed them all over the city. So, don't disturb my performance. Vaughn was now in an icy cave. Who of you said he was a lunatic? Is there such a smart lunatic, Chief? The mayor's call. Before Vaughn could finish venting, his secretary rushed in and handed him the phone. I'm busy. I don't have time to answer the phone. Vaughn waved his hands impatiently. At this time, there was nothing to listen to the phone except a bunch of nonsense. Could it be that listening to his nonsense would immediately catch the clown? Didn't he want to catch the clown? Does a politician need to emphasize the importance? It's a waste of time. The mayor's wife was seriously injured in the explosion just now and is now being rescued. As a result, the secretary said a piece of news that almost made Vaughn faint. Fuck. Why didn't the mayor's wife go to the streets to party with those upper-class idiots at night? Vaughn took the phone and complained painfully. It is said that the mayor's wife was attending a charity party today and happened to pass by an explosion site. So, fuck, what could Vaughn say? Then Vaughn answered the phone. As expected. He was scolded. Vaughn wanted to smash the phone on the mayor's head. On the other side, the Flash put on his battle suit and rushed to the scene at the moment when the poor operator exploded, but unfortunately, his illness recurred. The Speed Force disappeared intermittently again. It will take a few days for his condition to improve. Barry, your condition is not suitable for missions now, Harrison Wells said to Barry very seriously. Barry's current condition is very bad. Since he came back, he should have restored his Speed Force as soon as possible, which requires the cooperation of the entire laboratory. After all, a particle accelerator is required, and it takes a lot of time to cooperate with the treatment. Unfortunately, Barry has no time to recover since he came back. This caused his Speed Force to disappear more and more seriously, and even affected Barry's physical condition. His injuries could not recover quickly. Barry's physical condition no longer allowed him to use the speed force forcibly. But Barry naturally could not let his city fall into the hands of evil people. No buts. Barry, don't forget that Batman and Kai are still in this city now, Harrison said seriously. Like Batman said, you are not a god, you are not omnipotent. I always wanted to say that your approach is not necessarily correct. You should let the city deal with some problems on its own. Barry looked at Harrison cutely. He didn't quite understand. Harrison sighed. In fact, Harrison didn't think there was anything wrong with what Barry did before. People need help, so Barry goes to help them. What's the problem? It wasn't until Batman said that to Barry that day that Harrison fell into reflection. Barry is very good, very good. He used to protect the city almost on his own. He takes care of what the police take care of. He also takes care of what the police can't take care of, and he still takes care of what the police don't have time to take care of. Just like this city is a baby, Barry takes care of this city in all directions without blind spots. Is this really good? The fact is that the public only knows about the Flash, not the police. The prestige of the police is gone. The gangs are okay, they know the strength of the police, but ordinary people no longer trust the police, and think that the police are a bunch of trash. They have completely forgotten who the police are competing with. But the problem is that things in this world are so unreasonable. Can Barry maintain the order of the entire Los Angeles alone? Everything in front of us is the best answer. No. Barry is like the most considerate nanny, carefully maintaining the city in all directions, but making the city lose the ability to correct mistakes, or even worse. Why do so many people participate in riots? Because they are fearless. With so many people making trouble at the same time, even if Barry has super speed, he can't deal with so many people. The police. No one is afraid of the police. They are just a bunch of trash. There is a problem with the city's ability to correct mistakes. The police have lost their authority, and there is naturally no order, unless Barry stands up and implements the most severe rule over the city. But that is impossible. Harrison suddenly realized that what he had done before not only hurt the city, but also hurt Barry. He was just a 24-year-old young man. He shouldn't bear the pressure of an entire city alone. That's not fair. Just like Batman said. He is not a god. Barry is not either. Trust them. The most important thing for you now is to recover your speed force as soon as possible, otherwise if you delay any longer, your recovery time will continue to be delayed. I understand. Barry stared at the Joker on the TV. Ah. Joker. Our helicopter has lost control. This thing is completely different from a small agricultural aircraft. Ho ha ho ha. We are going to die. Great. We are going to crash. Hee ha, boom. Well, the helicopter just lost control. But it is obvious that the guy on the opposite side of the helicopter was not panicked by this, but very happy. The clown rubbed his hands and touched the back of his head. Well, this poor guy, what's his name? Little Pumpkin? Little Tomato. Oh, damn, I forgot to ask his name. So pitiful, but it doesn't matter, his performance is simply amazing. You will all remember him, right? Look. This is what I brought to you. An unknown little person can also leave a great reputation. As long as you abandon the shackles you impose on yourself, you will be the freest people in this city. This is the liberating nature in acting. The clown touched his face and said, Ah. I'm off topic again. Next, I'm going to get to the point, scum of this city. Do you want 100 million US dollars? Chapter 974, Madman or Sober Person. $100 million. The people in Los Angeles in front of the TV did not forget this joke because of the previous earthquake. After all, Alex did what many people dreamed of doing, throwing money around like crazy. Because of this, Los Angeles was very lively in those days. So the people in front of the TV quickly thought of this joke. But weren't those rich second-generation rich people arrested by the police? Those war hyenas who originally wanted to compete for the 100 million were naturally more eager to fight. Ding ding ding. The clown used the posture of a crappy dance hall host in the 1980s to move aside and let the camera focus on the big screen behind him. The big screen flashed and a picture appeared. In the dark picture, Alex was tied to a chair. From the picture, it can be seen that he was tied to a dark place, his eyes and mouth were tied. He was twisting restlessly. And in the corner of the big screen, a time appeared 24-hour countdown. I want to play a game with this city. A competition. Only the winner can get the $100 million. The clown raised his finger and showed a crazy smile. Did you see that time? You only have 24 hours. You only have 24 hours to rescue him. Because where he is, the oxygen supply can only last for 24 hours. Once this time is exceeded, your $100 million will. The Joker blew a breath and made a disappearing gesture with his hand. Gone. Ha ha ha. Isn't it interesting? A group of people scolded the Joker in front of the TV as a psychopath. That was $100 million. Don't look at those of you who are reading books now. You have been looking at money in newspapers and websites. When it appears, it is tens of billions or hundreds of billions. But actually consider your own financial situation. Is it more than 5 digits? Americans are even worse. Many Americans have deposits of less than 3 digits. It just so happens that most of those desperados are the same. After all, who would be a desperado if they really have 6 or 7-digit deposits? You can imagine what kind of excitement it is to have a 9-digit number appear in front of them. So, the Joker is a psychopath. So everyone, I'm going to announce the rules of the game. The Joker clapped his hands and prepared to come to the climax. A map appeared on the big screen. Many red dots appeared on the map. There are 72 marks in total. In the places marked, I placed clues that can point out the location of the lovely Alex. Of course, for the fun of the game, these clues are true and false. Even I don't know which ones are true and which ones are false. Theoretically, only 12 clues are needed to combine the coordinates of the location. So everyone, time waits for no one. Hurry up and move. I can't wait any longer. And the news media, hurry up and move, this is big news. Bang, Vaughn punched the desk. He is planning to destroy the city. Vaughn is the chief of the Los Angeles Police Department. He can't say that he knows the map of Los Angeles by heart, but he can still see some iconic buildings. Among the buildings he marked, there are 3 police stations, 2 hospitals, a social welfare institution, a theater, a library and a museum. If these places are attacked, I can't imagine what Los Angeles will become. As for whether these places will be attacked, Vaughn, who has experienced the previous 100 million yuan war, dares to say that it is certain. What is worrying Vaughn now is not the desperado gangs. After all, to be honest, how many people can there be? The police could still deal with it if they put in a lot of effort. But the order of the city has not been restored. In this situation, there is no shortage of people who are willing to take risks. The little hooligans they didn't care about in the past, the young people with unclear minds, and some brave idlers who are looking for excitement, all of these people may be involved. The Joker hit the police's soft spot with one punch. Contact those National Guards immediately. Send people to garrison those target locations quickly. Vaughn reacted quickly and immediately asked his men to contact the National Guard. At the same time, he immediately contacted the mayor. The mobilization of the army must be notified by the federal and state governments, and the mayor of Los Angeles did not have this authority. But obviously, they were slow. Boom. An explosion suddenly appeared near the TV station. The Joker's exaggerated face showed a smile. Aha. The contestants' mobility is really, boom. The glass wall of the studio exploded, and several humanoid objects were thrown in. A metal giant walked in. It's Kai. A superhero. The people in front of the TV were immediately excited. They still have superheroes. They were just about to see the fear and panic on the Joker's face. But the development of the matter was beyond their imagination. The clown's face was not only not panicked and scared, but even more excited. Oh. Look. Look. Look who's here. The clown made exaggerated gestures and shouted loudly, our performance has attracted big stars. Ha ha ha, so beautiful. Kai frowned, and his anger surged in his heart. Damn, it's just a little late. Kai doesn't like watching TV. This habit is probably related to his long military career. After all, soldiers don't have time to watch TV. After that, he was a criminal policeman and could only watch movies on the computer occasionally, and he had no time to watch TV. Long-term work in the disciplined forces made Kai a little out of touch with society. Today was the same. When he received the notice, he was taking a shower in the hotel. At that time, the clown's show had already been broadcast. He was late. When he rushed over, he happened to encounter a group of gangsters attacking a marked location near the TV station. So he solved it with ease. The 2 idiots who were just thrown in were 2 of the gangsters. The others had been directly burned by Kai's destructive rays, And even these two might not be able to survive. After all, the glass wall was still quite hard. Seeing Kai, Kellen immediately became excited. Damn it. This fucking thing is finally coming to an end. Although this incident can bring Kellen unparalleled fame and attention, Kellen now just wants to go home and have a good sleep. Don't care about anything. The excitement just now has made him exhausted now. He doesn't care about the benefits this incident brings him. He is not so obsessed with benefits. Superhero. Huh. Great. Great. What a pity. Even if you are a superhero, you can't stop this, the Joker said to Kai in an almost mocking tone. You are late. As soon as the Joker's words fell, Kai stepped forward and grabbed his neck and lifted him up. Hey. Be careful. The Joker had difficulty speaking because he was strangled, but he was still calm. Do you see this? The Joker struggled to open his suit. Bomb. Others were shocked, but Kai didn't care. Do you think this little trick can stop me? Tell me. Where is that Alex? Otherwise, Kai directly carried the Joker to the glass wall that Kai broke. The studio is on the 25th floor. Ah. You actually use this method to force a confession? Aren't you a superhero? Oh, by the way, you're also a policeman. The Joker's ankles were grabbed by Kai, and the whole person was hung upside down. The 25th floor was already very high, and the wind was so strong that the Joker couldn't open his eyes. But he still didn't show any fear. Isn't this too disappointing? The Joker asked sarcastically. You have a bomb on you. In order to ensure that you don't hurt others, it is reasonable for me to throw you down from above, Kai said in a muffled voice. I'm not one of those old stubborn people who stick to principles. In other words, my principle is to protect the innocent. As for you, unfortunately, you are not on the list of those to be protected. So, if you don't want to die, tell me where Alex is. Ho ha ho ha. You don't think I'm afraid of death? Unexpectedly, the Joker was not only not afraid of Kai's threat, but laughed even more crazily. Fear is the most interesting emotion. It's really very interesting. Ha ha ha, let me tell you a joke. I used to be very timid and afraid of everything. I was afraid of everything. I was also afraid of my mother's severe scolding and corporal punishment. I was afraid of being alone, so I stayed with my mother all the time. I was afraid that my boss would fire me. I was afraid that the thugs on the street would beat me up. I have always lived in fear, so much so that I have forgotten how to laugh. At this point, the clown laughed even more wantonly. A clown can't laugh. Ha ha ha. Isn't this the best joke? So, I can't control my smile. Every time I think of myself, I can't control it and can't help laughing. It's so funny. Ho ha ho ha. So this is how this guy's emotional disorder came about? Kai originally planned to use some means to interrogate him. Although it was a bit bad to be filmed, he didn't care so much. At most, he would be sprayed by a bunch of idle people. He didn't care. Shut up. Tell me where Alex is. Then he punched the clown. But the clown obviously didn't intend to shut up. Kai's punch broke one of his ribs, and he vomited blood. But the problem was that the clown not only didn't scream, but laughed even more wildly. Oh he ad ho oh ha ho ha. It hurts. It hurts so much. Come again. Come again. The clown laughed crazily. That's the feeling. I'm already afraid of pain. Really afraid. But later, I looked back on my life, and found that I didn't seem to have lived at all. I'm like most people in this city. Unknown, no one knows, no one cares. Who knows me? Even if I die, who will care? Can I call this living? No. This is no different from death. The clown coughed twice. Ahem. Have you ever had negative thoughts? All I have are negative thoughts. I was desperate, so I planned to commit suicide. But I didn't expect the dramatic turn of events. I became inexplicably popular. A group of people were extremely happy to see me being beaten. They actually paid attention to me because of this kind of thing. So I thought, what is going on? Then I figured it out. It's my problem. Why do I care so much? Why do I care about what others think of me? Why should I be afraid? Yes, I am afraid of death. But the problem is that I was going to commit suicide before that. See, this is the crux of the problem. I'm not even afraid of death. Why should I be afraid of other things? I believe that anything that doesn't kill you will make you weirder. The clown was hanging upside down in the air, and he looked at Kai. But Kai found that the look was not looking up, but looking down. So the world changed in my eyes. Is pain really scary? No. As long as I look at it from a different angle, I find that pain is not worth mentioning. I am not even afraid of death. So I found fun. I used to think that my life was a tragedy. But now I realize that it is actually a comedy. Do you know what I found? It is fear that builds our cognition of the world. But when we abandon fear, all the rules of this world seem so false and fragile. Rules are the shackles that restrict the truth. Chaos is the source of everything. Break the rules, this social system, you decide what is right and wrong, just like you decide what is funny or not. Why is it like this? The clown suddenly put away his playful attitude and looked at Kai seriously. You want to kill me? Of course. You want to. But you know you can't stop me. I am not afraid of death. My death will be more valuable than my life. Everyone realizes that my death is so great. I told everyone where the power comes from, chaos. Disrupt the established order and make everything chaotic. Oh, do you know what chaos is? It's fairness. Why should we be fairer? So I did it. Hee hee ah ho oh hee hee ha ho ha. I have to admit that Kai was stunned by the guy in front of him. How should he describe this person in front of him? A madman? Or the most sober one? Boom boom boom, as the Joker was talking, a series of explosions sounded all over Los Angeles. The Joker looked at the fire in the distance and laughed again. Oh hee hee ah ho oh hee hee ha ho ha. When things go according to plan, no one will panic. Even if the plan is terrible, if I tell you how many juvenile delinquents will be shot, or a truckload of soldiers will be blown up, no one will panic. Because it's all part of the plan. But if I tell you now that the little old mayor has been killed by me just now, what do you think will happen to the city? Turn off the camera. Kai's face changed and he shouted immediately. Wayne, you can't do this. Don't forget that they have bombs on their necks, and the whole building is full of bombs. Once the live broadcast stops, the whole building will explode. Kai looked at the Joker angrily. The clown waved his hands. Don't look at me like that. I didn't cause the explosion. I just gave the bomb to those who embrace freedom and chaos. By the way, the remote control of the bomb on them is not with me. I don't even know who has it. Maybe there's more than one remote control? Who knows? Everything is disordered. That's what makes it interesting. Continue what I just said. Those guys who want $100 million will launch attacks for money. I don't care about that idiot 100 million boy. I just need him to introduce some anarchy, and then, bang. Those hyenas chasing bones will disrupt the established order and make everything chaotic. Next, it's up to the city to choose. Hee ha 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 ha. My performance is over. While the clown was talking, gunshots spread in the city. Then there were explosions. Today's Los Angeles is really noisy. Kai had to admit. He was actually helpless against the clown in front of him. He had no strength, and his thin body meant that he couldn't fight. Even a random strong man could beat him to tears. He has no special abilities, he is just a severely mentally ill patient, and he does not have any supernatural powers. But Kai has no way to deal with him. Chapter 975 The Clown's Performance. Ha, how about it, superhero? Do you want to join this game? The Joker looked at Kai happily. Although he couldn't see the face under the metal armor, he could feel Kai's surging anger. This made him very happy. It must be said that when a person's three views are reversed, it will become terrible. The Joker used to want to see people laugh and want to see people happy. Well, it was a very warm and simple wish. But now he likes to see people hate each other and likes to watch people receive the baptism of chaos and anger and wailing. It's difficult for a person to change so much. But this kind of paradox happened. Phillips used to be kind to the world, and he pitifully hoped that the world would return his kindness. But unfortunately, the only two people who could be called kind abandoned him one after another. His mother, the only person who loves him. Although his mother is a little neurotic and has a strong desire for control, she doesn't even allow Phillips to make friends. This makes Phillips never hold hands with a woman in his 40 years of life, except to his mother. The other person was her upstairs neighbor, a woman from Georgia who came to Los Angeles to pursue her dreams. Two lonely souls, attracted to each other, and the woman had a good impression of him. Just after Philip's mother died, she became the only light. Unfortunately, this light is not very reliable. Because of the unspoken rules of an 18th line director, the woman abandoned him without hesitation. And she humiliated and teased her ex-boyfriend in front of her director boyfriend. The video of him being teased before was the work of this woman. Poor man. But even more hateful. Are you really not afraid of death? Why are you afraid of something that is destined to come? The clown was even more surprised. You won't die, Kai gradually calmed down. After all, it's already like this. Instead of being angry there, it's better to solve it directly. Yes, everyone will die. Kai now really wants to know what he thinks. Yes. Since death is so fair, it treats everyone equally, regardless of height, weight, wealth, or who you are. It is much better than this terrible world. At least it will not ignore anyone, let alone value anyone. It is so great, so tell me, why should we fear it? The clown's words are very poetic. Very philosophical words, Kai commented. Huh? The clown was not used to it. You are not angry anymore. No, I am very angry, but I suddenly found that it is a bit unnecessary to be angry with you. You are such a bad guy. You like to see me angry but helpless. You hope to see everyone like you before, helpless in the face of the world. Although it is a bit petty, I think this is the only way I can fight back against you. Tisk, this kind of powerless resistance really makes me uncomfortable. Ah, is that so? It's really such a pity. The clown was depressed. Because Kai was absolutely right. Yes, it's a pity, Kai also said, although I can't stop you from macing up the city, I can fulfill one of your wishes. What? That's death? Kai let go directly after saying that. The Joker was stunned, and then, hey. Ha 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 ha. Everyone in front of the TV saw that the Joker was thrown down the building by Kai and died. Everyone was stunned at that moment. There was a kind of speechless joy spreading in their hearts. The Joker was dead. But he was still alive. He was the spokesperson for chaos. And the city is now full of his legacy. Just like he said, his death is more valuable than his life. In fact, the Joker's performance was completed the moment the game was announced. The Joker didn't care whether he could escape or not. This can be seen from the fact that he stayed in the TV station all the time. He was like the craziest artist. He used his life to complete a performance art. And told everyone that chaos is so terrible. He can give everyone the power to destroy an entire city. Those bugs attracted by greed are just actors in the Joker's script. They have been insignificant but indispensable supporting roles in the eyes of the Joker from the beginning. What? Who do you say is the protagonist? I can only tell you that the male protagonist is the Joker himself. As for the others, the Joker threw this question to everyone. Quick! Find it for me. We'll leave immediately if we find any clues. A group of armed thugs rushed into the location marked by the Joker. Los Angeles Central Hospital. The Joker's mother died here. Quick! Find it for me. The leading thug held a group of people, including doctors and patients, at gunpoint. He asked others to find clues left by the Joker. The people in the hospital were scared and anxious, but there was nothing they could do. A group of people blocked the hospital. If they didn't find the clues, no one could escape. The police. The police couldn't come. The few police officers who were transferred by the police station to guard the hospital were all shot to death. Then a police station was attacked. That group of people really dared to attack the police station. What else can we do? Of course, the police station should be rescued first. If it is breached, it will be really fun. So for the time being, this hospital can get very little help. It will take a little time for the army to quickly drive in here in this chaos. Buzz! At this moment, a very slight buzzing sound was heard. The leader suddenly felt a pain in his neck. The leader touched his neck and found a tiny object stuck in his neck. He took it off and saw that it was a very small bat dart. Oh no, it's... Before he could say anything, the leader fell to the ground with a bang. Then there was a buzzing sound. The gangsters were knocked down one after another. The doctors and patients looked at it stupidly at first, until someone suddenly shouted, "Batman is here. We are saved." The crowd immediately started cheering. Bang! A gangster was thrown in from a distance. Then a dark shadow walked in. It was really Batman. Don't panic. Do what you have to do. I will stay here temporarily until the army takes over. Don't make a fuss and don't go out. You are safe. Batman's deep voice sounded. The hero who saved Los Angeles, at this moment, has the max prestige among all Los Angeles people. The crowd quickly regained calm. Batman. Batman. Here. I found something here, a portrait of the Joker. At this time, a doctor suddenly came out from nowhere and shouted desperately. Batman suddenly appeared beside the doctor like a ghost. Where? The doctor was startled. Brother, how can you be so fast with such a huge body? However, he still remembered the business. Soon Batman was brought to the Joker portrait. It was a very interesting oil painting. It showed a man in a colorful and ridiculous clown costume dancing on the steps of the block. It was Phillips. He spread his hands, crossed his legs, and danced in the rain with a smile on his face. It was obviously imitating a clip from the famous movie Singing in the Rain. Batman directly raised his armor and tapped it. A scanner gun appeared on the armor, and a green light immediately scanned the oil painting. There was no problem with the painting, but there was a detonator behind the painting. Once someone took the oil painting, the detonator would be triggered immediately. Batman was silent. Fuck. This lunatic, this guy is still worrying even after his death. Batman drove the others away and carefully took down the detonator. Then he pulled out 2 data cables from his armor and carefully connected them to the detonator. Soon, according to the signal feedback, there are at least hundreds of bombs hidden in this hospital. Well, enough to blow this hospital to pieces. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.